So this is a scrapped video project that I had going on a little bit back. Didn't really get to complete it because after my third attempt of recording this, I kind of got blue screened. So essentially, all that progress went all the way back. So, decided I probably didn't want to complete it after that. I think I got to what, Berlin Hollows, I think it was at the furthest. Um, but yeah, I recorded this before Copenhagen, thankfully. But at the same time, I still didn't really get too far at this point. There's over 8 hours of footage on my PC, and honestly didn't want to put it to waste. So this is all the raw footage of pretty much just me talking about CS Team stickers. So yeah, give it a watch. Maybe skip a bit for a little bit because, well, I mean, I reordered a bunch of things as it goes on, and even now, I kind of don't agree with some of the stuff, especially with Copenhagen out and all that stuff. Probably just stick them all in like S or A tier or something like that. But yeah, aside from that, here is all the raw footage from me ranking every obtainable CS Team sticker. Enjoy. This is the third time I had to re-record this because either OBS or Tierlist Maker doesn't like me. There is no script and is solely based on opinions I have at the time of the recording. If you have enough free time to also do this, feel free to try as well. This is about to be the longest lunch you ever had. This is every obtainable CS2 team logo sticker ranked in order and by tier. Alright, with that out of the way, let's begin. Simply put, here is how this works. The way I'm going to be ranking all these stickers is that I put them onto this tier list by the tier I believe that it's at, and it'll also be in order from best all the way to worst sticker as well. There is about 1,167 obtainable stickers you can get in Counter-Strike 2 as of December 29th, 2023. Starting off, we're going to be working with the legendary Katowice 2014 stickers. And to start off as an example, let's move the tie in paper all the way to say A+. It's a good baseline at the moment. It's a really nice sticker. Of course, if you were, I'd say, broke at the time that the sticker released, it's a really good blue sticker. I like the logo kind of look to it. I feel like it could definitely match with a whole lot of skins at that time and even now. That is if you can afford it. One thing I don't like about this sticker is that it has the Titan wording on the bottom right, but aside from that, I can't really complain considering it's a borderless sticker, and it's just a good sticker in general. I'll leave it at here for now. Now, of course, next up, we have the iBuyPower paper, and comparing it to the Titan paper, there's a whole lot of differences comparing the two together. Both have their own pluses, I would say. For example, the iBuyPower, of course, it's a good red sticker. It has its own little animal, I think, that you can use with a whole lot of crafts. Of course, there is the iBuyPower text of it, but at the same time, when it comes to early stickers, such as the Katowice 2014 ones, I don't exactly think that it would really be an issue. For now, I'll leave it. Maybe I'll move both of these in S. I'll probably move the iBuyPower ahead of the Titan paper because it has a whole lot more color inside of it, and I honestly think it's a more sicker logo at this case. 3D Max. When it comes to 3D Max, I think it's also a really good sticker as well. The details in the sticker compared to the previous two are pretty good. Looking at 3D Max, I feel like it's definitely comparable to the other two. It's a really nice red and white sticker. You could definitely put it in some really nice crafts, a whole lot of red crafts for sure. It's definitely cheaper than the iBuyPower paper, if that's what you're going for. The wording inside the 3D Max logo I don't think is bad at all. I feel like it adds a whole lot more character to this kind of sticker. The devil, I think, also looks pretty good. And considering that they technically haven't had a borderless sticker again since Katowice 2014, it might be pretty good. I mean, of course, they are having a comeback apparently with their new French roster. So we'll have to see how that goes. Hopefully, Copenhagen won't be borderless as well, so we'll have to see. For now, I'll probably leave it at A+ until we get more stickers. Essentially, what this is that we're just putting all these stickers in some place, and then we're just going to rearrange it as we go. Let's take a look at this. LDLC. So, as a sticker itself, or when it comes to my opinion anyways, I think that the LDLC sticker has some really nice colors to it. I feel like it could be popped onto some really nice crafts, like maybe a Temu Cow, if you're degenerate enough to put it on that kind of gun, because it's hella cheap. Colors definitely match with a whole lot of the guns in CS at the moment, but of course, I honestly think that the logo is kind of not as good as the other ones. I feel like it's not as creative. Still though, I feel like it has a whole lot of application and uses. I'll probably leave it in A as it is, and we'll just move on from that. Moving on, NIP paper. Legendary team at the time, I think people were trying to get as many of these as they can because they're a good team. Issue I have with it, logo I think is really nice, but the colors is kind of dog shit. I'm not gonna lie. It's iconic, but it's dog shit. I think that comparing it to LDLC might be worse in this case because it has a whole lot less applications, unless if you want to put it on like some really crappy cheap skins, which nowadays you probably don't want to do either way. I really like the logo. I just wish that they had a different color scheme of it. Even if they did the modern NIP color scheme or the white that they had for Berlin 2019, I feel like this one would rank a whole lot higher. Still a respectable logo nonetheless, especially when we're comparing it to the next one, the Reason paper. When it comes to Reason paper, um, it's a whole lot of blands. So Katowice 2014, there's a whole lot of red stickers, so essentially there's a whole lot of competition. Comparing it to all the other ones, I think it definitely ranks less. In fact, I might put it down a whole other tier from the NIP and the LDLC. It's nice. It is kind of filled a bit with that white and that red, but I feel that compared to like NIP and even LDLC, it just doesn't have that much going for it at the moment. Still respectable nonetheless for being a Katowice 2014 sticker, but I probably just leave it at that. And considering the fact that Reason probably won't be returning with more major stickers anytime soon, considering they dropped their NA roster recently, it'll probably just stay there at the moment. Yeah, that's Reason. Complexity. For being a red and white sticker, I think it is dog shit, honestly. Because it's really thin on crafts, it's a whole lot less visible compared to other stickers. I honestly think it just looks cheap in a way. In fact, I'll probably rank it even lower than the Reason because it just has less to offer. I mean, it could be good for some crafts. It's definitely a cheaper sticker compared to all the other ones if you're just trying to collect some Kato 14s, but at the same time I feel like this sticker doesn't really deserve to be compared to with all these other stickers. And yeah, that's complexity. Fanatic paper, first orangish sticker that we have on this list here is pretty good. You know, the Fanatic logo has a bit going for it. It's nice and simple. This time around, it doesn't have the text for Fanatic on the sticker, which is pretty good. I think that looking at Fanatic's logo, it could be definitely applied with a whole lot of stuff. Maybe you could do a 4x craft with an Asimov. I think it's definitely better than Complexity. Whether or not it's better than Reason, I think so. I feel like it has its own little identity to it. It's not too simple, just simple enough where it gets the job done. Better than NIP. This is the part that I'm a bit contested on, because when it comes to the two stickered logos, Fnatic has color, but then I feel like NIP has the better logo design. Of course, looking at the prices for these two, they're fairly similar at the time of recording, but at the same time, I can't really consider that into frame either. For now, I'll just leave it behind the NIP. We'll see how it goes. Clan Mystic. Rarely see the sticker nowadays. Really nice sticker, I think, when it comes to their logo. Has a deeper kind of orange to it. Of course, if you were to put this onto any darker skins, it might be a bit less visible compared to others. Nonetheless, though, I feel like it's definitely deserves to be at a spot that's definitely higher. The text maybe not as popular with me compared to others. Nonetheless, though, still a nice sticker. It's a bit thin, I think. Um, hmm. I'll probably leave it behind the Fnatic. Actually, no. I'll probably put it in front of the Reason, but put it in A minus tier because it might not have much to offer. I mean, of course, I think the orange for the Clan Mystic might fit better on an Asimov than a Fnatic paper might, but still, that does only really leave it for Asimovs because Asimov has that white and orange, while Clan Mystic logo has a bit of that black. We'll see though. We'll see. Virtus Pro. I do like this logo a little bit. I think it has a whole lot more to offer. I think it's better than NIP. I think it's better than Fnatic. I think it's better than LDLC. It has a whole lot more creativity to it, even though LDLC has the color. Whether or not it's comparable to 3D Max, though, I think it could honestly compare to 3D Max. I think 3D Max does it a tad bit better, though. When it comes to Virtus Pro's logo, I do like the polar bear look to it. I feel that the colors can definitely match with a whole lot of skins pretty well. The text, I don't think it's as bad as the others. I feel like it is a part of the Virtus Pro identity, kind of. Um, Bit yellow. Aside from that, though, that's pretty much all I can really say for that one. Mouse Esports. Once again, this one will probably rank definitely a whole lot higher than a bunch of these. It's not really a red skin. It's like a like a like a lightish red kind of. When it comes to mouse, I feel that their logo is really good. So I like the design of it. It's really creative. The text I don't really like too much on their logo. You could definitely put the mouse logo on a whole lot of crafts for sure. I think I'll probably rank it higher than LDLC in this case. Probably higher than Virtus Pro. I think the color saturation on 3D Max might be a bit better though. And I feel that 3D Max might have more application than a mouse esports. And I'll just leave it at that. Hellraisers. So when it comes to Hellraisers, this is actually one of my favorite stickers in the game, or at least my favorite logos in the game. This will definitely have a bit of bias coming in for me. I think that maybe the paper version is better than mouse. I do like the design of the cat with what I'm going to assume are goggles, kind of. I think I'll put it behind the 3D Max just to give some respect to the color scheme that they had going for it, while the Hellraiser is doing something very similar to Mouse Esports at the time. It has the logo, it has the text for the name on it. I do like the fact that it curves though. I think the color scheme might be a bit better, might be more applicable with a paper sticker. I mean, of course, there's not really much to work with since these are technically papers. I'll leave it at that though. Respectable sticker though. LGB Esports. This one I feel is definitely good as well. I feel it's more comparable to like NIP and Fnatic because of how simple the logo is. I think color scheme wise, it might be better than Fnatic, might be better than NIP. I mean, comparing it to LDLC, I think LDLC might have a bit more to offer considering how many red stickers there are for Katowice 2014. Hmm. Yeah, I'll probably just leave it at that. It seems fair for the most part. Navi pretty much attended every single major. Would be the first. I think the sticker, honestly, at this stage anyways, I think it's kind of ass. Well, maybe not ass. I mean, I know some ass stickers. This one isn't really that ass. Maybe Reason and Clan Mystic might be better in this case. I feel that it might not be comparable to Complexity. You know, Complexity has its own low level, so I'll probably stick it a tier higher than that. Color scheme, I feel, could definitely be applicable. This is technically, so far, the only yellow one except for Vox and maybe Dignitas. I mean, when it comes to crafts anyways, I know it's definitely, I think it was cheaper than the Vox paper as well, so it has that going for it as well. I do like the more modern versions of Navi. The not as sincere text for it, I think it blends in really well. But aside from that, I don't really see the Navi logo in the early stages looking too well compared to others. Vox logo though, kind of orange, kind of yellow. I mean, I think it's creative. It incorporates that O with the eyes really well. I think it definitely does better than the LGB, NIP, and Fnatic in this case. I should probably start spreading these out as well. Probably move these three down to their own tier, because the reason why we have S plus all the way to F minus, there's a lot of stickers. Even in my whatchamacallit, my second re-record for this one, I think I only made it to Krakow, and this thing was already filled to the brim. It's crazy stuff. Looking at the Vox though, I do really like the creativity behind it. Maybe not the text where it says Vox Eminar. I think LDLC might have a bit more color and stuff to offer. It is technically very similar in the fact that it is kind of just text for the logo. Creativity wise, I think it is better than the LDLC, but at the same time, I feel that the color scheme for the paper version doesn't really do much for it. So I'll probably just leave it at that. Dignitas. Honestly, a likable logo. Color scheme, actually, it's probably more comparable to the A plus tier Katowice 2014s we have so far. I think it's better than Virtus Pro. I feel that there's a whole lot more applications. For example, the head stickers where you can just put it to replace the head. I think like the Jaguar AK skin, I think you can do stuff like that. Same thing for Iberpower and like VP. I think it might be better than Mousy Sports. I think it's, I mean, it probably is more pliable than a Hellraiser's, to be realistic. 3D Max, I feel, has more craftability. I do really like the Dignitas logo, but at the same time, that is pretty much the Dignitas logo. You can't really say that there's too much creativity behind it. It is a nice looking alien, very simple. Color scheme isn't bad, I would say. I think the color scheme makes sense for the design that they make it at. I'll just leave it at that. So that's all the papers. Now we move on to the Katowice 2014 Holos. Automatically, these are going to be a tier higher than everything. For example, we're starting off with the Titan Holo. This is a goated sticker right here. And unless if you don't know the reasons why already, it is essentially the first, and if I stand corrected, the only blue holo sticker for this entire collection, which is really popular within skins and crafts. It looks really nice. I like the holographic effect and the lines that it has. All those like vertical stripes has a whole lot more texture and character to it. The background remains the same, but then it adds a whole lot more depth to the sticker. The Titan text is also blue now. Honestly, when I first saw the sticker, I didn't even notice it was there, and I don't think it'll be really an issue going forward. A really nice sticker. I respect the sticker. Not really much else to talk about. Except for when we talk about the iBuyPower Holo. iBuyPower Holo. Essentially, more or less the same thing going on for this sticker and the Titan Holo. It is a really nice holo sticker. It is a red, so it does have a lot of competition, but at the same time, the logo and the colors and the texture that the holo has, I feel, has a whole lot going for it, which makes it really tough though. But the fact that Italian Holo is the only blue sticker in this one, and the fact that I prefer blue colors over red ones, I guess would be the only real factors comparing these two in S+. Both very respectable stickers. It's a close fight, but I think in this case the Titan Holo would win overall for the #1 spot. Moving on though, NIP Holo. So when it comes to NIP Holo, it has a whole lot going for it, surprisingly. Even though it is technically still kind of a brown sticker, I think it has a whole lot going for it. Because the holo effect has this RGB kind of effect to it. You see the ninjas in pajamas old logo text in the background, which I find really creative. I feel this has a whole lot more applicability because of how diverse the color scheme is for the holo effect. Honestly, I really respect this sticker. I think it might even hold better value in craftability compared to the Abai Power and the Titan paper. But would I consider it an S? Maybe not, considering the other holo stickers that we're about to see. In fact, to make things a bit more simpler for me, I'm just going to start moving some of these logos down a bit. This was behind it. Actually, no. I'll keep NIP up here. Move the papers down a bit so that they are right behind the NIP holo. It's a really nice craft, honestly. So, 3D Max, the holo compared to the paper version is a whole lot more kind of pink to it, but looking at it though, pretty much everything has a different kind of texture to it. The devil has a really matte, smooth texture, but the text, for example, has a nice ripple texture to it. The shields has what I'm going to assume is like a really nice circle texture to it. Whole lot of texture essentially. I think it does better than NIP. I think it holds a whole lot more value to it. Of course, it isn't really a red holo. It's not full red, so I wouldn't compare it to By Power. I'll probably leave it there. I feel that some of the other Katowice 2014 holos might be better in this case. Reason holo? Sticker is bland, but the holo is definitely really applicable in this case. Of course, it has that RGB kind of gradient holo effects to it compared to the NIP where it was just kind of an RGB effect. It has the words gaming just over and over and over again in the background. I feel like that can add a whole lot of value. It has a really metallic looking texture to it in the R. I think it's definitely better than NIP, better than 3D Max. I think I'll probably move it to S tier in this case. I still don't think that it's probably as comparable to Titan and Abai Power though. We'll probably move it around just in case to see. Complexity, once again, not really a big fan of the complexity sticker for what it has to offer. I mean, it's kind of pinkish in a way. The white part is also a little bit pinkish now. The holo effects, it's really flat. There's not really much going on for it. You can maybe see a little bit of that holo effect in the text, but at the same time, I don't think it really does or has that much. I don't think it compares to the NIP even. I think I might put it in the A+ tier. For now, I'll probably leave it. Actually, I'll probably leave it behind the Hyper Power and the Titan. I might even move it lower to A, depending on how I think on the other Katowice 2014 holos going forwards. Aside from that, though, LGB holo, I think this one is probably already better than the complexity holo. I think it has automatically a whole lot more texture. It's a whole lot more red compared to it. Definitely better. NIP I feel like has a whole lot more creativity to it. The color scheme is better in this case though. Honestly, I think I might leave LGB behind the NIP in this case. I probably should leave it at that. Fnatic Holo. I remember when CS2, oh I gotta remember that I put it here. I remember when CS2 was in its beta stages. Apparently Valve made it so you can actually see the difference between the holo effect and the non-holo one. But like apparently even now, I think they reverted it, and I don't really see the difference between the two. It's like a more expensive version of the Fnatic paper, and with that, which is essentially the only thing I could really work with, I'll probably leave it behind the paper version just because of how much more expensive it is for essentially the same thing. I mean, this is going off of craftability, maybe collectability as well. I mean, maybe it would be better to have a Fnatic Holo, but realistically, I don't see Valve updating it so it gets any better anytime soon. So I'll leave it right behind it. Clan Mystic. Good stuff. Orange sticker. I liked the holo effect that they put onto the text. Sadly, it isn't really a orange holo effect or anything like that. It still holds a very similar RGB gradient effect that the Reason has. One thing I do like is that you could see the Clan Mystic logo in the background for the black parts of the logo, which I see as really nice. Off the bat, I think it marks itself better than NP, better than LGB, maybe better than 3D Max. I feel 3D Max has more applicability. Clan Mystic, I know it's not really as popular of a Katowice 2014 sticker compared to 3D Max, so I'll probably just leave it in between those two over there. And yeah. Hellraiser's Hollow. This one is one of my favorite stickers in game. If I had, what I think it's $30,000, I would honestly get this sticker. It's really nice. I feel that when it comes to the Hellraiser's Hollow, I feel this one might even place better than the iBuyPower. Thinking about it now, because I remember in my previous runs I had it third for the most part, but looking at it, it is really creative. It has its own unique color scheme. It has reds, yellows, oranges, and a bit of pink to it, but you could see actual fire in the eyes of the Hellraiser's goggles, and I feel that that creativity might add so much more depth and texture to it when applying it to skins. I feel that it could look good on just about any skin you put it on, even like a Safari Mesh AK or like a battle scarred, I don't know, eh, like forest leaves maybe. I don't know. It point being though, it doesn't matter. It looks good either way. The text, I feel, it repeats the same effect in the text as well. So essentially, it looks good as well. In this case, I feel that applicability wise, it really probably isn't good for a specific skin, but at the same time, it's good for just about any other skin. Real question now is it better than the iBuyPower? In this case, I'm honestly thinking that it might be better than the iBuyPower in this case. A lot more colors. I think that texture wise, it doesn't look physically more textured, but at the same time, the design and the creativity behind the logo for the Holo version, I think, is just superior compared to the iBuyPower in this case. And I'll leave it at that. Mousy, esports Holo follows very similar themes for a Holo effect with all the other ones. Essentially, it has the RGB kind of gradient effect to it. The thing I'm kind of disappointed about when it comes to what you call it, mouse esports Holo is that the Holo effect doesn't really necessarily affect the actual mouse itself. Like when it comes to the Holo effect, it just affects everything else except for the mouse. And for that, I don't think it would rank higher than LGB. I think LGB has better craftability and better uses for it. Better than complexity right off the bat. I think it might be better than iBuyPower paper and Titan paper. In fact, I might just put it ahead of those in the A plus tier, and I'll probably just leave it at that. Dignitas Holo. Really like this one as well. The shiny eyes for the Dig Holo is really nice. It has a circular Holo effect to it, kind of, for the alien body, and the eyes have the Nyan Cat gradient, I would call it anyways. A really nice Holo sticker. I feel like it does what Reason could have done, but significantly better. Collectability wise, I feel like this is a superior one compared to Reason. Applicability wise, it's somewhat specific in this case. I think it does a pretty good job. I don't think it's comparable to IBP, Hellraisers, and Titan in this case though. Definitely a really good sticker though. I'll leave it at that. Fox Holo. So, Fox Holo, once again, it is a nice sticker. I think it, for the most part, I think it's alright. It uses that same RGB gradient effect for the most part. At least this one, compared to the mouse, it actually affects the main body of the logo. So right off the bat, I think it does it better. It has a whole lot of color to it, a whole lot of applicability. Better than LGB, I think it might be better than NIP. Better than, actually no, Climate Stick I feel is a bit more creative for what it does, but at the same time, when it comes to Vox, it's a whole lot more visible. So better than that, better than 3D Max. I think I'll probably just leave. It's not creative though, so I think I might just leave it in S minus. I don't think it has a whole lot of levels of creativity as the Reason and the Dignitas Holos do. So I'll just leave it on top right over there. VP Holo. I think this one definitely a nice holo effect for sure. Has a whole lot of texturing with the background of the bear. Has a nice checkerboard kind of texture to it. RGB effect though, once again, bit disappointed with the fact that they keep reusing this RGB effect. I feel that if they use an orange holo effect like how the Apex holo does for the Paris Major, I feel like it could have gone a whole lot more harder. Bear has texture, which is kind of cool. I think it might be a whole lot cooler to see on Guncrest. I think it's a whole lot more, I wouldn't say creative, but I think it feels like it just looks cooler in general. So I'll probably put it better than Clem Mystic. I feel like it's definitely still applicable in some cases. Whether or not it's better than 3D Max, that's really up to the amount of color that it offers. When it comes to the Virtus Pro logo, I don't think it offers too much more color compared to those, so I'll leave it at that. LDLC. Holos, one of the best in the game right off the bat. Comparing it to the other ones though, it holds a good amount of texture to it. I feel like it's more realistic in the texture that it has. It's really colorful. I think it takes the RGB effect, but then it separates the levels in different segments of the LDLC logo, which I think adds just a whole lot more. I guess just a whole lot more to it. Um, I think it's a bit more applicable than the Reason. Um, honestly, might be more applicable than the Dignitas as well. Still, though, I don't think it really compares too much with the S Plus tier stickers. And we'll leave it right at that. And our last Katowice 2014 sticker that we have, that is obtainable, so we're not really touching onto the foils or stuff like that. Navi Holo. So, Navi Holo, once again, it repeats more or less the same things for all the other stickers. It has the RGB effect, a bit disappointing, it doesn't really go too much with that yellow. Nonetheless though, I feel that comparing this one to the other RGB effects, it might be a bit better. I think this one was better than the mouse, for sure, because the mouse doesn't really have its own logo affecting it. Comparing it to LGB, I feel like the RGB effect might be maybe one. Because it's not as creative as well. Like you could tell which stickers Valve like spent a whole lot more time on working with compared to others, like NIP. They had the text going on for it. Virtus Pro, they had that texturing. This is kind of flat. It just has that RGB gradient effect to it, and it doesn't really have all too much going for it. Nonetheless, it is a nice RGB effect. Like I'm not going to deny the fact that the RGB effect that they apply to these is still really good. But comparing it to the other ones, I just don't think it really has that much going for it aside from that. So honestly, I'll probably just leave it at that. So now that's Katowice 2014. Off the bat, that was about 33 minutes of recording time right there. Might edit it down to about just half an hour. But yeah, it's going to be a long while. If you don't already have a snack or a drink, I highly advise you get some of those right now. Because now we're going to be going into Cologne 2014. And right off the bat, disappointed with the NIP paper. I feel that if they didn't include the OG NIP text with the NIP logo and it just filled the Cologne circle, it could be a whole lot better. Of course, I have to start considering the fact that Cologne has a blue border compared to it, so the color contrast is kind of dog shit, in my opinion. It's pretty bad. I do like the fact that the ESL logo is in the background using the same color scheme. But that's just a Cologne thing. That really isn't too much affecting the NIP thing. Probably worse in complexity. Um, Probably leave it at C minus, considering the other stickers we're going to be seeing on this tier list. And I'll just leave it right at that. It's a pretty bad sticker. Copenhagen Wolves, though, on the other hand, this one I feel does the job as a sticker a whole lot better. It fills up that ESL border a whole lot. It holds, I think, a nice yellow, which could be applicable or more applicable than some of the other stickers. Of course, the contrast between the yellow and the blue, I don't think is too good in this case. You can't even see the ESL patterning in the background either. Still, though, I do prefer a version where this one fills up entirely. Do like the design of the wolf. Text might be a bit too large for me. Aside from that, I'll probably just leave it at that right there. Team Wolf, probably better than NIP. It's one of the first kind of red stickers that this major offers. Um, I don't think it really fills up too much, even if there were no text and it didn't fill too much. I feel that it's kind of not as good of a logo compared to all the other ones going into it. So I'll probably just leave it right over there. Next up, Virtus Pro. When it comes to Virtus Pro, I wish that they filled up the ESL border a whole lot more. I don't know why the background is brown, considering that the logo is kind of orange. Better than NIP, I think it has a whole lot more applicability than Team Wolf. Probably in the C tier with Copenhagen Wolves, but I don't think it's better than Copenhagen Wolves as a sticker for the most part. And I'll leave it at that. Fnatic. This is where they add the Fnatic text to the bottom of it. I think as a CS sticker anyways, not as popular of a decision. Text isn't as big as NIP. I think it's better than Wolves. I don't think it matches or is at the same level of just being a good sticker as all the C tier ones. Probably leave it over there. That paper, that logo, I think is pretty good. It's really complex. You could consider it to be a red sticker logo. I think the color scheme with the blue might not be too good. I think it's probably better than NIP, probably better than Team Wolf. Maybe, actually, I think it's better than Fnatic, because when it comes to the text anyways, I feel like it actually adds a bit to the logo. Because if it was just an image of a wolf, I feel like it wouldn't be as creative. I do wish that the wolf might have filled the entire thing. At the same time, I feel it could be a bit too complex. In this case, like seeing most CS logos nowadays, they're a whole lot more simpler, and I think that that's for good reason. I feel there's a whole lot more applicability on crafts and stuff like that. And so I'll probably just leave that right over there. Still a good sticker. Hellraisers, it's Hellraisers. I'm still biased for it. But one thing I do want to point out for the Hellraisers sticker in this case is that when it comes to Cologne, the text and its curve fits perfectly with the border. And right off the bat, I think that puts it definitely better than even Copenhagen Wolves. It's a nice logo nonetheless. Maybe it would have been better if the Hellraisers logo was a bit bigger. And maybe you keep the text at the same size. Might be a whole lot better. I think it has a bit of applicability to it compared to the other stickers. You know, it's full red. It's very simple. I don't remember if the scriptability for this major was decent, but either way, when you apply stickers like these, it is still decently small, so you have to get what you can get, essentially. So I'll leave Hellraisers right over there. Navi, once again, not too much of a fan of the old version of the Navi logo. And in this case, I feel that the Cologne doesn't really do much for it in this case. I mean, better than NIP. but when it comes to comparing it to Team Wolf and Fnatic, I don't think it's probably better than those either. In fact, I'm gonna start moving these down a bit, just start spreading things out. Might move Hellraisers up. Complexity, the fact that it's borderless, I might leave it in front of the Hellraisers. Let's leave it at that. Alright, moving on. Epsilon. Um, Honestly, it does a whole lot of things right. The color scheme matches and stuff like that. But then it's kind of just bland. Like, it's okay for logos to be simple, but I feel like this logo is so simple that there's not really much that it has. The text is large, it actually goes into the border of it. Um, I think that for a CS sticker anyways, it's not really doing too much for it. Um, Probably more applicability than the NIP. Of course, there were still a bunch of NIP fans back in that day. Actually, honestly, I might rank it below the NIP in this case. It just doesn't really have much going for it. Like, it's just white, a touch of blue that you could barely even see. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Cloud9, first time we see this team coming into majors. Cloud9 as well, one of my favorite teams as well on a personal level, so might be a tad bit of bias for that. During the early stages, I know that they had the Cloud9 text inside of it. The 9 in the Cloud9 text, I think, is a whole lot creative. You could see how they take it right out of the logo. When it comes to Cloud9 logo, I respect it a whole lot. It's really creative. It just takes a bunch of 9s, shapes it like a cloud. Genius stuff. Colors are nice. Better than Copenhagen, probably at the level of the Hellraisers in this case. Mainly solely because of the color and the fact that it's decently filling for the Cologne border for the most part. I'll leave it right up there. LDLC. Off the bat, it ranks high. The logo itself is blue, so it matches a whole lot with the border and stuff like that. It actually intrudes into the border as well, which makes it a tad bit bigger, offers a bit more value to it. Whether or not it's better than the Cloud9, I think it might be better in this case, because even though the logo is just text, it is essentially the entire logo filling up the entire thing, and a little bit more. And it has a whole lot more blue depth to it, I think it offers, so the craftability might be a bit better for that sticker compared to the others. And yeah, I'll probably just leave it right there. Vox Cologne 2014, definitely more applicable than some of the others. Better than Fnatic in this case, because just looking at the icons on the tier list, it looks a bit bigger than the Fnatic. It has a whole lot more to offer. Once again, it has that Vox text that I don't necessarily like too much. It intrudes into the border, which I do like, but I think it's probably better than that paper. Maybe even better than VP, because it's just a whole lot more being offered up to it. I'll probably just leave it at that. Titan Cologne 2014. Honestly, for Titan this time around, it doesn't have that splash kind of that it had before. The Titan text also moved to the bottom of it. But essentially, unless if you're a fan of Titan at this era, which was pretty goated, there's once again not entirely too much to offer. I think it does a better job than Epsilon because the text is significantly smaller. The logo's bigger. Of course, this time around, the Holo effects isn't really going to do much for the Titan logo this time around. I think it's better than Team Wolf, though. Team Wolf I just don't like for whatever reason that even I don't even know that I have. I mean, the Titan logo is very neutral, so I guess it can match with the background better than some of the others. But at the same time, craftability wise, the only reason why you'd pop out a craft or have it in general is the fact that it's just a Titan sticker. And I'll probably just leave it there for now. That might be better in its case. London Conspiracy. I think this is one of the first actual purple stickers in the game. One thing I do like about this sticker is that the ESL background kind of matches a bit and it lines up a little bit with the London Conspiracy logo. Logo itself, I think it's alright. It's kind of mid. Probably better than Tumult, probably better than Fnatic, probably better than Titan in this case. I wish the lines in the logo were a bit thicker though. I feel like it could have been a better CS logo in this case. If they were a bit thicker, I feel like it would have been a whole lot more craftable on some of the gun skins. Aside from that though, considering that it's Cologne, still respectable nonetheless. I might rank it better than that in this case. That I feel might be a bit too overcomplicated. I'll leave it right at that. Dignitas. Okay. Even for the paper, this is automatically a goated sticker. Honestly, I'll leave it right in B minus as well. Because when it comes to Dignitas' paper sticker anyways, it is just really nice because it's round. The border's also round. And it just lines up kind of perfectly. And it just looks good. It seems like that the border is somewhat seamless in this case. So, one more thing I'm also noticing is that looking at the logo this time around compared to the other one, I think it's a bit lighter in the eyes, which I mean, depending on who you are, it could be better, it could be worse. In this case, I think it might be a bit better. I think, now I think about it, might have more to offer than the Navi from Katowice 2014. I mean, of course, I can't really rank it too high because I still have the Holos I need to put on this list as well. Still, though, automatically, a whole lot more craftability, a whole lot more purpose that that sticker has. And now we're at iBuyPower. So, once again, in this case, iBuyPower, the only thing it really has going for it this time around is the fact that the iBuyPower logo looks really nice. And the fact that this time around the color scheme kind of looks like it has a metallic effect to it. For paper, that might add a whole lot more value to people. And I mean, of course, and the fact that it's iBuyPower, scandals and all that stuff because they weren't in there. The sticker just shoots up in price. It looks good. Creativity wise, I think there's not really much going for it. I think I might put it. Actually, no, I don't think it deserves to be in C. I think it's a decent logo for sure. Has a whole lot more applicability, but at the same time, I don't think it compares to the level of creativity and actual craftability for all the other ones over here in C+. And I'll probably just leave it right there. Moving on to the Holos for Cologne. Once again, NIP, definitely better than its paper counterpart because it's a holo, but at the same time, there's not much going for it. I think they kind of recycle the holo effect from its Katowice 2014 counterpart. Um, right off the bat, it probably will put itself at maybe a C minus. It's somewhat better. At the same time, I think the holo effect might be maybe a tad bit thin on this one. It's a lot more like toned down for sure. The brown is still very visible in the background and in the logo. So I don't think it really has too much going for it. Fnatic, more or less the same story. It'll be probably ranked very similarly to the NIP one. It just has the same exact kind of RGB holo effect going on in the border. I don't think the holo effect actually affects the logo all too much, which might actually be a good thing in this case because it still preserves some of that Fnatic color to it. Probably better than that. I don't think it reaches C just yet. BP, probably better than a whole lot of these. Once again, same kind of purplish RGB effects to it. Holo effect. Doesn't necessarily affect the logo too much. Better than Copenhagen Walls. Might have to spread these a bit further down once we introduce more holos to it, but I'll probably just leave it there for now. Epsilon is kind of dog shit. Holo effect doesn't really save it whatsoever. So essentially it's the same thing, just with a bit of an RGB shiny border. Not really too good. I might just leave it in D plus. I had where all the other stuff is. Let's see. Hellraisers. Once again, it is Hellraisers, so I'm a little bit biased towards it. Holo effect actually affects the logo in some cases. It's not as textured as the Katowice 2014 one, but it does affect the logo nonetheless. You could tell that Valve spent a little bit more time on it. There's a bit more texture going on in the logo. You can see the shiniest effect, the text, and the goggles is what I'm going to call it. Another thing to point out, the RGB effect in the ring this time around isn't RGB entirely. It's more or less, what's it? Kind of purplish reddish. I'll probably leave it in front of the Dignitas paper. I think it has a bit more to offer than the Dignitas paper, so I'll leave it there. Team Wolf, I'm gonna treat it as if it's a Team Wolf paper, or just somewhat higher. Probably better than, actually not, probably in between the Fnatic and the NIP in this case. Actually, well, looking at it, never mind. That's a big never mind. Nope, that RGB effect is a whole lot better now that I look at it. So RGB effect, same thing going on in the ring for the border, but the saturation for the RGB effect on the actual Team Wolf logo, that is actually kind of goated. That might place it, no, that's C plus automatically. Better than IBP. Better than actually a whole load of these, now I think about it. I'll leave it C plus. If there isn't any sticker that I think is better than Team Wolf and not as good as Hellraisers, I might move this one up to around the Navi Katowice 2014. See how it goes. Copenhagen Wolves. I think this one is also a popular holo sticker. Looking at the holo effect, kind of similar to the Team Wolf holo effect, except it doesn't really touch onto the sticker logo all too much. Just the wolves and just the eye of the wolf, which might be hard to see. Depending on the guns you put it on. I like the stripes on it though. The colors that it offers, really diverse. RGB ring is still decent as well. Comparing it to the Team Wolf sticker though, I think that it might be worse than Team Wolf, but it still definitely offers a whole lot more than some of these other stickers. I'll just leave it right at that. Navi, Navi's Navi. Um, I mean, in game, it's like the Katowice 2014 version, just really toned down. Very similar RGB effects to it. I don't think it offers too much though. And, oh, I mean, comparing it to NIP, I think it might actually be better in this case. So I'll probably leave it right over there. And next up, Cloud9. A whole lot of texture in this one compared to some of these other ones. Surprisingly, or actually, well, not surprisingly, disappointingly, it's only in the borders for the actual logo itself. I wish that maybe that this holo effect and this texture would be put into the actual C9 logo. Nonetheless, though, it still has a texture effect. It still has a decently strong RGB effect to it. Probably leave it right up there. I think it's better than a lot of these papers. I don't think it has the level of greatness as the other C plus ones. I'll just leave it there. LDLC. Kind of a toned down version of Katowice 2014. Very similar story to the Nautis Vincier one. I think it might be more toned down than the C9, but I think it probably still offers a bit more because once again, the border kind of matches the LDLC logo very well. So it's a bit more seamless compared to C9. But then at the same time, I still think that Team Wolf and Copenhagen Wolves might be a bit better as an option for sticker than LDLC in this case. And then Vox. Yeah, same story. Border kind of textured a bit, kind of hollowed, but it's very minimal. I don't think it offers too much. I think it might be better than VP. Um, I still don't think it really offers too much to compare to even the papers for these. Um, color, I guess, is alright, but once again, it doesn't match the border too much. The background is brown for some reason, so I'll probably leave it right there. Tie-in, once again, this is what I was kind of warning about earlier when I was talking about the tie-in paper. Um, the color scheme for the hollow effect, I think, might actually make it a whole lot less craftable than the paper version. But at the same time, I feel that it's still better in this case because it's a hollow effect nonetheless. I don't think the hollow effect actually affects the logo whatsoever in this. It looks to me, or at least from inspecting in game, that it just affects the whatchamacallit. I think it just affects the actual border. I still think there's a whole lot of fans for tie-in. I know this is probably an expensive sticker, so I'll probably leave it right in front of the Fnatic in that case. Alright, that hollow. This one is a popular one. I'm aware of that. I think it might be the most popular one for Cologne. Hollow effect is nice, very similar to Copenhagen Wolves and Team Wolf. Whether or not it's better or worse than those two, though, I guess leaves it up to debate. For now, I'll stick it in between the Team Wolf and the Copenhagen Wolves because, Team Wolf might have more to offer, but at the same time, that has a whole lot more detail to it, which has me really contested to make a decision. Once again, the Hall effects, it doesn't really touch too much on the Wolf, just the outline of it. So honestly, I might just leave it in between the Team Wolf and ahead of the Copenhagen Wolves in this case. I think the Hall effect, once again, it's really strong. It has a whole lot more to offer, I think, than Copenhagen Wolves. But at the same time, when it comes to the Hollow effect, I think the Team Wolf Hollow might have a whole lot more hollow inside of it than the Team Dot. So I'll probably just leave it right there. And while I'm at it, made a decision to also move these up as well to separate from all the C plus ones. Yeah. So, London Conspiracy. When it comes to the London Conspiracy Hollow, the color kind of matches better to the border. I'm noticing there's actual really tiny London Conspiracy logos in the border. Really hard to see. I didn't even notice that it was there until I just inspected it now. Well, honestly, kind of creative. It's just too bad that you can't see it. Purple, once again, kind of matches well with the background. It's not RGB, I don't think. Kind of like a cool color gradient to it. Honestly, that's a respectable hollow, I would say. Probably along the lines of better than C9. I still think that if it was a bit thicker with its logo, it might be a whole lot more contested between LDLC and this. I'll probably just leave it right there for now. I buy Power Hollow. I know this one is definitely a more expensive one for the Cologne collection. Not much going for it. There's a bit of texture in the border. The only real thing that's being affected in the hollow effect would maybe be the red bits of the iBuy Power logo. I can barely see it in the actual iBuy Power Tiger itself. Better than paper version, of course. I think, anyways. I think it matches better with the purple than the blue border. Whether or not it gets placed better than C9, though, I think it does, honestly. Honestly, better than Conspiracy. I think it has... Actually, no. Conspiracy is full purple. It has a whole lot more craftability, I think, anyways, compared to iBuy Power, so I think that's respectable. I'll leave it at that. Oh, and more, yep, okay, those are the words right out of my mouth. So that might be a popular one to collect, but I know that the most expensive one right off the bat is Dignitas. I completely forgot about this one. It recycles the same holo effect from Katowice 2014, and that's not a bad thing in this case. Right off the bat, honestly, this place is really high because it just has a whole lot to offer. Honestly, I think it might even be better than this Katowice 2014 one because it doesn't have the Katowice 2014 text to it. So, honestly, I'm gonna start moving these up a bit because, like, even comparing it to its Katowice 2014 counterpart, there's a whole lot there. It is perfectly round. It is hollow. Like, it looks good. So I'll probably leave it right behind the Katowice 2014 because I think it might still be a bit smaller than it, but it sure as hell offers more or less the same thing as a Katowice 2014 does. It is still, I think, a respectable haul for sure, better than the Katowice 2014 one. And yeah, probably leave it at that. I'm gonna start moving some of these colognes up a bit. I feel like these should probably deserve a bit more respect. Um, Probably move these two up into A minus before the LDLC and the Vox. I think as a logo they match pretty well, but since I don't think they're better than some of these other Katowice 2014 ones. Um, the Holos I think might also be better than some of these. I think LDLC, Link Conspiracy, and White Power might be better than Navi. Hmm. In a way, I'm a bit contested because I'm thinking about swapping the Fanatics with the Clan Mystic. But at the same time, I'll probably just move it up a bit. So Team LDLC is before the LGB. I think LGB has more craftability, but then the LDLC has a really good hull effect, and I think it will look better compared to these default low tier kind of Katowice 2014 ones. Line Conspiracy, good craftability. I'll probably put it in front of the Clan Mystic. Should I put it? Yeah, it's pretty creative, I think, but it still doesn't really offer too much. It has the logo repeat in the background, but you just can't see it. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I think I might leave it right over there. And while I'm at it, I might as well start to move some of these down a bit as well. Because I'm not gonna lie, these are pretty dog water stickers. Team Wolf might still be good. I think, honestly, Team Wolf does feel a bit probably better than Fnatic. Um, the rest of these I'll probably keep as is. Yeah, I think it might be good. So this is essentially what the tier list looks like now after incorporating Cologne 2014. And now we have to move on to the third major for the 2014 year, and that's Dreamhack 2014. So, right off the bat, Dreamhack border compared to the Cologne border is really different. There might be a whole lot less or a whole lot more to offer. And another thing to point out is that instead of having a holo for just about every single sticker, it's just for, I think, Legend Stage or what it was called back then, if I am wrong. So in some cases it might be better, in some cases it might be worse in Cologne. Right off the bat, Fnatic, bit contested. They keep the Fnatic text. I think the orange might be a bit more orange compared to the Cologne. I think craftability wise, the black background might be better than the blue border in this case. So now it's more or less about grading it compared to the other ones. So I think it's better than a whole lot of these, but comparing to like London Conspiracy, I think London Conspiracy might be more applicable. Penta, first major we're seeing this team. I think their logo very simple, but I think the color scheme is ugly as hell. Um, I don't necessarily like the text on it. Even if the text wasn't there, though, I don't think it offers too much. I think Navi Cologne might even be better than it. It's a pretty bad sticker. Yeah, I'll leave that there. NIP, once again, not doing too good. It's probably better than the Cologne at this point because Cologne, they could have matched the logo with the entirety of its border really well. But this time around, I think the text might be in a better place. One thing to point out, which is very minimal, but if you do notice that the text doesn't actually intrude onto the NIP logo as much as the one in Cologne did. I think right off the bat, I might make things better. The border is a bit brown. Honestly, better than Penta. I still think it's as good as the Navi in Cologne. Because Navi in Cologne is pretty ugly as all. But at the same time, I think it still has more to offer compared to NIP and Dreamhack. So yeah. Navi in Dreamhack, better than a good few that we've seen so far. I think now it's more or less comparing it to the Fnatic. Fnatic might be a bit better in this case because once again, these stickers are the borders for DreamHack stickers are massive, kind of. Essentially for all the paper and the foil ones, they're essentially not going to get too much going for it. So it really depends on how large the logo actually is. I think the orange from the Fnatic might be better than Navi. I think it might even be worse than the case for that, even. Maybe even better than Titan as well, honestly, because Titan, it's neutral, it's blue, it kind of blends in with the background a little bit. Fnatic might D-rank a bit as well. Honestly, I might put it behind the Titan now that I realize the neutrality for the Titan. Virtus Pro falls more or less the same thing. Better than Fnatic and Navi, I think, anyways. Um, Once again, unless if their logo is like gray and like black and white, like maybe Penta is, then it would match better with the DreamHack paper background. But then even with that, Penta has a blue border for whatever reason. So not exactly too good of an offer. Alright. Escape Gaming. I had no clue this team existed until I just saw it just now. Uh, Honestly, looking at the other team that I have no clue existed ahead, I think this one doesn't really have much more or have much at all to offer. Maybe if the bear was a whole lot larger, I feel like it could have been a pretty goated sticker. Aside from that, though, I think it probably does a better job at being a sticker than NIP, probably better than Penta. Uh, hmm. Honestly, I think craftability wise, I don't think it's better than VP in this case, but I feel that the blue might be a bit better than maybe not Fnatic, but definitely better than Navi though. So I'll leave Escape Gaming right over there. So now my XMG, never heard of this team before either. Essentially, when it comes to comparing this one, I would have to directly compare it to the other bear. I think it has a bit more to offer. The text might be massive, but at the same time, I feel like the text gives it personality. It intrudes a whole lot into the border, surprisingly, comparing to some of these other stickers. So I think it might be placed better than Fnatic, better than VP even. I think better than Titan and Dot maybe because of how much personality it gives to the sticker itself. Probably leave it at that. LDLC. So when it comes to LDLC as a sticker, it's alright for the most part. It's not an angle, surprisingly, compared to like even Cologne and Katowice. This one is just perfectly upright, perfectly straight. Border, it's light blue, but at the same time I feel like it's not doing it much any good. I think it's decently large, might be better than Fnatic, might be better than VP, probably better than Titan, and better than that. Probably not better than, actually no, I think it's a bit more colorful, better than XMG. Blind Conspiracy though, I think it probably does it a bit better. Alright, Copenhagen Wolves. Seeing a return for them coming up in this major. Of course, once again, their logo is pretty large, so it fills a good chunk of the sticker. Also has a yellow border, so off the bat, it probably does, in my case, better than a good chunk of these. Probably goes up to here. I guess it's just comparing it to my XMG now. I think my XMG might be better because it intrudes a whole lot more and fills up that sticker a whole lot more than Wolves does. So I'll probably just leave it right over there. C9. Okay, so when it comes to C9 in this case, not much going for it. Not a whole lot of creativity that I'm seeing anyways. I mean, there's not really much room for creativity either way. Comparing it, I think it fills up the logo pretty well. Fnatic might fill it up better than C9 though, and there isn't really a specific color that matches well with the Dreamhack logo. So, not really too much I can really say. Even though Cloud9 is a bit more leaning towards a higher side for me though, I can't really say that there's much you can do in this case. And speaking of which, even comparing it to Dignitas, essentially you just have to compare the logo. And in this case, I think Dignitas pretty decent. I think it probably does better than Wolves and XMG, but at the same time, then it goes with the color scheme of the backgrounds, which in this case is yellow. Could be good in some cases, could be not good. I guess that if you really think about it, it's the only sticker that kind of matches the background a little bit. But at the same time, the way it's executed, I feel it doesn't really do it much at all. So I'll probably just leave it there. Hellraisers. Once again, bit of a Hellraisers fan, but at the same time, not much going for it, really. I think, once again, better than a good chunk of these. Applicability-wise, I think it's better than that in this case, but I don't think it does its job any better than Wolves or XMG. It doesn't really fill up the logo too much. Maybe if the text wasn't here and it was just larger, like Berlin maybe, it could have been ranked a whole lot higher. So I'll probably just leave it there. Flip side, first time we're going to see them for this major. I think it's... Is it the first green sticker? Yeah, it is. It is the first actual green sticker that we'll see. And it ain't done well, I'll tell you that. But I'll give it this. It does fill up the logo a whole lot. It's definitely the first applicable sticker for being green. I think it does a better job than Hellraisers in this case, because Hellraisers, it might be, it may have its own little actual mascot behind it, but in like Flipside is technically just 2 letters and a dot. At the same time, the fact that it's green though might give it a whole lot more value with people compared to some of these other items. I'll probably just leave it between these two because XMG and Wolves, nice logos, but at the same time, Flipside is more applicable. It's simple. I'll leave it at that. Bravado. Actually, wait, hold on. Did I say that right? No, yeah, Bravado. So Bravado has text inside of it. It's kind of thin. Comparing it to even C9, I think C9 does it way better. I think it might be better than Navi though. I think its logo could have a bit more craftability to it. It matches well with its border, I guess. Escape Gaming might be better craft though. I'll just leave it right there. Oh, right, Boston Dynamics. So when it comes, oh wait, no, sorry, not Boston Dynamics. I'm thinking of something else. Planet Key Dynamics. Also haven't heard of a team like this. They have a sick logo, I'm not gonna lie. It has like a 3D little planet and what I'm going to assume is like kind of a belt just going around it. That is sick as hell, honestly. Off the bat, it does better than a whole chunk of it, even better than Flipside. Comparing it to Dignitas, honestly better as well. It intrudes into the background a bit. The orange matches well with its border. And I think, if I stand correct, I think it's the only major that they attend as well. This is sick, honestly. This might go pretty good on an Asimov. I'm not entirely sure. Probably better than LDLC. I still think London Conspiracy might be a bit better in this case compared to Dynamics. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I Buy Power. Last sticker they managed to get inside the games. Too bad there's no holo version of this. So this time around they went for something. They went for negative space for the logo, but then it's kind of not because if you look at it, it's kind of textured in game, which doesn't really match the background. Honestly, kind of an ass sticker. I'm not really too much of a fan of this negative spacing. Um, Once again, the text is still there. Um, and the border for some reason is just a little bit lighter than the actual reds in the sticker itself. Probably better than a hefty chunk of these, but I don't think it is as good as how it is in this case. I think people would only buy it for the fact that it's rare and it's, well, I buy power. So I'll probably just leave it there and we'll have to see. Might have to start spreading out C- as well to lower tiers. So gonna start to do that while I'm at it. Let's see. Team Wolf. I'll D rank. I'd be happy to pretty much D rank a good chunk of these. I'll probably keep it so maybe Titan is still up there. I think Titan might still have more applicability, but at the same time, when it comes to Dreamhack, there's not really much you could really do when it comes to its papers that I think is worthy compared to some of these other stickers going forward. But at least that's over now because now we have the Holos. So, NIP Holo, mix of two different kinds of patterns. One being kind of an RGB effect to it that you could tell is recycled from the other majors, and it's like the Dreamhack text. Um, Color scheme this time around is starting to take on that NIP kind of brown into it. Honestly, it ain't as bad. Honestly, I feel that this could be a respectable holo for sure. Um, hmm, Better than Cologne, I think. So I'll probably leave it. Hmm, I think it's better than these. Maybe even better than some of these because it's a bit more applicable because there is no background it has to deal with. Yeah, I'll leave it right there. VP, nice texture and coloring in the background. Holo effect doesn't affect the logo itself, but honestly, I think that might be what helps it out, if anything, compared to Cologne. Um, Definitely does better than NIP. Probably better than a good chunk of these Cologne papers, I think. In fact, I'll probably move up NIP ahead of the iBuy Power. In this case, probably move this up next to the Navi paper. It's really nice. It has the RGB effect, so it has some decent craftability. It saves the Virtus Pro logo and the orange border around it all. So I think I'll probably leave it there. Navi Holo, very similar. I think it might be the exact same background texturing as the VP, but essentially it follows the same thing. Yellow borders. It preserves the Not So Sincere logo inside of the holo effect, and then it's still an RGB holo, very similar to VP. I think VP might do it better though. So for craftability, I'll probably just leave it right there. Fnatic, had bit of a different holo effect. Sort of, not really. Orange border, Fnatic logo, and text is preserved, but then I don't really like the fact that it's text, so essentially we're just comparing it for the fact the logos, because these are just the same exact holo effects. Just like these, Navi behind, Fnatic in middle, VP in front. So now, Dignitas. It doesn't have the same level of creativity as Cologne does. It does have a different texture in the background, which is kind of zigzagging. I think that's kind of cool. Of course, it's still Dignitas. I think this will probably rank higher than all of these so far. Probably better than iBuy Power. I think it probably has a little bit more to offer. Probably put Virtus Pro Holo ahead of that and the VP. I'll probably move Dignitas behind, actually, just behind the Clan Mystic. Yeah. And yeah, leave it at that. And for our final Dreamhack Holo, the Cloud9 Holo, which is honestly, you could tell they put a whole lot of work into it. It's the only blue holo for this major, and they went, and you could tell Valve went hard in it because like you can see the C9 logo dressed up all in the background. It's really nice and blue. The holo effect affects the text in a way that kind of reminds me of the Titan holo in a way. I mean, of course, you're not going to be looking at the Dreamhack text. You're going to be looking at the sticker itself. Nonetheless, very respectable holo, guaranteed. I think it definitely places really high in this tier list for sure. Um, I mean, at the same time, I have to compare the fact that it's also really applicable. Honestly, it might be an S. It's really creative. Even though it is kind of bottlenecked by the fact that it's a DreamHack sticker, probably better than Reason because it is a blue one. It's a really nice blue. It's a nice and light blue, you know. Um, Probably not as good as the Diggy, so I'll leave it right there. And now we're just gonna be working with the foils. Essentially, when it comes to the foils for this major, I mean, it doesn't look foily to me. For me, it looks kind of plasticky, if anything. And also, at the time of recording, I don't know if my inspect is bugged or not, but it is really dark as hell. I don't know if Valve is going to fix that or anything. Probably will. But I'll just have to go off of that. It's really dark. It's really plasticky. Better than, of course, its regular counterparts. But essentially, craftability wise, it's going to be the exact same. So VP in this case, I'll probably rank it better than its VP paper, but probably not as good. NIP, I'll probably rank it at the top D. I don't think it has as much craftability compared to some of these, but I still have to respect the fact that it's a foil Navi. I'll probably just stick it a little bit in front. Same thing with Fnatic in this case. Cloud9. Once again, not much really going for it. Mainly the Holos people would unbox these for. Probably just stick it right here, right next to him. Diggy foil. Still not much going for it. And like for me, it just looks a bit plasticky. So I'll probably put it ahead of Dynamics. But once again, I don't think it's as craftable as some of these other ones. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna move Penta down a rank because of just how dog water that color scheming is. And essentially, that would be DreamHack 2014 as well. So far, spread things out a bit more. Have a bunch of D minuses now. Might move these around a little bit because the thing is, the more and more you keep adding stickers to, it gets a whole lot more harder to compare these realistically. Because it's like comparing like a Krakow sticker to like one from like a whole other area. Like, it gets hard. Aside from that though, let's move on to Katowice 2015. Alright, so Katowice 2015, one of my favorite sticker designs for a major. It makes things a whole lot more simpler, and things just look, I think, a whole lot better in this case because a whole lot more logos have a chance to stand out. Borders as well. It's very neutral, similar to Dreamhack, but I feel that because it doesn't have as much of an outline and such, it gives a whole lot more space for your stickers to shine, I guess. So, start us off, we have the NIP paper, essentially. Once again, I have to kind of grade it just like its 2014 counterpart. Off the bat, though, I think this is a whole lot better than a whole lot of the stickers already. I'll probably put it in C tier for now, probably ahead of the papers, and probably behind the Holos in this case. Actually, no, C minus. I'll put it in between London Conspiracy and Diggy. Once again, they removed the text for the NAP logo, and the NAP logo is massive. I think it's bigger than the size of the Diggy in Dreamhack. So essentially, you have a whole lot more to work with. One of my favorite majors as well, so you also have to expect a little bit of bias going into it. But aside from that, that's NIP. TSM, color scheme is kind of awful, kind of pretty bad. I'll probably rank it below the NIP, but I still feel like, actually, no. Bring it below NIP. I feel like some of these dream hacks might be better when it comes to applicability, compared to NIP. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Penta, very similar story to TSM in this case. I feel that TSM might be a better logo than Penta, even though Penta is a tad bit bigger. Um, and yeah, that's pretty much just my thoughts on it. NV, I think in this case, I think NIP logo is better than NV. NV might have a better color scheme. It might be a bit more applicable for skins. Um, I'll probably just leave it in front. London Conspiracy, I still feel like it has a bit more applicability. VP, bought a craft off the market that had a bunch of these for pretty cheap. Pretty good deal. Better than Cologne papers, I feel. Probably better than some of these holos because it's pretty massive in this case. I don't mind the text this time around. I still think it adds a whole lot more personality to that VP logo. Um, hmm, Probably doesn't beat Dreamhack holos though. Probably wait for the later ones. Fnatic, uh, worse than VP in my opinion. Probably not as good as the holos, I think. Better than some of these papers because of just how large it is. Once again, Fnatic still has the text in their logo. Not too much of a fan of that. I'll leave it there. Counter Logic Gaming, first time we're going to see them. I like their color. I think one of the very few cyan sticker logos that we'll see on this list. Off the bat, I think it'll probably do better than VP, even though I don't really like how they did the text for Counter Logic. Um, I think the black and blue go really well, so I think it's probably better than IBP. I don't think it's probably actually. Hmm. I'll rearrange this a little bit. Probably make it so better than C9 because I know for a fact that it's probably better than a good chunk of these Colognes. Uh, Holo might be better. Holo is better, and I'll leave it right there. Navi, honestly, because of how packed and how dense the Navi logo is this time around for Katowice 2015, I think we might actually do it a favor because from afar it looks kind of nice because of how packed and with text it all is, and like the yellow matches well with the white and the black. I honestly think this is a better sticker than the Fnatic. I honestly think it probably is around right before the VP. I still think VP is probably a better sticker. I do know that it's a bit more expensive, and I can definitely see why it is. Vivo Key, the only major that they attend. Not bad logo, honestly. Text isn't bad. I think the details for Vivo Key's logo is pretty good. The black shields and the yellow match really well with its background and the counterparting text. Better than Fnatic. I think Navi might do a better job as a sticker though. Comparing to it because like Navi, it's really dense. Vivo Keyed, I still think the colors may be a bit too neutral. And there might be not enough details for it to really compete too well. So I'll leave it there. Flip side, green sticker. Off the bat, it's going to be ranking a whole lot higher. Because of the black, I think it matches way better compared to the others. I would say it definitely contests a whole lot with VP in this case. Because once again, flip side, very simple logo, but the fact that it's green automatically makes it a whole lot higher in value. Or at least for me, it would. Because there's a whole lot of green skins in the game, you know? You have to be able to craft it with something. And when it comes to team logos, anyways, I think Flipside does a pretty good job at doing that. Logic, I think, might be a better logo. I think it's a whole lot more, yeah, I can't say sophisticated, but I feel like it has more detail to it. Has more craftability than these, I think. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Cloud9, once again, nice logo, bit biased. Better than his Cologne version. When it comes to Cloud9, I still don't like the fact that there's text there. I think it's probably worse than Flipside and Logic for that reason. Even Logic, it has text, but at the same time, it's barely visible because of how thin and small it is compared to its logo. Cloud9, I feel like it intrudes a bit into the space that the logo has. The white border as well, I'm not really too much of a fan of in the stage of Cloud9, so I'll probably leave it right over there. Hellraisers. I like this logo. I like it for good reason. Uh, Once again, it's a red sticker. Looking at all the other ones, there's not as much competition this time around compared to like Katowice 2014. There's not really much it can do to blend in too much. I mean, of course, it has a red outline. It could maybe match better with the sticker background itself. I think it is pretty good, but at the same time, I feel like actually no. I'll probably move these three ahead of the NIP because I still don't like the fact that the text is there. I'll leave it there. 3D Max, really nice one. I think in this case it'll probably do better. In fact, it'll probably D-rank Hellraisers too. Honestly, probably ahead of just the C9. Once again, nice color scheme that 3D Max has. The black matches really well with the internals of the sticker. Probably move these ahead. In fact, I'll probably move these heads of the C9 as well and leave it right there. Titan. So one thing I'm noticing is that the text for the sticker border is blue compared to white, even though the logo is technically white for the most part. There is technically like a really thin blue outline around it. I know that this sticker is decently popular on some sticker crafts. At the same time, I feel like it doesn't really do it too much though compared to the others. I think it's probably better than C9, better than Hellraiser, just because this time around there is no text. But comparing it to all the other ones, I don't think it does too much more. Yeah, I'll leave it right there. LGB, follows the same story. It's reds, no logo, so I think it's better than Hellraisers for that reason. 3D Max, yeah, 3D Max is probably better in this case. Better than Complexity, I think. When it comes to comparing it to Titan, though, because if you get a Titan sticker for a blue sticker, it doesn't do a good job. If you get for Titan sticker, though, it does a really good job at it, though. So I'll probably just do LGB higher because it does better as a red sticker. Vox, I believe it's the only yellow sticker. Actually, no, Navi. Keep forgetting about that. Um, hmm. This time around, the Vox logo isn't as large. You can see it compared to like the Fnatic and the Navi, for example. Still, though, it is kind of clean, so I'll give it the respect for that. Probably better than C9 for simplicity purposes, but I still think Hellraisers is a little bit better than it. I'll leave it there. So now that's all the papers. Moving on to the Katowice 2015 Holos. So Penta Holo, for the most part, when it comes to the gray Holos for Katowice 2015, not really much going for it. There's a bit of this triangle texture to it, but the holo effect isn't really that strong. It is, of course, gray. So I know it's a cheap holo, probably for good reason. I'll rank it better than the Cologne holos. I probably better than Vivo. I think that the papers might be better, and honestly, I'm going to quickly grab TSM to do more of the same thing. I think TSM's version of the holo might be a bit better because of how larger the logo is. I think the holo effect is a tad bit stronger on it. Texturing in the background is also kind of nice, kind of blends in a little bit because of the fact that it's like circles. So I'll probably leave it right there. So Envy Holo. When it comes to Envy Holo, it is technically a blue holo. It's really cool that they have the N part of the Envy logo in the background as well. I think that's really nice. But then I feel that this holo effect is barely existent. Like it's pretty hard to see. I think the color scheme that they use for its hollow effect is really bland, but nonetheless, I still think it's better than some of these. Better than the grays, I think. But comparing it to some of these papers, a bit contested. Probably better than a good chunk of these, but compared to like these paper ones, I don't think it's as good. NIP Hollow. I do want to collect one of these because I think this one is a sick as hell sticker. Essentially, it's a copy and paste of the Katowice 2014 one, except it also includes some of that effect, and that Dreamhack 2014 takes a bit of inspiration from that and puts it all into a really nice sticker, honestly. Um, if I had enough money, I would honestly try to get this. I'm only like a few, like $20 short. So, essentially, they take the NFP part of it, they take the fact that the NFP text and the RGB hollow effect is inside of it, slap it onto what essentially is the Dreamhack hollow effect on the border with NIP text, like in the border itself with RGB effect on the text. Honestly, I think the sticker is cool as hell. Even if it's brown, at this point, I don't think it matters because of just how cool it is. Better than the Dreamhack version, guaranteed. Better than Complexity, better than a whole good chunk of the paper. In fact, I think it's probably better, and it is really creative as well. Better than, honestly, its paper Katowice 2015, 14 version. Better than some of these papers. Honestly, I think it's around A tier because it's just really nice, isn't it? Because the text is incorporated inside of it. You don't see the text just lingering somewhere, and you just get this nice large NIP logo with a really nice hollow effect. You can't go wrong with that. And I have to respect it because of how creative and how much work was put into that sticker. Honestly, I think it's around A tier. Probably put it between Diggy and 3D Max for 14. Honestly, the Hollow effect I think is better than this complexity. I don't know why. Wait, yeah, it looks like the Hollow version because yeah, I'm gonna D-rank the complexity Hollow a lot. In fact, I might put it right around here just so I can respect this NIP Hollow a whole lot more because there's just so much work behind it. I appreciate it a whole lot for what it is. And it's like, honestly, looking at the prices nowadays, it isn't really as expensive. Well, I say expensive because like it's still $100 nonetheless, but it is still, I think, a really good sticker. Who knows? All right, moving on. Fnatic. Sadly, unlike the NIP, there is the text on it. And like the thing is, they also incorporated the Fnatic text into the background as well. The Holo effects doesn't affect the actual logo or like the text next to it. It has RGB effect though. I think it's really cool, I guess. I just wish the text wasn't really there. Nonetheless though, I respect it as a holo. I think um looking at it, it probably does a better job than its Dreamhack counterpart. Does better than probably its 2014 holo for sure. Probably yeah, it's better than complexity. Like it's actually I'm gonna D-rank this a little bit more. Complexity Hollow, it's not that cool. It honestly, there's not really much going for it. Probably put it better than Diggy, better than Fox Paper, probably. Oh, actually, I'd probably move it to A tier. Like, it isn't bad at all. It still has a little bit of creativity to it. I just wish Valve went a little bit harder on it. I feel there could have been a lot more. And I might readjust it once I bring in more of these other hollows into it. So we'll have to see. Speaking of hollows, Hellraiser's hollow. This one definitely gets a whole lot of appreciation from me. So similarly to the NIP, they did recycle a little bit from the 2014 major. This time around, there sadly isn't that really saturated, fiery kind of color scheme to it, but it still recycles that fire effects that they used. So you'll see the hollow effects happen in the background and the goggles, and like you see the fire effects in the background and in goggles as well. Honestly, really nice hollow effect. I just wish it was a bit more red compared to pink. I think in this case it's probably better than um, the paper, IVP, and Titan. In fact, I moved that NIP ahead of that one as well. Um, it doesn't have too much. The fire effect is sick as hell. Um, hmm. It's more craftable than NIP one, I think. Probably not as good as Navi Holo from 2014 though. I think that one is just color galore. Alright, and similarly, 3D Max Holo. Bit of texturing like its Katowice 2014 version, but unlike the Hellraisers, it doesn't have that really cool texturing in the background. I'll probably stick it behind the NIP for its holo effect. It's still really cool nonetheless though. I respect it. Alright, Counter Logic Gaming. This one, um, it's cool as well, honestly. So the outline for the Counter Logic logo has a holo effect. You can see the Counter Logic logo inside of it as well. Text is still there, which is a little bit annoying. But at the same time, though, it's still a cool holo effect. One thing I'm confused about is that the holo effect is an RGB one compared to like a traditional flat blue one. Better than 3D Max. Probably not as good as NIP though. Honestly, this could have been a really nice light blue sticker if Valve implemented it in. I know this one isn't really as popular. I don't really see this one get traded around the market too often. Still, though, it is still a really nice sticker nonetheless, so I'll probably leave it there as it is. Alright. VP Holo. If I remember, this is very similar to um, the Fnatic Holo. The difference is, yeah, it recycles the same Katowice 2014 Holo effect for the logo and the text. Background, it uses that same texturing that's put onto the fur of the bear. I think Fnatic might do it a bit better though. Like, logo, I think is better for EP. Actually, yeah, because of that, I might put it ahead of Fnatic for that reason right there. In fact, I don't know why that's behind the paper version. I'm gonna move these up. Probably to ahead of here. Stick it right there. Alright, Vivo Keyed. So, Vivo Keyed Holo follows a whole lot of same patterns. Good inspiration, I think. It's RGB, it's a bit toned down. Not as saturated as some of the others we've seen. It has the star in the background though. I think that is pretty cool in it itself. Adds a whole lot to it. But comparing it to like the Fnatic and the VP though, I think the Fnatic and VP might have a whole lot more for their holo effects compared to the Vivo Keyed in this case, because it's just a star where um the VP and Fnatic I think just have a whole lot more going for it. Alright. LGB, once again, we see a very similar pattern to the red holo effect for Katowice 2015's. It recycles the same holo effect from the Kato 2014 sticker. The background also has the LGB logo spread out, which honestly I think looks kind of nice. Compared to Hellraisers though, I don't think it compares better. Still a red sticker nonetheless. Still, I think it's a whole lot less pinkish than Hellraisers, but still I feel like there's a whole lot more detail in Hellraiser's one that might make it more valued compared to LGB. So I'll leave it there. C9. If I stand corrected, I think C9 uses the same kind of holo effects they did in the Dreamhack one. Essentially C9 logos in the background, really nice blue holo effect, one of the very few blues. I think Dreamhack might be better though, because it is just more blue and more hollow for your money essentially. Once again, they didn't really do much to the actual logo itself, so the logo and the text is still there. And there's still like an outline. So I think I might just leave it right before the Dreamhack Holo. Still a respectable sticker though, still blue, still nice. Flip side. So once again, I'm a bit surprised Valve didn't do like a full green holo. That would have been sick if it looked like, I don't know, an Imperial holo effect for this kind of stuff. But instead they kind of went for an RGB effect. You can see the flip side logo repeated in the background. That's kind of cool. Once again, it's very comparable to Counter Logic in a way. I think it might be better than Logic because it doesn't have its text. Still behind NIP though, because I think NIP is just that creative. In fact, I'll move NIP ahead of mouse, and then I'll leave it right there. Alright, famous Titan Holo from Katowice 2015. Once again, it is another blue holo. Not the look we're in the background this time around, surprisingly or unsurprisingly. The blue is really nice, it really shines. Doesn't have the C9 text, which is really good, I think. But comparing it to like LDLC and the two digs, I think maybe the Titan might just be better than the C9 ones, but I don't think it is as good, as valuable compared to these. So I'll leave it as is. Navi. Navi, if I recall, yeah, shares very similar RGB effects. It does affect the logo this time around, which could be better. It doesn't have any logo or any text repeating in the background. But at the same time, though, I feel that the Holo effect might be a bit stronger. So, probably better than some of these. I think it is stronger in Holo effect compared to VP, so I'll probably just put it ahead. Actually, no. I know it's more valued as well, so I'll leave it ahead for now. And our last one, the Vox Holo. So instead of the full Vox logo being repeated in the background, it's just the middle O part. And honestly, it looks pretty good. It uses more or less the same RGB effects from 2014. So you'll see a whole lot of this stuff carried on. I know this is also a valued one. I do like the logo repeating. Once again, very similar to Flipside and Counter Logic. Probably better than Flipside in this case, but I don't think it's as good as some of the other ones here. Alright, so that's all the holos. Moving on to the foils. Essentially, it's a foil. At least this time around, the foils for Katowice 2015 look a bit more metallic, I would say. Like, they actually look like they're foil stickers compared to just kind of plasticky like Dreamhack. So, right off the bat, probably better. It could have more applicable purposes. But like at the same time, I feel like that some of these dream hacks might be a bit better though. So I'll probably just leave it right in front. It's similar for TSM and Penta, right in front of each other. When it comes to NIP's foil, I think the brown kind of shines a whole lot better in this case. Once again, most of the foils do the exact same job of showing a whole lot of depth. Probably just leave it in front of Envy as well. In fact, I'll probably pre-take Envy and just move it in front as well. Might better than London Conspiracy at this point because the foil effects is definitely like nothing to sleep on whatsoever. Probably better than some of these holos actually. Some. Not all of them though, I don't think. Alright. Vivo Kids. Very similar story. Foil effect makes it look like it's foil, but there's really kind of not much else going for it. They just do the full effect right this time though. So I'll probably just move these around a very similar pattern to how they were. VP, head of everybody. So like Navi as well. Probably put it right below that. Yeah. Alright. So now we got Hellraisers, essentially more or less the same thing. Once again, the foil effect makes it look really shiny, makes it look really nice. The text pops out really well. This could go really well with some, maybe like on a red line, honestly. This could stand out a whole lot. Better craftability than I think some of these other better papers, but I don't think it reaches the level that these holos have. So I'll leave it there. And then essentially we're going to repeat the pattern with flip side. So flip side I thought was better than Hellraisers, so I'll probably leave it up there because once again, it's a green sticker. Let's see, Cloud9. Same thing, same thing. So before the Hellraisers, Counter Logic, ahead of the flip sides, 3D Max, uh, ahead of everything. I mean, of course, I should probably still look at them, but at the same time, it's just standing out too much. There's not really too much going on. I'll probably put the box between those. Tie and foil. I mean, for the most part, it's alright. When it comes to tie and foil, or just about most of these foils, there's no texture in the background. It's mostly matte for the most part. So yeah, not really too much going on there. LGB, pop it in between, and yeah, that's essentially Katowice 2015. Might have to start spreading these out even more now. As we can see, most things are kind of condensing towards the C area, and some of these I kind of don't really agree with that should be in like C and such. So like I might move some of these up. Like for example, honestly, I might move everything in a B minus tier up and just keep it in that order to make room for all of these. And just like so. Probably move these down one more time. And now we can start separating these a little bit better now. Tying I might keep there though. Actually, now I think about it, I don't think these are as good, so I'll probably move this ahead of some of these. Probably keep the foils up here, but not as good though. I think it's pretty good to leave off here. But at the same time, I know that there's not really much stickers that's going to be in the lower tiers, except for some of maybe the Cluj-Napoca ones and some of the Cologne ones that we're going to be doing soon. So I have to start preparing myself for those as well, because I know that, for example, like the Stockholm, Antwerp, some of the Paris stuff, I know is definitely going to be up here as well. It's going to get dense. For now, though, I guess we'll probably just leave it at that. And now we got to move on to the Cologne 2015 ones. All right. All right. So to start us off with the Cologne 2015 sticker lineup, I actually tried collecting these at one point. Only reason why I stopped was because, well, comparably to the other majors, they're kind of pretty ugly. So yeah, to start us off, we have the Renegades paper. This is actually, I think, the first major that the Renegades attend. So when it comes to Cologne, essentially this time around the border is just a triangle. So honestly, I would compare these very similarly to Dreamhack and Cologne. Definitely a lower tier sticker collection in my opinion. Renegades though, I think the logo's kind of sick though. I mean, they're really cheap from what I know about Renegades, but at the same time though, comparing to some of the others, it does offer a whole lot more. Um, Probably better than a good chunk of these. I'd say except GMOs. When it comes to Renegades, the border is actually multicolored compared to some of these other ones, like unless it's Kingwin, and I think it matches really well with the sticker. But aside from that, the sticker is kind of ugly. TSM, they took a weird turn and decided to make their color yellow now. Don't know why. I think it's actually worse than Renegades at this point. They also started to include the TSM text into a logo as well. Not really a popular decision for me. In fact, if anything, I might derank it even farther to below the cut of 2015 ones. NIP. I mean, it doesn't have the text like Dreamhack, but at the same time, it's still pretty bad for the most part. I don't think it's as good as Renegades. Um, Heck, damn, I don't think it's actually better than some of these other ones. Fnatic, it's orange. It's probably better than some of these. Probably not better than the foils though. I think we're going to start filling up essentially the lower C, D, maybe even the E tiers at this point. Envy though, this is where we start to get a little bit better results. It does the job of being a blue sticker really well. This is where they also kind of redesign their logo a bit to complicate it a little bit. It's a bit more complex. The word envy or team envy is like built in on, has like a shiny blue texture to it. I think it's actually kind of cool. But compared to the Katowice 2015 one, I think it's pretty close. For now, I'll probably just leave it right behind it though, because of how much larger the envy for 2015 is. Alright. Kingwin. Logo's kind of cool, I think. I don't really understand the color scheme for the border, and the text I'm not really a fan of because essentially, if any of these logo have any text, it counteracts the text from the Cologne 2015, and it's essentially what is just there for this major, and I don't really think that it looks too good whatsoever. I think it's very comparable to some of the Dreamhack ones. I think Renegades probably does it better though as a team logo sticker. Navi, probably worse than Fnatic. I mean, well, more or less. I think in this case it's probably better because the thing about it is that when it comes to triangles, only like the bottom part has a little bit of that gradient based off of the team logo's color, and like the rest of it is just kind of gray. And I just don't really see why exactly anyone would want that kind of stuff. So yeah. Moving on, Virtus Pro. Once again, we're just gonna follow the patterns I usually have for this kind of stuff. VP, Fnatic, and then Navi in this case. Um, just a tad bit better for the most part. Cloud9 though. This time around, Cloud9 did something a bit different. I'll also move this up a bit. So now for Cloud9, it's more or less the same thing, except for one thing. They got rid of that white border in the background, which honestly, really good move. It looks just like the modern C9 we have today. Now, of course, the issue is there still is the C9 text and the fact that for some reason the triangle isn't really colored up at all. I'll put it probably better than Renegades at this point, but when it comes to comparing it to some of these dream hacks, I honestly don't think I'll probably rank it too high with just how ugly it is. Mouse Esports. Really pinkish, kind of. I think it's kind of comparable to VP and Fnatic at this point. I think VP might do it better. Um, it's not really a sticker that I see anyone crafting with. It's really specific with its colors, so you'd have to put it on like some really dark skins, and I just don't really see the point of these. And kind of Logic Gaming, this time around compared to Katowice 2015, you can definitely see the text a whole lot more. In fact, if anything, I think that's what makes it a bit worse than Cloud9 at this point. It's a whole lot more noticeable. The fonts counteract a whole lot more. And I just prefer the look of the C9 logo for this major. And yeah, I'll probably just leave it at that. Flip side. I don't know why, but the way it's lined up just looks awful. Of course, I still have to give it the fact that it is a green logo. But at the same time, the way that the flip side top lines up the triangle, it's disorienting to me anyways. I don't exactly like it for how it looks. So leave it at that. And Team E-Beetle, the only major that they attend to, and thank fuck for that, because it's not really that pleasant of a logo either. In fact, I think probably NIP does better than this. TSM honestly does better as well. E-Beetle, their logo I don't think is consistent. It's a good logo I guess, but not really one for CS major and stickers. So I'll leave it there. Luminosity, first major for them, and honestly, their logo is goated as hell. That is what I'll essentially give them. I think Luminosity this summer might be the best one because of how nice their logo is in the color scheme that Valve managed to give them for this one. Paper one, definitely better than some of these, for sure. But at the same time, not better than some of these holos, I don't think. Team immunity. I think this is also the only major that they attend as well. And like their logo, it's kind of bland. And like that's kind of it. So I'll leave it there. Color scheme actually matches the background, but I don't think that's really the point this time around. Titan, they actually got their blue border back for the most part. Um, Comparable to Luminosity for sure. I think Luminosity might do it better because of how much larger they are, and I'll just leave those two there. So for Cologne 2015, they didn't do any foil. Sorry, no, they didn't do any holos this time around, and decided to stick with foils for whatever reason. I don't know why. I think it was a pretty bad decision on Valve's part. I would have been interested to see what kind of holo effects we could have seen with some of these teams. A whole lot of blues, not a whole lot of reds, and starting with Renegade's foil. Comparing it to Kato 2015, I think the foil is probably better than maybe one of these, but I don't think it's better than Envy, especially for Renegades. It's a good logo, but it's not that good. Team E-Beetle, it follows very similar patterns. Um, I honestly think that TSM and Penta might do better when it comes to that. Very similarly, NIP. Foil has a very similar color scheme to the Dreamhack kind of color scheme for his holo effect. Aside from that though, the only real thing that it has going is possibly the texture that it has. I mean, of course, in game it's kind of bugged for inspect, so it's a bit dark. Probably not supposed to be like that though. I think Katowice in 2015, like paper does even better than this. So I'll probably leave it maybe ahead of Kingwin because I'm not really too much of a fan of the Kingwin logo. Fnatic, I think in this case, Techs aren't doing much for it, honestly. Probably leave it in a very similar pattern, just behind NIP. I think NIP does better on its foil version than its paper. And same story for Navi. Actually, Kingwin might do better than that one. Like, Kingwin has a bit more detail, I think, than Navi's. And the color scheme ain't doing too well either. VP, had a Fnatic, not much else to it. Envy this time around, I think is decent. I mean, comparing the Envy foil from Katowice 2015 and this one, it's a whole lot more darker in its blue color. I think it makes it look pretty nice. Probably move it up a bit to I feel that like the sticker has a bit more potential. I think it might have more applicability than some of these Grave Katowice 2015 holos. Better than some of these foils. Honestly, I might just stick it right next to its 2015 holo, honestly. In fact, I'll put it right ahead. I think it looks better in game compared to the 2015 one. I'll leave it there. TSM. Okay, this one. It once again, not really a fan of it much at all. But I think it's still probably nah. Actually, no, not even, not even. I'll probably just put it right there ahead of the TSM and the Pentafoil, solely because it has a little bit of piss color, I guess. Actually, not I say it, nah. I'll put it below. The longer I look at it, it just looks worse. And immunity, not much going for it whatsoever. In fact, I think I'll probably leave it like ahead of maybe the TSM and the Penta Katowice 2015 ones. It's pretty bad. Logic Gaming, it is more or less it's just a foil counterpart. This time around, I don't think the foiling doesn't really do too much to the colors or anything like that. So I'll probably just leave it maybe ahead of flip sides. I think the fall might do a bit better than that. I don't think it does better than, actually no, probably does better than Diggy. Kingwin foil. Once again, not really too much of a fan of it. Um, Probably in front of TSM, probably in front of these. I don't think it's probably better than these colognes. And then mouse I'll probably put ahead of those. Actually, why is E-Beetle here? Oh no, that's the foil. Okay. Stick it ahead. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that decision. Flip side, once again, disorienting, but it's still a green sticker nonetheless. I don't think it's that good though. Cloud9, better than flip sides. For some reason this time around, the foils make it look a whole lot like a lighter blue for whatever reason, which I don't particularly like myself. And now we got the good foils. So when it comes to luminosity foil, anyways, the coloring isn't too bad with it. The logo looks really shiny, really metallic. I kind of like that effect. I think it's definitely comparable to some of the Katowice 2015 ones, better than some of the C9s. Better than Titan foil, honestly. Was it better than 3D Max? I don't think so. So I'll probably just leave it there. And it's essentially very similar in stories when it comes to Titan. I think Luminosity still does better though. Better than the foil one because it has a bit more color than the Katowice 2015 foil. Um, I don't think it gets any better than some of these. And, well, yeah, that's Cologne 2015 right over there. Not really too fond of that collection. Well, kind of glad that one's over, but might have to move everything smidge down later on. Except for the fact that we're going to be talking about Cluj-Napoca 2015 next. Honestly, somebody was smoking something while they were doing this. Um, it's pretty bad, honestly. When it comes to Cluj-Napoca, it feels like most of that sticker space is just used up by the star. I feel like if they rearrange things a little bit, it could have been something very similar to how the Berlin or London logos were laid out. Um, but yeah, it's pretty bad. TSM, they learned from their mistakes. They went back to white, but Valve decided to still fuck them either way because they got a really brown, ugly star. I mean, that's pretty much just about everybody. Um, Worse than Cologne. Navi's better. NIP, they don't have the text this time around, which is good, but it is still a very ugly sticker. Nonetheless, Fnatic, somewhat better. I'm gonna start distributing these. Let's see. Envy, definitely a bit more superior solely because it's just blue, and that's kind of it. Counter Logic, definitely on the better side of things. I think it's comparable to Envy, but I think Envy might be better because it's more simple. There's no text. Uh, let's see. Mouse Esports, it's alright, I guess. There's not really much to talk about. This is the first major that we see Team Liquid, and oh my god, are these sticker logos? Oh man. This time around, they're visually they use negative spacing, but the actual sticker design doesn't apply these, thankfully. Um, so essentially, you could treat it like it's a blue logo. I think it's probably at this stage, anyways, better than Counter Logic. I don't think it's as good as Envy at this stage, though. So I'll probably just leave it there. In fact, I'm going to start moving these even lower now. Let's see, Vex Gaming, not much going for this. I'm not going to lie. Maybe better coloring than NIP, but at the same time, it doesn't have much detail whatsoever. In fact, worse than NIP. This is also the first major we see G2 as well. And this is where they start out with their classic red samurai logo. Honestly, it ain't too bad. The red's really nice. It's kind of saturated. It's just too bad it had to be on Cluj-Napoca. Probably better than VP, better than Counter Logic. Better than Team Liquid, dare I say. And I think I'm with Team Liquid down a little bit because I think colors might be a bit too timid. Cloud9, very similar story since we're going to be comparing it just like it as it was Cologne in 2015. Just right above the CLG paper in this case. And another issue that's going on is that even you could see it here, it is a bit hard to read the logos because of how the colors play around with some of these. So yeah, luminosity. I can only really judge it based off of its logo. It's pretty good. It's still large. It's still a nice color. Flip side, it's green, but nobody's applying this, honestly. When it comes to flip sides, it's really large this time around, but at the same time, it's such a bad logo. Or not the logo, the bad sticker. So I'll stick it in front of all these because it still retains the same color. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is. I think this is the last major Dignitas plays. Of course, their logo is massive. I'll probably put it higher. The color, I guess, matches to some extent. At the same time, it's really hard to judge these. Actually, I just realized I should probably move all these down to the lowest tier because I don't think there's any sticker, or any stickers that gets as bad as this. Yeah, probably leave it right there. Titan. Titan is okay, I guess, this time around. I mean, the blue is alright, but I don't think it's really doing any favors. Probably Dignitas does better in this case. And that's essentially the papers. So the thing is, when it comes to the foils for Cluj-Napoca, I can essentially treat it as if it's the same thing because for me anyways, the foil effect doesn't really kick in too much from what I'm seeing. So essentially, I'm doing the same thing. It'll be hard to tell, but foil in front of this, foil in front of here, and like foil in front of here. Actually, wait a minute. Some of the foils, though, they look a bit brighter in some cases. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter too much. So essentially, VP in front of VP, Fnatic in front of Fnatic, Navi, that's supposed to be in front of Navi, G2 in front of G2. Let's see. And yeah, there's not really much texturing. There's not really much else going on for these, so I can just let them be. So luminosity in front of luminosity, mouse in front of mouse, TL in front of TL, Cloud9 in front of Cloud9, CLG in front of CLG, Diggy in front of Diggy, Titan in front of Titan. Honestly, the when they say it could be worse, this is what they mean essentially. Like, I can't imagine people putting these on any crafts today without it being some troll gun or whatever. These stickers are relatively cheap, I guess, for today's standards and the fact that they're old stickers, but at the same time, I can't see anyone buying these either, even for collecting purposes. I just can't see it. So yeah, that is Cluj-Napoca 2015. Alright, 2016 is now the year, and it is the year of MLG. So, this is the first tournament Gambit shows up. When it comes to Gambit, they go through a whole lot of logo changes over the years. I think this one might be one of my least favorite ones because Gambit is traditionally known to be a red logo, and this just doesn't really do any of that. Still, nonetheless, though, with MLG, they bring back Holos and all that stuff, and I think the border for MLG is definitely one of the mid to higher tier kind of stickers. I think for Gambit, though, I might put it possibly somewhere around C minus tier for now. I might put it ahead of a good chunk of the Cologne 2015s for sure. Just need to see how it places in between some of the foils and the Kato 15s. Because in some ways I feel that the blue clone 2015s do a better job of being a sticker. And at least Gambit, anyways, in this case. I mean, this time around, I don't really understand why they stick with a black border around it. It's hard to see if you put it on dark guns. And also, I just don't think it's really too creative this time around. Yeah, I'll leave Gambit there. Fnatic, of course. We know how it goes for Fnatic. They did not change anything about the text being there. But in this case, I think it might be better than Gambit. Mainly because of how it has a whole lot more color. It's visible. It's a bit more iconic in a way. I think I'll probably just keep Fnatic as is. Navi will probably follow Navi Fnatic VP pattern. Essentially, we've been seeing these in every single major so far. In fact, I'll pre-fire VP. I'll take them. Put them in front of Fnatic in this case. Nothing too special for these. I think the coloring for the border might be a whole lot better for MLG compared to what Cologne did. Compared to the fulls, though, I think I probably shouldn't. FaZe Clan, yeah, this is the first major that they come into CS4, and well, it's the perfect one for them to come into, especially considering it's MLG. Um, let's see, the red rendition of their logo, honestly, isn't bad whatsoever. For red logo, it's pretty good for MLG. I think I'll probably put it ahead of some of the Kato 15s for sure. Definitely ahead of London Conspiracy as well. Ahead of NIP, probably, yeah. Maybe not these colognes though. This is still a good red sticker nonetheless. And this is where in the tier list it starts to get a bit confusing because now you have to compare so many different things together. Um and yeah, it'll take a bit of longer time to figure things out. Like for example, you got this NIP one. You gotta compare it with every single NIP to figure out where exactly it lies and such. And like in this case, probably better than Cologne. Um Possibly better than the foil. In fact, I probably will leave it in front of the foil. Probably um behind Navi. Gonna go ahead of Gambit because I think it's still a large logo. They haven't really changed much about it. Gambit, of course, really thin. Not exactly too much of a fan of it. Oh, first major that Astralis come in after they leave TSM. Once again, another red logo, really nice. I mean, comparing it to FaZe Clan though, I think FaZe Clan might be the better choice because one, it's MLG, and two, saturation for FaZe Clan, I think it's just that much better in comparison. I mean, I'll put it behind NIP in this case. Envy, of course, once again, large round logo, rocking some pretty decent colors. I think when it comes to Envy, or at least comparing it to its previous majors, I think this rendition might be the better version, mainly because of how somewhat larger the logo actually is and the better coloring for the border. I'll probably put it in front of Kato 15, probably in front of London Conspiracy, possibly in front of Astralis. Oh yeah, Mouse Esports is the first year. They finally get rid of the text, the red, ever so slightly more redder, you know? Um, very slightly actually. Um, I think Mouse this time around a bit more respectable logo. In comparison to Astralis though, that's the real kicker here. I think Astralis might be the better choice because of how it's a bit more red compared to Mouse, which is still kind of that pinkish or like lightish red in a way. I mean, of course, both of them, I can't really tell the difference volume-wise. I guess it really depends on which one you're a bigger fan of. In this case, I'm not really too much of a fan of either of them, especially in 2023. Um, I mean, I do prefer the older Mouse logo compared to the new one. So I'll probably keep this one decently high for the most part. And let's see, G2, once again, still using that red logo from Cluj. Still really nice, really saturated. Honestly, I didn't even realize G2 was a samurai until a few months ago. Honestly, now I think about it, G2's logo, really creative stuff. Honestly, I should have brought it up before. In fact, Compared to face colour, I think I might put it just right below it. It's really good colors. I think it could go well with some pretty budget crafts. Yeah, I'll leave it right there. Cloud9. They finally got rid of the text, similar to mouse. When it comes to Cloud9, this time around, this is essentially where the iconic logo begins to shape up. So automatically better than a lot of these. It's a blue sticker, and the only other ones we essentially get is like what, CLG and maybe Team Liquid. If you think that Team Liquid's a better blue, I mean, but this is more of a darker blue kind. Compared to Titan and Luminosity from Cologne 2015, on the other hand. Oh, actually, now I think about it, I'm gonna move these two up a bit, actually. In fact, I'm gonna move these ahead of NIP to start balancing some of these things out. Um, hmm. But yeah, looking at Cloud9 for now, I might just leave it right behind Titan. There is a lot of blue inside of it, but I think that Luminosity and Titan might have a whole lot more value in its sticker compared to C9 at this stage. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it right at that. CLG, very similar to C9. They ditched the text. Of course, though, I do prefer C9 as a better logo compared to CLG. I still respect the fact that it is a light blue. Probably leave it right beforehand. Yeah, leave it at that. Flip side, things are looking better compared to Cluj-Napoca and Cologne. Honestly, though, this logo is still, I think, a little bit disorienting for me. It's still essentially the only green sticker this major, so I still have to give it that to some extent, but at the same time, it's not really as creative and stuff like that, so I think I'll put it on the bottom side of these top tier papers for now. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Luminosity. Large logo as always. It's larger than Cologne from the looks of things as well. Um, Honestly, really respectable logo. They won a major as well. Not that that really contributes much to it. I mean, comparing it to Cologne 2015, I think this might rank higher than that for sure. That's it. I do have to leave a bit of space for the holos and the foils for these as well, so I can't really rank these all too high now. So yeah, I'll probably leave most of these in C for now. Splice, the only major that they attend as well. I think aside from Navi, one of the few yellow stickers, honestly, I think the logo really nice looking. Um hmm. Definitely higher tier for sure, but whether or not it's better than some of these, I'm not entirely sure. I know it's definitely a whole lot more craftable. In fact, I'm sort of rearranging these so it isn't sorted by color. When it comes to Splice, I feel like it could definitely be put onto a lot of crafts, like bulldozers, for example. I feel like the paper version of this could go really well on those kinds of skins. But at the same time, if you really think about it, it's pretty exclusive. Because now with the addition of golds, like gold bricks, gold arabesque, for example, you can't really put yellow stickers on it too well, especially considering the age of the sticker and the price it is compared to some of the golds we have nowadays. So for now, I'll probably just leave it right before the red version of G2. Alright, Team Liquid. When it comes to Team Liquid, in this case, this is where they actually use the negative space, and in a way where I don't really like it too much. It is a whole lot more reliant on the actual gun skin you put it on, and honestly, I'm not really too much of a fan of it. I think colors is a whole lot more bleak. I think could be a bit better. I'll probably put it behind the mouse and the Astralis in this case. And I'll just leave it at that. Team Liquid though, I respect the logo, I just don't like colors. Alright, so for the holos this time around, a whole lot more timid compared to Kato 15 and all these other ones. I believe is the major that they come back to doing the holos and stuff like that. So essentially, I don't expect too much from them. Oh, I mean, starting us off though, we have Gambit. And one thing I'm noticing, the hull effect, of course, it doesn't affect the outer shields for the Gambit logo, but there's a whole lot of texturing, and I believe the words Columbus getting put down on the star. Cool stuff. Issue is, the logo still kind of sucks at this phase, or at least in my opinion it does. So automatically, probably better than a good chunk of these reds. But is it better than some of these solid reds? So that's the point. Probably better than a good chunk of these, honestly. I think it's definitely comparable to probably the grays over here, because it's the start or like a baseline, I think, for these kinds of effects. But the potential for the Columbus Holos, I think, doesn't really show too much in the Gambit Holo, so I'll leave it right there for now. All right, NIP Holo. So NIP Holo this time around, has a brownish kind of RGB holo to it. Once again, everything is toned down a whole lot. Nothing going too hard. There's a whole lot of texture in the border. And of course the 2016 year and Columbus in the NIP logo as it shines. The issue is you can't really see it too much. I'll probably just rank it just right ahead of the Gambit, since it's, I guess, the most comparable in this case. I still don't think that Valve didn't really do too much just yet. So yeah. Astralis Holo. So Astralis Holo, more or less the same thing. This time around it is a decent red holo. I think it uses the same color scheme as the Hellraisers from Katowice 2014. Right off the bat, I think you could definitely rank it higher. Maybe it's comparable to Envy, but I think it's probably better because of the more concentrated, I guess, colors compared to Envy, which is a bit more bleaker. Might move it a bit higher as well. I think it probably does better job than some of the Kato 15s. The Holo effects may be comparable to some of the Dreamhacks. At the same time, the thing about the Holos this time around is that they're really subtle. Kind of, not really. So probably better than Complexity. Definitely better than C9 Cologne. And probably better than some of the Kato 15s. I'll leave it right there. Fnatic. Alright. So when it comes to Fnatic, they actually have an orange holo this time around, which is kind of good. Once again, you got the repeating text inside the logo, bit of texture. Essentially, you could play it as if you're doing the same thing. I do like this holo kind of effect this time around. Better than Astralis? I don't think so, though. I prefer the diverse colors from Astralis, while Fnatic is more just concentrated on a yellow-orange kind of holo effect. It is a whole lot more visible than the 2014 one, though. I'll give it that. Alright. VP might follow the VP Fnatic Navi pattern. One thing I do find a bit creative is that instead of just sticking the background text inside of the whole logo, they stuck it in the background of the VP logo, which I think is kind of cool. But then, because of that, there isn't any holo effect on the actual bear or anything like that. Might be a bit toned down compared to usual. Honestly, when it comes to this one, I might just rank VP lower than Fnatic for that reason. It's a whole lot more subtle this time around. And unless you're a diehard Polish VP fan, I don't really see the point of having this one over the Fnatic in this case. Alright, so next up, oh yeah, Navi. Once again, got the Navi sticker. When it comes to Navi this time around, similar to Fnatic, it actually takes on the role of being a yellow holo compared to just taking on the RGB holo effects that it usually had. I mean, of course, the MLG Columbus text still follows a very kind of dim RGB effects to it. Still appreciate the fact that they actually put yellow into it, though. That's pretty good. I think it's a whole lot more holo given compared to VP. I still prefer probably the orange over the Navi logo, though. Envious. When it comes to Envy's Hollow, hmm, lots of cool colors. It's like kind of the opposite of the Hellraiser's Hollow effect, where instead it's more leaning towards all of the cool side of colors for the most part. I like to call it the Sprite Hollow effect for the most part. When it comes to Envy logo, it affects all of it essentially. It kind of makes it look like it's glowing. Once again, we got the text, we got a little bit of texturing, lots of good coloring. I think I definitely respect this one a whole lot for sure. I'll probably place it probably ahead of the Fnatic, mainly because it is a actually no, probably below the Fnatic because we are going to have a whole lot of blue hollows this major. And when it comes to Envy, I don't think it's as good as some of the other ones. Flip side, on the other hand, though, is the only green one, so essentially it has no competition. So when it comes to flip side's hollow, once again, nothing special. It's more or less the same thing, just embedded into these logos. I do like the fact that they stuck with the green hollow effects, of course. It's a good pattern. Logo is pretty chunky. It's pretty big. I'll probably put it ahead of the Fnatic because I think it's the first time we have a decent green hollow effect for these stickers. Actually, I might place it higher than even Astralis because of that right there. In fact, maybe some of these foils probably better than flip side foil as well, considering its effect. But I don't think it deserves to be too high because essentially it's just green. I'm not a fan of its logo too much either way, so I'll leave it there. FaZe Clan, alright. So, when it comes to FaZe's Hollow effect, it takes on a very similar role like the Astralis one, where it has that Hellraiser's kind of fiery coloring to it. Really good stuff, I think. I prefer it. I think it holds a bit more detail, and I think it's a bit more special since it's Columbus. Hmm. One thing I do want to take note of is that the outline as well doesn't get affected. I think it adds a bit more depth to it, a bit more detail. Start rearranging these to incorporate with these Katos. Probably better than most. I don't think it's better than the Cologne foils though. Actually, no, I think it is. In fact, a whole lot of these are better. Probably move Astralis up here as well. Fnatic though, I'll probably leave it behind. I'll probably leave this one behind Fnatic and leave as is. G2, I know this is a popular sticker for this major as well. So G2 Hollow, like once again, same Hollow effects. Not saying it's bad. The middle part for the Samurai Mask though, that one isn't really affected by the Hollow effect. Honestly, I think that might be a good thing in this case. Now, comparing it to the other two, um, I'm honestly thinking G2's might actually be better than Astralis's, but I'll keep FaZe ahead of it, mainly for that MLG stuff. Alright, Mouse Esports. So, Mouse Esports, once again, this time around, it takes on I think it's more deeper pink kind of hollow effect. It's like a red and pinkish. I think it could definitely go well on certain crafts that have really light red skins, or maybe a white kind of skin. Get like a Sakura kind of theme to it. But at the same time, it doesn't really compare to the other reds. Maybe it could be placed better than Fnatic because it doesn't have its text. Um, Aside from that, though, I think that's pretty much just going to be it for that one. Splice Hollow. Okay. So, Splice is Hollow this time around. Takes on similar role in the Hollow effect like Navi's. I do like how it affects the circular part of the sticker compared to the snake. I think this definitely holds a whole lot of value for sure. Better than Fnatic. Better than a whole load of these, I think. Probably very comparable to Flipside and FaZe. You get a whole lot of sticker and a whole lot of holo in this one, for sure, compared to some others. And I'll probably move Flipside's Splice and FaZe. Actually, not maybe not FaZe though. Only FaZe down here because these two are a whole lot more unique compared to some of these others. Uh, yeah, I'll probably leave it at that. Alright, so now we start getting into all the sprite holos essentially. For the most part, all of these blue ones share more or less the same holo effect. Really oceany, light blue kind of holo effect to it. So essentially, the way I would order them anyways, is probably very comparable to the reds. I would probably put it ahead of Strawless, maybe ahead of G2 for CLG. Then for Team Liquids, I can maybe put this one. I'll probably put TL before CLG because once again, I prefer my stickers to be a whole lot more packed, so the whole effect can affect more of that sticker. And when it comes to the negative spacing for Team Liquid, I just not really too much of a fan of how much sticker they managed to remove from it. Probably put it less than G2, I think. Probably less than Astralis as well. Still, I like the logo. I just wish it wasn't the case. Cloud9. Cloud9, once again, follows more or less the same motion vibe. This is more personal preference. I would put it ahead of CLG. I still think Phase Cleanse is red might be a bit better. And for our final holo for MLG Columbus 2016, Luminosity. So Luminosity's holo this time around. I feel like it's a tad bit different, but at the same time I know it's not, kind of. It's the same light blue. Of course, the logo is absolutely chonky massive, man. If that is even a word, probably not. So I'll definitely place it ahead of maybe all of them, honestly. Because it offers so much sticker for, well, I guess the sticker. But does it have the uniqueness that could put it with all the B tiers? I don't think so. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it at that. I'll probably also move these two up a tad bit as well. Alright, and that's the Holos. So now, foils. So when it comes to the foils for MLG, there's a whole lot more texturing compared to these. I mean, or at least in the Gamba logo, it is mainly seen in the border. Um, I think it's pretty cool. I don't really see too many opportunities to actually use it though, is my issue. So probably put it ahead of a good chunk of these, but I don't think I'll put it ahead of maybe some of these hulls. I don't think. And then VP probably follow a very similar pattern. I mean, the hull effect, sorry, not the hull, the foil effect definitely separates it a whole lot better. I think the texturing might make it look pretty actually good. Probably put it ahead of these. Maybe ahead, actually, ahead of flip sides, ahead of CLG, but maybe not in front of the splice and the other reds. Envy foil. When it comes to Envy's foil, it's pretty much the same thing as all the other times. Maybe a little bit more texturing, or it could be tripping a bit. I could be. I could be. I mean, when it comes to Envy's foil, I'll probably leave it in front of the Cologne Holos. Yeah, I'll probably just do that instead. NIP. It's NIP. I'll probably just leave it near, probably in front of Gambit. maybe in front of the NIP Holo from Cologne as well. I mean, looking at it, it's definitely a whole lot more darker, for sure. And yeah, I think it has a bit more to offer compared to these. So probably ahead of all of them for now. Let's see, Astralis. Astralis is definitely going to rank a whole lot higher for sure. Um, Comparable to its holo counterparts, though, that I don't think so. I mean, when it comes to Astralis' logo, it's very flat. There's not much texturing Valve could do either way for Astralis' logo. Hmm. Better than these, better than these. I'll probably put it right there before all these holos. I think the holo effect might be more valuable compared to just the full effect, but I think it's probably better than some of the Cologne holos. I'm going to start moving this C9 down a bit because some of these I'm not really seeing as valuable compared to some. Let's see. Because like I feel that even these foils might be better in most cases. Probably. Hmm. So like complexity, I'll probably move down even lower because these stickers are starting. Even the mid tier ones, I think, are better in a whole lot of the cases compared to whatchamacallit. Yep, that is pretty much just better. Hmm. Vivo Kids, I'll probably keep it ranked towards there. I'll move LDLC a bit higher though. I feel that it probably needs a bit more respect. C9, all the other ones, they could, I guess, stay a bit low. In fact, I'm honestly thinking about deranking Power down to next to Copenhagen Wolves. Actually, not better than Copenhagen. Better than Fnatic, I think. Better than some of these holos, and probably better than Vivo, but probably not higher than that, yeah. And C9, it just has the color in. I'll let it be. Actually, yeah, I'll probably just move it right here because I have to start considering some other stuff. I need to start moving some of these columns down because I'm starting to not really agree with some of them comparing to the other ones. Yeah, okay. Alright, moving back on to the others. Fnatic Foil. Once again, Fnatic's logo doesn't really offer too much. I'll probably move it really close to the NIP foil in this case. I don't think it's probably better than Envy. They're both pretty minimal in the amount of texturing that it has. I'll move complexity down as well. Mouse, when it comes to their foil, it looks pretty much just like the paper. It's barely textured within the logo itself, so I can't really value it all too high. Still, nonetheless, it is a bit of red, no logo. Probably put it in front of Fnatic. Um, Front of Envy as well, I'd say. Yeah, I'm gonna move 10 before. Navi, I could probably follow a similar pattern, put it right behind Fnatic in this case. Alright, do that. G2. Once again, it's a nice logo. When it comes to G2's foil, it is a bit textured compared to the others because of how much lining there is inside of it. So with that, I'll probably rank it a bit higher as well. Higher than Astralis, I think. Higher than some of these. Honestly, higher than Gambit Hollow. I think it probably offers a little bit more, just ever so slightly enough. Hmm. Alright, yeah. Alright, FaZe Clan. not a holo. I think when it comes to phase cleanse foil, the texturing very similarly to Astralis is pretty minimal. Probably put it better, but I don't think it probably gets any more better than G2's foil version of it. Splice. Splice's foil makes it look really nice because it makes it, I don't know, it's flat, but at the same time, it's like the snake has a whole lot more texture to it. Um, Comparing it to G2 though, probably not better. Only thing it has really going for it is that it's big and yellow. Yeah, I'll leave it right there. Cloud9 foil. Alright, so C9 foil. It looks good. I'll give it that. I like the color choice that they went for C9. It's not too bright, not too dark either. Just the right kind of C9, you know? Um, Even comparing it to, actually, see, because I don't agree with some of these, that's the thing. Honestly, I think C9 is probably better than LDLC, better than a good chunk of these. Because, like, you have it comparing to, like, the Kato 15 foils as well. And I know I have to put it around that area for sure. Let's see. Cloud9 Hollow for... Yeah, I might just have to de-rank everything, just like a little bit. Let's probably move this down below. Mm. Actually, I might move G2 a bit higher as well while I'm at it. Probably to like right around there. Because like these foils, they offer a whole lot. And like I'll put it before Vox. Actually no, probably Vox ahead of Vox. Maybe in front of Holos, probably. I'll let it be though for now. Flip side. Once again, its logo is very simple, so it doesn't really have much to offer when it comes to color diversity. Um, hmm. I'll probably stick it right before. I still think the Holos are a bit more superior. Let's see, counter logic. Once again, very comparable to the older ones. I think it's probably better than its Kato 15 version of it. Yeah, I think so. So I'll leave it right there. Luminosity, very similar story. I think I'll put it... Honestly, I kind of want to put it before the Cologne 15 version of it. I mean, looking at the inspect for luminosity, it's not really as textured. So, yeah, honestly, I'll move it right before. Fine, honestly, it might be better as well. I think it's actually better than a whole load of these. I think C9 might be better than it though, this time around, color choice wise. TL, I can't really rank this one too high now. And even there, I'm thinking that it might be ranked a little bit too high. Probably just ahead of the mouse. Yeah, I'll probably leave it there. And with that, that pretty much ends off Columbus 2016. Essentially, nothing really touched in too high in the tier list, mainly just sticking towards the mid-range area of things for the most part. Um, Honestly, I'm gonna need to start spreading these out a tad bit more as well going into it, because essentially these things are just gonna be densing up a whole lot more with just more stickers, and we're not even halfway yet. Honestly, crazy stuff, man. Aside from that, though, gotta move on to Cologne 2016. Alright, so Cologne 2016. When it comes to these stickers compared to MLG anyways, the sticker's size itself is physically a whole lot smaller. So I might end up grading these a bit less than MLG. another thing to consider, the background kind of blends in a little bit with some of the logos, so if it doesn't really have an outline or anything like that, it might be harder to see. So of course, once again, we're going to be starting out with Gambit. Comparing this Gambit logo to MLG's, I think it's a tad bit better. You know, it's a bit more red. One thing I am noticing though on the sticker itself, it does kind of blend in a bit with the background, which could or could not be an issue depending on which guns you put them on. Overall though, I would rank this one probably better than the MLG from Columbus, mainly because of the fact that it's actually fully red this time, even though it is kind of a whole lot smaller. So yeah, I'll probably leave it right over there. Fnatic, once again, still with the text, same old Fnatic, not really much else to talk about. Looking at this Fnatic from MLG, probably the MLG one is better to some degree. I'll probably put Navi in front of that one as well, because it has a bit more to offer. Maybe even NIP as well. I'll probably put NIP in front of that. Alright. Navi, of course. So, Navi, probably similar pattern, just right before that Fnatic. Um, Honestly, I might move these below MLG because MLG stickers are just that much larger. And the thing is, the backgrounds for Cologne 2016 is that they're just significantly less subtle than pretty much all these other ones. SK though, first major that they participated in after they switched over from Luminosity. Logo is arguably significantly worse in this case. I would have to put it right below Gambit, I'd say. I think probably Diggy is better. I think maybe not Flipside. Yeah, well, it works though. That's the thing. It works with the background, I'd say. So I'll probably just put it below there. Um, Probably put Gambit and Fnatic below that as well. I'll take Navi. I'll probably move it right before Fnatic. Don't know why that was there before. Um, Seems good for the most part. NIP, once again, not really many changes to the logo or any changes whatsoever. So I'll probably just stick it before Gambit since Gambit slightly improved. I think the brown is probably better than SK's plain white. Envy, once again, rank it somewhat high. Solely because it's a bluish kind of sticker. Probably not better than VP though. I think VP might be a better overall sticker. Virtus Pro from Cologne on the other hand, once again, logo's essentially the same exact thing looking at it compared to MLG. The only real difference is essentially just the size in the background. Once again, probably better than Fnatic, but I don't think it's probably better than Dreamhack Dignitas. G2, finally, they switch over to the white version of the logo, but interestingly enough, the border for the sticker is put into a red color. I mean, honestly, I think it would have been better out being this color than probably the gray that SK has. But at the same time, though, I feel that it's probably not as good as the red version, or at least in creativity purposes. I'd probably put it maybe behind Fnatic, but ahead of Navi in this case. I mean, the logo's still really nice logo. I mean, this is the logo that I essentially grew up with, so I never really saw the samurai. I just thought it was just G2 itself. So I'll probably just leave it there. Flip side. When it comes to flip side this time around, I think the flip side logo matches really well with the background. So I'll probably rank it decently high. I mean, comparing it to MLG, there's not really a whole lot more it offers, but I think because it looks better, I'll probably just put it there even though it's a bit smaller. So I'll leave it right there. FaZe Clan, once again, still rocking the classic red logo and stuff like that. Better than, I'd say better than Columbus. Actually, why is this Gambit here? I thought I said Gambit is better. Oh yeah, so I'll probably move this one back then to over here in this case. What else is there? FaZe Clan, up I don't think it's any better than MLG. I think MLG is probably the better version in this case. I think maybe Face Clan is better than these MLG, maybe not Virtus Pro. That's Stickercraft. I think the NV might be better than Face Clan at this point. So I'll probably stick Gambit right over here. Uh, hmm. Yeah, this one might be a bit more fair. I'll probably stick Dignitas ahead of these two. Possibly ahead of Fnatic as well. Virtus Pro, probably move in front of those. Keep all of these behind except for G2. I'll move G2 right behind Virtus Pro. There you go. Keep things for the most part even. Stralis, once again, probably follow similar patterns. It's more or less the same thing like MLG. The thing about Stralis' logo is it's really flat, so it might blend in a little too well with that background there, but it offers more red than Gambit, so I'll probably just stick it right in the middle of those. Mouse Esports, they bring back the text. I don't know why. They had something going for them in Columbus, but nah, they had to screw that up. So not as good for sure. I think it'll probably be better than Gambit still. I feel like Gambit might be a little too thin, or at least for its shield border. And like I feel that the actual logo for mouse might be better at this stage. Team Liquids, still using that negative space. I still don't like it, so I'll probably just stick it in front of most of the stuff. So I think it might be better than G2, better than VP. I don't think it's any better than Dignitas though. Actually, it might be better than Gambit though, honestly. I mean, the thing about Team Liquid's logo this major is that they didn't change the color scheme either, so it's still kind of that semi-bland looking blue. So I'll probably just, yeah, I'll leave it there. Let's see, this first major, that Optic come in. Nice NA logo. It's pretty much the second green major logo that we've seen so far. Kind of got that matcha green color to it. For the most part, it's pretty decent. Now, whether or not it is better than Flipside, I would honestly have to say it's better. The color, I don't like the colors for the green in the Optic logo. I don't prefer, honestly, but as a logo itself, I honestly prefer Optic's logo overall. Now, of course, if I had to rank this one between Flipside and Optic, I would probably have to stick with Flipside this time around because I think the saturated green works way better with the Cologne background compared to Optic does. So I'll probably just move this one down. Honestly, I don't think it's better than these three. I'll probably leave it in front of the Fnatic foil in this case. Counterlogic Gaming, once again, they're also bringing back the whatchamacallit, the text on it. Not too popular with me either. I think it looks better than TL. I think it probably looks better than Gambit. Compared to mouse, I prefer the color scheme over mouse, and then I'll probably leave the rest there. Oh, wait, never mind. This is the last major that Dignitas are in, I think. Yeah, probably. So, comparing it to all the other ones, I don't think it's better than Dreamhack automatically. There's a whole lot less being offered. It's not really playing around with the shape of the Dignitas logo. In this case, color-wise, since we're playing with that a bit more, I think it's probably better than VP, but not better than TL at this point. I think craftability might be kind of reduced with this sticker because there's not really much to work with in general. And I'll probably just leave it at that. And essentially, that would be all the papers. But C9's not in this major. Alright, so moving on to the Holos for Cologne. Once again, just similarly like MLG, it is kind of toned down quite a bit. And starting off with NAP, there is quite a bit of texture, a whole lot of line work going into it. Not brown this time around. It's more of like a yellow to it. It's a pleasant surprise, honestly, but when it comes to being a holo and comparing it to NIP from MLG, I would have to say, honestly, that this one's probably a little bit worse, mainly because of how at least MLG had the text going on for it, and it was a little bit larger in this case. Because if maybe Cologne was a whole lot more toned up and the saturation was a bit higher for these hollow effects, maybe I would have considered it to be better. But aside from that, there's not really too much going on for it except for the yellowish hollow color for it. So now moving on to Navi's hollow. Essentially, it's the same thing, except Navi's logo isn't being affected by the hollow either. So I would probably have to rank it probably around the area that it's in. Um, hmm, Probably a bit worse than Gambit, I'd have to say. Actually, no, I don't think it's worse. I think it's a tad bit better. So I'll leave it there. G2's hollow. So when it comes to G2's hollow, it uses that red background mainly and a very subtle effect on the G2 logo itself. It kind of gives it a pinkish little hue to it. Um, and aside from that, the red hollow effect is pretty nice, I'd say. At the same time, though, because of how small the sticker is, I'm not exactly sure um, how many crafts you could exactly apply to it. I think maybe it's probably better than NIP hollow, mainly because it's red, and I think it uses like a red-blue kind of counteracting hollow effect, which I think is pretty nice. The thing is, I don't think it lives up to the creativity that Columbus had anyways, so I'll probably just keep it ranked right below that instead, and probably fill up the gap in the C area. So, very similarly, Gambit, with essentially the same hollow effect, if I stand corrected, and I do. Um, just red and blue. Gambit logo itself, compared to G2, isn't actually affected by the hollow effect whatsoever. So I would honestly probably put it behind the NIP. I feel like the NIP has a bit more going for it. Navi isn't affected either. At the same time, because it's a red hollow effect, I think it's probably better than Navi in this case. So yeah, I'll leave it right over there. Fnatic hollow. Probably follow the same pattern I've been doing for a while now. There's a very subtle effect on the Fnatic logo itself that has it affected. But aside from that, it's essentially the same exact hollow effect as Navi's. So I'll probably just rank it as if just doing it as is. I don't think the hollow effect is necessarily strong enough to compete with NIP, so I'll probably just leave it right in front of Navi. Virtus Pro, more or less the same thing, sadly. Essentially, these three have the exact same hollow effect. When it comes to VP, it has a kind of subtle hollow effect going on the bear and the logo. Once again, I'll probably just compare the three just by their logo itself. I mean, there's not really too much I can really say about these to compare them. So, yeah. Alright. Envy Hollow. So, I believe this is one of the first blue hollows we'll be seeing for Cologne. And when it comes to Envy this time around, it is really like a purplish indigo this time around. And it's been a while since there's been a hollow effect kind of like this. So it definitely ranks high for sure. Issue is, once again, what we've been seeing is that these hollow effects are just really small to a degree. It's probably better than old Envy. Better than the foil, I'd say. Better than a whole lot of these. But at the same time, when you get to like comparing to like the ocean color that MLG had, MLG is probably better to some extent. So I'll probably leave it right behind Counter Logic in this case. I think it's, well, actually no. Actually, no, I agree with that. I think it's probably better than some of these, except for G2. I think G2 had a bit more creativity with it. Look, the hollow effect isn't bad. It's just nerfed, I'd say. Alright, FaZe Clan Hollow. There's a bit more of a stronger hollow effect going on in the actual logo itself this time around. So I'll probably rank it definitely a bit higher compared to the other reds I've been ranking so far. So probably definitely better than a lot of these. Probably better than Envy Holo from Kato 15. Hmm. I'd have to say it's probably towards B minus tier. I should probably start moving these up a little bit as well. Because, like, I'm starting to heavily not agree. So I'll probably move these three up. I think they're pretty decent when it comes to its holo effect. Hmm. Honestly, I think C9 Hellraiser is probably below in this case. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I'll leave it right at that. Now, let's see, flip side holo. Okay, let's look at this. So, flip side holo. Once again, using a green holo effect, kind of sprite colored, but the blue is kind of set to a pretty decent minimum, I would have to say, just enough to give it a bit of, I don't know, color texture, I guess, so you could really see that holo effect to the best of its ability. I think it's pretty decent for a green holo effect for sure. Comparing it to its MLG counterpart though, once again, they're both very similar, and because of that, I'll probably rank it below it. Um, Probably put it above IBP. Um, yeah, I'll probably just leave it at that. It's pretty good holo effect for being green, but it's just still a little bit smaller, and I think MLG just had a bit more going for it. So yeah. Mouse Sports, it uses essentially same holo effect, rank it very similarly, yada yada yada. We've been through this one before. Probably in front of G2 in this case. There's a bit of a pattern going on in the actual sticker itself. Probably better than Envy at this point. Comparable to Face Clan for sure, because at this point the pinkish kind of color that the mouse logo has is a bit less noticeable compared to others. Um, so yeah, I'll probably leave it there. I'll move these ones up a bit. And when I mean a bit, I mean like up here. Once again, I gotta start moving the holo effects up because some of these I feel are just that much better in this case. Yeah. Alright, Astralis Holo. Once again, not too much difference going on here. When it comes to Astralis this time around, has holo effect, but aside from that, it's the same exact holo effects. Very similarly, I think Astralis is better than Mouse. Face Clan still better than Astralis. Optic with their holo now. When it comes to Optics holo, it's the same thing as flip sides. Um, Looking at it in game, it is a bit textured. Um, and aside from that, that's pretty much all it really has going with it. I'll probably rank it pretty much very similarly to Flipside. Probably a little bit worse than Flipside since it has a bit more green to it. Aside from that, they're essentially the same sticker. Team Liquids. Okay. So they use the deep blue holo effect for Team Liquids this time around. Um, hmm. Aside from that, it doesn't affect the logo, so it ranks a less than NV, mainly because of that. Um, but I mean, comparing it to the other blues, I'd have to say it's probably better than Mouse, probably better than Mouse. Actually, no, Mouse is textured, so I'll probably put it ahead of most of these in C+. I think it's pretty decent at this point. Uh, hmm. I think it's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I think those are some pretty good choices made so far. I don't know why. Wait, these are papers in it. Probably stick these just right in front of these Katos. And like move probably a few of these up a bit. There you go. Alright. SK Gaming. Okay, so this time around, they don't exactly go for like a white and gray holo effect, which I'm honestly thankful for. Um, they go for this like kind of purplish gray, honestly. It looks kind of sick. Um, when it comes to SK though, comparing it to the other ones, it is a bit unique. So I think I'll probably rank it a tad bit higher, solely because of that. Probably rank it better than the lower tier reds. Comparing to NIP though, I think NIP might still be a better sticker in this case compared to SK still because of how SK is very neutral in its color scheme and it's also very thin. So you're still not really getting too much from that sticker itself. So yeah. Counter Logic Gaming, once again, another blue holo. Um, I think it does it better than Team Liquid does. I know it's alright of a sticker. Once again, the text is kind of messing with it a bit, but I still think it probably ranks a little bit better than Team Liquid for that. So I'll probably just leave it right at that. Dignitas, it uses the same holo effect as pretty much most of the other yellow or orange stickers. So I'll probably rank it just higher than those. Looking at the holo effect in game, it uses very similar stripes to some of the other ones, so I don't really think it has the creativity level as some of the others. In fact, if anything, I might put it right below the NIP just because of that. Like, the holo effect is kind of generic at this point. You can get it from just about any other of these stickers for significantly cheaper, I would assume. I mean, unless if you're a hardcore Dignitas fan, but then even so, with how small the sticker is, I would probably rather get a Dignitas sticker from another major that would probably give me a whole lot more sticker for the sticker, compared to Cologne would. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. And that's essentially all the holos. Moving on to foils. When it comes to Columbus's foils this time around, it kind of stands out a bit. Doesn't look too plasticky like some of the previous majors. But once again, just like most of the foils we've been looking at today, we'll probably just treat it just like it's MLG. So essentially in this case, I'll probably treat it worse than the MLG ones. And yeah, we'll just work from there. So there's Navi taking NIP. I think NIP a bit worse, in fact. Probably better than its paper Kato counterpart. I still think MLG is probably better because it's just larger. Fnatic, more or less same story. We've done this before, this. NIP might be better than Navi in this case when I think about it. Because of its shape. So I'll probably just stick it right there. Gambit, probably better than all of these. I think when it comes to Gambit's foil, it might stick out a bit better since it's a little bit darker in the background. Aside from that, that's pretty much all it really has going for it. VP. VP will probably just treat more or less the same. Probably better than most of these. Maybe not better than CLG for Columbus. I mean, when it comes to texturing, it's pretty textured through the lines. But yeah, it's probably better than Flipside Papers as well. SK. Not really much going for SK for this one. I mean, of course, that's also expected because of how simple their logo is. But I'll probably just rank it a bit. Yeah, I'll probably rank it worse than Cologne Holos because of that as well. Color scheme wise, it might be more applicable than the Gambit foil from Columbus. So I'll probably just leave it right in front of it just in case. G2. Uh, we know drill at this point. When it comes to G2, it is quite textured, similarly to Virtus Pro. Color scheme wise, I think Virtus Pro might have more applicability, so I'll probably just put it right below VP. Let's see, Envy. Envy so far hasn't been really too known for having a decent foil effect on it. It's alright, but I feel like if it was a bit more deeper, it would have that much more depth to it. Comparing it to like maybe Cologne, I think Cologne probably does it better at that point because there's more texture and like the Cologne logo itself. I feel like that would probably give it its upper hand at that point. So yeah, I'll probably leave it right over there. Alright, Mousy Sports. Once again, not really much to talk about for this one. Um, Probably worse than its MLG counterpart because it has its text back again. Probably worse than a good lot of these, I'd say. Probably better than OG Paper though, I think. Face Clan. So, Face Clan, probably better in MLG. And I'll probably stick it after VP for all of these. And then not really touch it from there. Strawless. Once again, just another foil. Better than a good lot of these, I'd say. At the same time, I feel like it doesn't compete all too much, maybe. I would have to say probably this order, maybe. I feel makes sense. Hmm. I think it's pretty good. Alright. Flip sides. Once again, very similar to its flip side counterpart. I don't really think it overtakes the high tier reds. Probably stick it right in front of C9 from Cologne. Yeah, leave it at that. Optic follows similarly. So I'll probably just leave it right next to it since it's the most comparable. Team Liquids. Still again, not a fan of it. Essentially, the foil stickers, I'm honestly not sure why Valve had the foil stickers for so long. Or at least for me anyways. It's not really too popular. In my case, I mean, there could be a few crafts where if you have solid colored skins, you can maybe get some decent texturing out of that craft for it. Aside from that, though, there's not really much else. Team Liquid's probably doing better than Mal. Actually, no. The colors ain't too good. Alright. CLG. Better than TL, I think. Better than Mouse, I think so. So it's still that unique cyan color. And last but not least, Dignitas for Cologne. When it comes to Dignitas's foil effect, I mean, I feel like it kind of does what the Holo didn't do and makes it seem a whole lot more rounder. So I think it might rank a little bit higher because of that. But at the same time, though, I don't think it still ranks as high as some of the other ones. So like comparing it to maybe a Splice, I don't think it ranks as high as a Splice would. Because like VP, even in MLG, was pretty textured as well. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it right at that. And essentially, that is Cologne 2016. And then we got to move on to Atlanta 2017. All right, it's a new day, new recording session. I'm just woke up and I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, damn, this thing is really unbalanced as hell. So before we move on to all the Atlantas, I just want to rebalance this just a tad bit because I don't think some of these kettles are better than some of these hollows that they offer. So to start us off, I guess I'll start moving stuff down. So first of all, there's a bunch of Colognes towards the top here. They're decent, but comparing them to some of these others, I think it might be better in a whole other cases. So I'm gonna start moving Dignitas up. I want to move British Pro up a little bit as well. I'm a D rank fanatic. Let's see. Probably D rank NIP as well. Complexity Hollow is not good whatsoever. Honestly, this could go to hell. This could go even lower, honestly. Leave it right there for now. I want to start moving some of these MLGs up for sure. Comparing them to Dreamhack though, Dreamhack is pretty strong, but like Navi, for example, I'll de-rank that a little bit. I bet Power I don't think is as good. Power D-rank, maybe to C plus in this case. Probably just ahead of Vivo in this case. Let's see. I feel like VP and Fnatic and Navi for Cologne 2016 solo is probably better than a good lot of these, I think. So I'll probably just move these up a little bit to over here, right behind the NIP. NIP might still offer a bit more because it's a larger holo in general. Um, I'm moving Fnatic up a bit. Fnatic has a really good holo effect for Dreamhack 2014. Um, I think, starting to change my mind. I think Clan Mystic has better logo than Fnatic, and actually no, that Fnatic has a better one. It's hard to tell. Probably leave it there. Reason, probably drop it down B minus. A whole lot of these holos I feel like would be more valuable than Reason Paper. In fact, I might drop it down even lower because I don't think it really just has much to offer. It's just a Kato 14 and it's a bit borderless. That's essentially it. Navi, I'll probably follow suit with the same thing. I think Navi is probably worse at this point compared to Reason. I think the Kato 15 might be a little bit better. Thinking to myself, better than some Colognes. I'll give it that for sure. But better than some of these other MLG ones and such, I probably don't think so, no. In fact, I'll probably de-rank it a little more. Cloud9, I'll move behind some of these foils. Same thing for Hellraisers. I feel like some of these Colognes are definitely really out of place. Um, hmm. I mean, I'll probably move BP from Cologne down a little bit as well. I think it's probably a bit worse than Titan Hollow. Um, hmm. I think some of these Cologne 2015 papers are definitely better for sure. Some of these MLGs, I think, as well. Even some of these Cologne 2016 ones, I have to give them that. I think VP is probably better in 2016 than 2014. So probably drop down even lower. Um, hmm. I think, yeah, no, this might be a good choice for now. So I'll leave it there. Dignitas paper, it's good, but I don't think it's as good to be in A minus, maybe. I know its holo version definitely deserves to be up there for sure, but just the Dignitas logo, probably not in this case. In fact, I'll probably drop Hellraisers down below a good lot of these. I'll probably drop Dignitas um, down to ahead of LDLC. I don't think it's better than the Holo Cologne 2016 version. Probably better than a good lot of the Kato 15 foils, though, I would have to say. And while I'm at it, I'm going to move Dreamhack up a bit. I'll move Cologne down one. Fnatic, I'll move up. Probably Navi from Dreamhack. I'll move ahead of some of these Colognes. Probably move it in front of some of these. Actually, no, maybe not the green one, though. I feel like Flipside still has a whole lot more to offer. While I'm at it, I'm a D-rank Fnatic a bit as well. And some of these other Katos. Hellraisers, I don't think is as good. I think the holo effects for these are better in this case. So I would say the same thing for flips. I would say the same thing for Navi, moving this one up. Only conspiracy. It's a decent haul, but I feel like some of these are just drastically that much better. I think the blue effect is better than the green effect for Cologne, for luminosity. Um, I have to say the same for some of these other ones as well, including G2. Hmm. I'll probably de-rank Fnatic even further. I don't want to put it below some of these other ones. I feel like the Kato 15 might be a little bit worse in this case. I mean, I could also just de-rank Kato 15 as well. It's definitely a good choice. Hmm. Probably move it down. So over here, I feel like the Holos still have way more to offer. Dignitas might be better. These are foils, so I'll probably put it ahead of that. Not ahead of LDLC though. Or iBike Power, I'll probably just put it at the bottom. In this case, Complexity Holo might offer a little bit more. Reasons a red sticker. Clan Mystic, I think, might be a little bit better, so I'll probably put it in front of the Kato 15s. I still think it's pretty decent holo. Sorry, not the paper itself is better. Kato 14 NIP, probably put it in front of, or maybe not in front of Reason. Yeah, probably just leave it right there. Some of these Kato 14 papers I kind of don't agree with in some cases. Like, I feel like Navi Holo from 15 is probably better than IBP Titan. Hull effect is the same for a good lot of these, so I might move these up as well. Um, hmm. Hull effect I feel like might be better than a good lot of these papers for sure. And so I'll probably follow suit with some of these. Probably VP over here. Move Dreamhacks up. I think they're really underrated. I feel like it's actually comparable to Kato 15, mainly because of just how much hollow effect there is compared. I'll put it in front of Mouse. I think hollow effect for Dreamhack might be better than this one for the Kato 15s. Hmm. Maybe I'll move up a bunch of these. So like I might move flip side up. I might move this splice. I'll move luminosity up as well. Um, Green Hole effect does have a lot more to offer, so honestly I might move it ahead of there. Headed Dignitas and 3D Navi might be just right over here. You know, better than Mouse Kato 14, honestly. Hmm. So I'll probably move up Envy, I think, to ahead in B tier. I do want to separate Hellraisers and London Conspiracy with some of these hollows. So I might move these below for sure. In fact, I'll move Envy up a bit. I might move these as low as before here. And then what I'll do... All effects are very similar, so... Splice, I'll move up. I think this logo is better than some of these Cat of 14s. Splice, I'll probably move right behind Navi to these Mouse. Luminosity, I'll probably follow the same pattern of these in a way. Mouse Sports I'll probably de-rank a bit, but then I'll also de-rank LDLC and Vox since they're still kind of papers. LGP I feel might be a little better in some cases than a good chunk of these, I think. Not all though. I feel like a Holo effect is better than LDLC for Cologne. Yeah, for sure. Move base clan up. I'll move C9 up. I'll move CLG, G2 up. I'll move a good lot of these up. I'll break down that Wolves and LDLC. LDLC I'll honestly consider probably a little bit worse now. Um, Probably move this here. Probably move it right below Kato 15 Hellraisers. I think the paper version might just offer a little bit more, especially since it's a bit larger. Like Conspiracy, it's respectable, but maybe not as high to make room for some of these Holos. So with that, I'll probably drop down LDLC a bit. Probably move it down to just the heads. Hellraisers, I think the Holo effect is pretty nice on that one. So then I'll move down that and some of these others. Move up some of these other MLG Holos. I feel like Time and Luminosity did some pretty good stuff for their foils, even though there's not really too much effect, because even so, the Holo effect on them is pretty decent, I'd say. I'll probably move Titan and Luminosity up to better than 3D Max. I think it's probably better than these Katos. Blue effect might be better in some cases than that. Better than Mouse Esports, I'd say. I'll probably move 3D Max Foil up. I'll probably move Mouse. Maybe not Fnatic though. Fnatic I think could probably stay. And I'll probably D-rank Vox a wee bit. Probably D-rank LGB below. Alright, I'll probably move Envy up. LDLC, VP, I'll D-rank. Move up good lot of these, maybe not the 3 max. I'll probably move Mouse ahead of that one. This is pretty high for a foil, I'm not gonna lie. I might move this one below. Actually, no. I think it has more use case than some of these Katos. I think Vox Foil might be a bit better, so I'll probably D-rank this below that. LDLC paper, I'll probably D-rank below some of these as well. VP, I'll probably D-rank. This might be a good spot to leave up the higher tier ones. I mean, for the most part, whole lot of the same hull effects. Not really much you can exactly do or say for some of these. Um, hmm. I think the foil for Cologne 2015 might be better than the MLGs and what they had going for them. I think coloring might be a bit better as well. I'll move up these hollows in front of the Kato 14 papers. Probably D-rank Hellraisers to just ahead of Mouse. Um, hmm. Probably move Mouse down one more. Move Dignitas down. Probably 30 max as well while I'm at it. Move this down. Mouse I'll move down. Let's see. Probably move Fnatic down as well while I'm at it. Probably right in front of Navi. In this case, I think Navi's not as good as these. I'll move the Holo there so it's the same. Holo effect, I'll probably put below Grays. I think some of these MLG foils might be better though, so I'll probably move it just ahead over there. And IP. Gets a wee bit more applicable than some. I mean, I might move it between MLG. I think the Hall of actually not, but then it's still Kato. Nonetheless, probably move it up. Reason I'll keep it ahead of it, but probably keep it in C. Vox. Probably ahead of some of these foils. Not as good as Dignitas. I think I'll probably follow suit with VP. Probably ahead of it, honestly. Yeah, I think it might be pretty good. Mouse Esports. I think it's really similar. Some of these others might move this one down a bit. Hellraisers, I'll move down. Dignitas, I'll move down. Same with 3D Max. Green Hall effect isn't bad, so I'll probably move these up. Uh, I think these Kato 15s are probably not as good as LDLC for sure. Mouse, I'll probably just keep it where it is. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I think it's pretty decent where some of these are at. Except for some of these Cologne still, I still feel like the Colognes where they're placed is really unbalanced, so I'll probably move Copenhagen Wolves and Vox right over here behind some of these foils. Behind some of these papers though. Actually, yeah, I might do that as well. So I might move it all the way to behind. I would say it's probably better than some of these though. Stick it right here in front. Actually, this one might be a bit more applicable in this case. Um, yeah, I'll leave it there. Uh, Complexity paper, I'll probably D-rank quite a bit as well. Um, Probably ahead of just these colognes though. Colognes don't really still offer all too much. This is a foil. I think it's probably better than a good lot of these. This one probably better than NIP. These are papers, so probably we'll leave them there. Yeah, that might be good. It's hard to tell, really, when it comes to this kind of stuff. However, this will probably drop these two down a little bit as well. Um, these cattle papers I might do as well. They look alright, but the Holos introduce a whole lot of competition. For sure, I'll probably keep these Dreamhacks below the A plus where all these Kato 15s are. I think they just have a whole lot more detail. The only reason why they're up here is that they have a whole lot of hollow effect with them. Probably drop down IBP and Titan a little bit more as well while I'm at it. Maybe I'll leave it in front of some of these over here. I think I'll do that one. Um, Patching up all the lower tier stickers. I think this one might be alright for the most part as well. Uh, that I'll do rank compared to Titan. I think Titan might be better in this case. Some of these foils have a bit more to offer. I'll probably move NIP ahead. Maybe not Virtus Pro. I don't think coloring is too good for that one. C9, maybe not better in this case. Once again, these colognes are just all over the place. Probably move Virtus Pro below Titan. Actually, not ahead of Titan. Toll Effect still has a little bit going for it. Envy. These are, I think, they're foils, right? Oh, they're papers. Envy, I'll move ahead of Fnatic. Vox, I'll derank a little bit. I'll move Envy ahead of this one as well. Drop Fnatic Katos below Colognes. I feel like this C9 might be less than this one, so I'll probably drop it below it in this case. I mean, drop it below CLG as well. Drop it below on Conspiracy. I feel like on Conspiracy might be a wee bit better. Envy might be better. Envy Cologne might be better. I think it looks maybe there. My workout. LDLC. Actually, no. I'll put it ahead of LDLC and Dynamics. I think might be a more applicable sticker than those. Navi I'll drop a little bit. I'll move Luminosity ahead of a good chunk of these. Same with C9. Maybe not Phase though. Actually, not Phase. And G2 splices Walla. The rest maybe not. With this heads. I feel like these are a bit more comparable. I feel like the blue and the Titan might give it a whole lot of upper hand in this case. D-rank Navi a bit. Fnatic probably ahead of the Vox. But these papers, maybe I'll move them right around here. I think they're definitely a bit more superior in detail. Yeah, I think I'll probably leave Luminosity right around here. Probably move Titan ahead of a lot of these. Maybe not ahead of Luminosity though. C9, I think this one's better than the C9 from Kato 15 for sure. This C9 I'll probably D-rank behind the Cologne. Probably ahead of just the Holo from 15. I'll probably move this one ahead of Vox. Splice though. Splice does have a good chunk going for it. Hellraisers, I'll probably D-rank below this one. I'll move C9 ahead of Hellraisers though. Fox, I feel, could probably D-rank below NV foil from 15, but not ahead of 16. Hellraisers, I don't think is as good as Conspiracy at this point. Probably same as Splice. Move C9 ahead of that one. Keep it ahead of that Hellraisers. Base Clan. Better than a good lot, for sure. Same thing I'd say for G2. G2 I think is not as good as Base Clan, though. Yeah, I'll probably keep those there. See how that one ends up going. CLG paper I feel like is probably pretty good. In this case, I'll probably move this one up quite a bit as well while I'm at it. Probably move it ahead of Cloud9 and Envy. Vlogs as well, maybe not these others though. What else we got here? It's looking pretty good. A bit more spread out. I think I'd say a bit more satisfied for how this one ended up going. So, I'll leave it as is. We'll probably do another rearrangement when the time comes in the higher rankings for sure. But for now, though, this is essentially the tier list for what it's at. You can pause the video if you want to see the progress so far. And now let's move on to Atlanta 2017. So, when I stopped collecting Cologne 2015s, I essentially decided to move to this one for two reasons. One, I think comparing, like, for example, this Gambit 2017 paper to like a good amount of these Cologne 2015 ones, I think it looks better for sure. I like the background; it's a bit more saturated. It has that honeycomb texture to it. I think that's probably better for sure. And I didn't collect any other majors mainly because this is still the 16 major system, so essentially I don't need to spend much more money to collect more. Like for example, I think I was considering Boston at one point as well. I mean, the issue with Boston though is that there's a bunch of teams, even the discontinued ones, so it'd be pretty impossible or pretty expensive for me to collect those. But for now, Gambit. Respectable logo. I do like this version. It's a whole lot more thicker. I think it's more applicable. The background is nice. I think it's probably better than Kato 15 because it matches a whole lot more. Um, but where exactly would I start to put these? I know I respect these stickers a whole lot for sure. And I know that we're only dealing with papers for this one, so I'll probably move this just ahead of a few, maybe not Vox, so, and maybe not some of these full, so I'll leave Gambit right there for now. North, first major, we're seeing them. Honestly, I like this version of their logo. I don't know what happens for RMR and their logo over there. I think this one is better than Gambit. I like how the background is this really nice kind of silver gray color. Um, hmm. Once again, though, I probably wouldn't put it ahead of some of these foils, though, just to play it safe. So yeah, I'll leave North there. Godsent, also the first major we see them. Once again, I like the logo in a way. It's nice for kind of an orangey yellow logo. Better than Gambit, I would have to say. Better than North though, I probably wouldn't say. So for that one, no. So I'll leave it right there. SK returning once again to Atlanta. I think this is probably worse than Gambit in this case. Probably derank it below LDLC, out by power. Probably below a good lot of these. Maybe I'll stick it between Reason and NIP. Um, NIP might actually be better in this case. Same with the Holo for Gambit back then. Hmm. Actually, I might just take this one in. Not ahead of the foils, for sure. I don't want to put it too close to its old SK. But I would have to say it's probably better in some degrees. Not better than Optic though. And yeah, I'll leave that one there. Um, Probably move Gambit a little bit lower. Same with Godsent. Godsent might be, and probably not as good as some of these Kato 15 foils. Fnatic, they ditched the text once again. So it's looking good automatically right off the bat. I'm just gonna move this one straight up. Um, Better than its Kato 14 version. Honestly, I would have to say yeah. Because for one, it's a bit more scrapable, I think, if I remember. Um, the Fnatic logo itself, actually, now that I look at it, it's more or less the same size, but I feel like the Kato 14 text is a bit less seamless compared to this one. I'll probably move this one up quite a bit. Once again, the background matches pretty well. It doesn't blend in to a point where it's necessarily hard to see. Uh, hmm. I'll probably leave it there. Gambit might be better in this case. Envy, once again, using the same logo, I have to treat it as if it's more or less the same thing. Comparing it to these other logos, probably better because it's blue than maybe even Gambit, Fnatic. Maybe not Godson though. I do like the detail that Godson has going on for them. So I'll leave that there. Virtus Pro, once again, we know how this one goes. I'd have to say ahead of Fnatic for sure. Ahead of Gambit. Ahead of Envy, I think its applicability might be a little bit better. Might be ahead of Godsent as well. In fact, I'll probably move this up to before Clan Mystic, and I'll leave it there. Astralis. No new changes really going on for them. At the same time, they don't necessarily need these changes. Better than Gambit, I would have to say. I still like the North though. I don't know, something about North just rings with me, so I'll probably leave it between Godsent and then V for now. Yeah, I'll probably still leave it as is. Navi. Navi for Atlanta. Alright for the most part. Once again, no new changes really going on for them this time around. When it comes to Navi's paper, though, it just looks a little bit different compared to all the others. I don't know why. Probably just leave it below at this point. Probably stick it actually between Reason and NIP. Yeah, I'll leave it there. G2, once again, still sticking with the white logo, but at least this time they have a similarly white background. I think it's still respectable, really simple logo. Applicability-wise, though, I don't think it's as good as maybe Envy, Astralis, and Godsent, so I'll leave it there. FaZe Clan. Okay, so this time, they changed up the logo a bit with their OG FaZe Clan colors. Honestly, I prefer this one overall. I think it's definitely a really good version of the logo. Might as well move this one's a few up. I mean, I like this version of it. I think the coloring is better than like FaZe Clan and MLG, for example. Just looking at these over here. While I'm at it, I'm gonna start moving a few of these up a bit to better match with the other majors. VP, I'll probably think. Is it better than its Kato 14? I don't think so. You can tell that it's a bit more orange in color. Probably just leave it ahead of its foil counterpart. Godsent, probably leave it close by, probably below its Kato 15 foil. Astralis, move it up. NVA G2, maybe not as high, but I'll probably just leave it ahead. Some of these, maybe not Clan Mystic though. So yeah, I'll leave those there. Hellraisers, they don't have any Texas major. The logo is massive. I like this one for sure. Maybe not as better than FaZe Clan though, I'd have to say. Better than its Kato 15 counterpart though, I would have to say. North is better in this case. I'd say FaZe Clan a bit better. North, I'll probably move this higher than Splice Foil. Actually, not maybe not Splice Foil. Move these up a whole lot. I like them for sure. I mean, I'm still in the middle collecting them, so I have some of them that I am missing at the moment. I mean, of course, I might leave my Steam profile in the description. You can take a look at it yourself if you want to. North, maybe I'll leave it. No, not I'm trying to like conspiracy. I'll leave those there for now because we still have to deal with the Holos and such, and I know the Holos this time are kind of a banger, kind of. Flip side, once again, large logo, not disorienting. Really green, really saturated this time around. I think this one could definitely rank a whole lot higher than most for sure. Would I say it's better than Hellraisers though? Maybe not. At the same time though, you see these like Kato 15 papers. Also, while I'm gonna move these down a wee bit. Hmm. Maybe I'll move Face Clan, Hellraisers, and Flipside above North. Just so I could maybe say that it's definitely better than Conspiracy. North, I'll probably just leave it here. I think it's probably better in this case. Flipside, I'll derank it a wee bit. Same for Counter and 3D Max. Probably move Face Clan up. I think this version of the logos might be better and more applicable than 3D Max. This version of Hellraisers I think is better than LGB for sure. Flip sides, I would have to say, is probably better than a good lot of these. At the same time, these are still papers, so I don't want to rank them too high. Might move these Kato 14s down a little bit as well. Aside from that, Mousy Sports, still haven't gotten rid of the text yet. This time around for their sticker, this major, it's definitely a bit more on the red side of things. So I probably put it in a better tier because of that. Better than North, I probably wouldn't say so though. Better than Hellraisers, maybe not. Maybe better than Flies. Actually, no, maybe not as good for sure. And then I'll stick it right between CLG and Vox for that. Strawless though, they might be doing a little bit better. Not that much better. Probably move them above. I'll move this below Vox. And yeah, I'll leave that there. Team Liquids, once again, using a negative spacing, but I do like the blue color that they have going on for their sticker this major. A whole lot more cleaner, for sure, I would have to say. The actual shield itself is a little bit bleak still, but nonetheless, I think this is a much better version of their sticker logo compared to others. Comparing it to North, I would have to say that honestly, Team Liquid might be better in this case. Is it better than like Hellraisers and all this other stuff? I probably wouldn't say so. I'd say it's better than Titan from Kato 15. Probably say it's better and more applicable than LGB. Move these up a little bit. Yeah, I'll leave that there. And our last paper, Optic. This is a really nice version of their sticker logo for this one. I think honestly the Optic for Atlanta is better than all the other ones that they've been in. Still, I think Face Cleanse might be a wee bit better, so I'll leave those there. Now for the holos. The holo effects for Atlanta this time around, they look a whole lot more like actual holos, like you would see in real life. You could look at them and you could like imagine the sound that they would make if you were to scratch them or something like that. Of course, though, it is still a little bit toned down compared to the more OG majors, so I probably wouldn't rank them as high as like Kato 15s per se. But starting us off with Gambit, though, I probably rank this decently high because I think the Holo effect is still clean nonetheless. Probably stick it in front of Hellraisers. From the clones, I think it might be better than some of those. Better than Clone 16s as well. Maybe Flipside Foil. Maybe not as good as some of these holos from MLG. We'll have to see. Godsent. Coloring wise, I would probably have to say that Godsent's holo effect is it has like a purple yellow kind of gradient to it. Once again, more or less the same pattern. I would have to say though, I do prefer the colors a little bit more in the Gambit though. so I'll probably just leave it below it, but just ahead of the Cologne 2016 Holos. Yeah, I'll probably just leave it at that. North, once again, North is looking pretty decent this time around. When it comes to North's Holo, follows the same thing, that scratchy little pattern. Color-wise, it is a bit leaning towards a blue side for sure. I think it might be better than Godsent, better than Flipside Foil. Better than Gambit though. I think Gambit might offer more saturation, more color. It might be a bit less visible on the north when applied to certain skins, I feel. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Navi, I'll probably follow pattern for this one, so I'll leave Navi maybe like below Guts, maybe below these Colognes, maybe even below these 2014 Colognes as well. I mean, the Holo effect is kind of weak on this one. There's not really too much going for it. I mean, just looking at it from Inspect anyways. Virtus Pro, probably leave it ahead of Navi. I'll probably leave it ahead of Godsent as well. A bit more orange this time around, which is kind of nice. The Holo effect does affect Godsent a little bit more, but I do prefer the logo, so probably ahead of Flipside for that reason. And yeah, I'll leave that there. Astralis, this takes essentially the same Holo effect that Gambit has going on for them. I think it might be a little bit better, mainly because of how there's a whole lot more, I don't know, like this sticker is a bit more condensed, I would say. So probably a little bit better, probably move this ahead of some of these MLGs, maybe some of these foils from Kato 15 as well. While I'm at though, I should probably derank some of these foils. Maybe I'll put it below these as well. Move Fox down. Hellraisers, I think it's probably better. Better than all of these foils. Maybe not though. I'll leave it there. Envy. And Envy's holo this time around is interesting because not only does it have a scratchy pattern, but it's like really saturated, which might go really well on some crafts. When it comes to comparing it to the other stickers, I would have to say it's probably better in some cases, better than some of these. I'd say comparing this holo effect to the sprite holo effect from MLG though, I want to have to compare side by side. So when it comes to Columbus, creativity-wise, Columbus might be the better holo, but at the same time, the holo effect that Atlanta has, I think, might be just a little bit more superior enough. So I'll probably move this one up to B plus for that reason. And while I'm at it, I'll probably start moving up some of these other holo effects as well to be better than a good lot of these for sure. Um, Probably move Gambit just below some of these foils. I think I'll probably leave it right there. Yeah. Mousy Sports, once again, it follows the same holo effect that Gambit and Astralis has going on for them. So essentially I have to grade the same way I'm just grading Mouse so far. So in this case I'll probably just leave it Fred and Gambit between Astralis. Once again, nothing too special or team specific this major, so not really much I can exactly say for these teams for the most part. I mean, a bit applicable, I'd say. But yeah, that's Mouse. Fnatic takes on, if I stand corrected, I think it's the same holo effect as the Godsent, maybe. So once again, I have to grade it very similarly. It does rank decently high. Maybe better than Gambit at this point, but maybe not as good as Mouse. decent holo, I would say. Really applicable to a good chunk of skins, for sure. Maybe better than mouse, honestly. The holo effect does really offer a whole lot. In fact, I'm gonna move some of these up ahead of these foils. Yeah, I'll probably move these there. FaZe Clan, once again. Logo looking pretty fresh this time around for FaZe. When it comes to sticker, though, I think the holo effect kind of masks the new coloring that the FaZe Clan logo has. Still, though, I think it's like a bit more superior than a good lot of these stickers for sure. Um, hmm, maybe not as good as NV has for their holo effect this time around, but I know for sure that definitely ranks a bit higher compared to some of these other ones. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Hellraisers, still like the logo. Honestly, I'm not too much of a fan of the holo effect that they have for Atlanta this time around because it takes on a really kind of pinkish tone to it. Of course, Hellraisers, um, I think in general still looks pretty decent this time. I'll probably put it ahead of Astralis. I still prefer their logo overall. When it comes to the holo effect, I think it blends in too well with its background, so I think FaZe Clan might take the crown for that one in comparison. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Flip side, okay. The green holo for this one is honestly really nice, for sure. It definitely ranks high, I would have to say. Because it does kind of blend in with the background, but at the same time, the green is just really nice, really good for a whole lot of green crafts. Like imagine popping this on like a scope of a containment breach, man. Like that'd be cool as hell. It's really saturated and such. I definitely rank it in the higher tiers solely because of that. Um, Comparing it to Columbus though, honestly, I had to say Atlanta might take this one compared to Columbus. Hull effect is really nice. So I'll probably leave it there. Uh, hmm. Better than some of the Dreamhack, so that's the real question because I know that this is a really good holo effect that they have going for them this time around. Creativity wise, I think it might be a little bit better than some of these. I think the sticker is large enough to be comparable to Dreamhack, I guess. So with that one, I might just leave it in front of VP and Fnatic, maybe not Dignitas. But I still wouldn't move it up to A plus where all the Katos are, because I think it's a bit more creative for what they have. Yeah, I'll leave that one there. G2, taking on a very similar pattern to SK's Holo from Cologne 2016, kind of taking on a kind of purplish kind of color this time around. I think we'll probably see the same thing for SK. It's kind of bluish in a way. I kind of like it. But comparing it to these other Atlanta halls, I'd probably stick it very closely to Fnatic, probably just ahead of it, maybe. Compared to Astralis, the craftability for this one, I don't think it has as much craftability. Probably better than some of these Kato papers though, so I'll leave that there. Optic, once again, it's a green sticker, and the holo effect is very similar to Flipside, so I'll probably rank it really closely to Flipside, but comparing this one to Flipside, I would honestly have to say Optic does a better job. I prefer to look at the logo overall. I think the craftability for Optics might be better in this case than Flipside's. So yeah, I'll leave that one right there. Team Liquid. Once again, that dark blue is coming in handy, especially for the holo this time around. When it comes to Team Liquid's holo effect, comparing it to Envy's anyways, I would honestly prefer this one. I think the negative spacing isn't as bad looking as Envy's. So I'd probably rank it above it. I'd probably rank it ahead of Mouse. Comparing it to Columbus though, I'd probably rank it above it, honestly. Craftability wise, I think this one would look a whole lot more cooler for sure. Might not be as creative, but at the same time, I think the coloring and the saturation makes up for all of that. Move it up here, move it ahead of Envy. Whether or not it goes ahead of these Kato papers, though, I'm not entirely sure just yet, so I'll leave it there. Alright, and actually, wait a minute. I knew I was missing something. So, the thing about setting this up on Tierlist Maker is that it doesn't like it when you submit over 1,000 photos for like a single tier list, so it kind of bugs out a little bit. I do remember SK Holo, for whatever reason, does like to bug and it just goes to the end of the list, so just going to take this one up. Once again, very similar to G2. The Holo effect is essentially the same logo-wise. I'll probably stick it probably below Gambit in this case. Maybe below VP, below Godsent, I'd say. Even below Navi, I'd say. Navi even has a little touch-up of color. Probably below some of these foils, better than Kato papers, though, I would have to say. So yeah, I'll leave that there. So now that is the end of the Atlanta Holos. So now we got to move on to the foils. And this time around for the foils, though, very similar kind of foil effect as Cologne 2015, where it kind of has a whole lot of texturing in the background. This time around, it's not only saturated, but it has that honeycomb effect as well, which honestly I think is really nice. So, off the bat, we have to rank it, I would have to say, well above the paper versions of these logos. Like, for example, comparing Gambit foil to FaZe Clan paper, I would have to say it's definitely better. I'd probably say it's better than G2 at this point, better than maybe the lower tier yellow holos. Maybe not better than some of these other holos, so I'll leave that one there as a start. Godsent foil. Once again, we have to compare it as if it's just comparing Godsent to all these other ones. It's better, maybe not as comparable to these holos, so I'll leave that one there. SK. Once again, more or less the same thing. Not as good as some of these, I would have to say. Probably rank it just right below G2 from MLG and LDLC, but I still think it's pretty decent as a sticker. Maybe not as good as these though. Or yeah, I'll probably just leave it. Maybe right behind Titan, and these might be more applicable than London Conspiracy, maybe. Actually, no, I'll put it just right ahead in North. Still a decent sticker, though. Envy. Once again, it's got a nice deep blue. It's a foil, so I have some decent texture on it. Probably put it ahead of SK Holo, I would have to say, because even if there is no real holo effect for it, I still think it'd be really nice to pop it on some blue skins for sure. And it is a whole lot larger, so it definitely takes some more space, so I'll leave that one there. North, once again, I prefer this logo overall compared to some of these other ones. Um, Head of Gambit, Head of Godsent. I can also take inspiration for previous ones. I put ahead of VP, Godsent, yeah, so I'll probably just leave it there as is. Alright, Astralis. Astralis foil this time around. Better than its MLG one, I'd say. It's a little larger. Once again, a tad bit more applicable. Comparing it to Envy, though, I probably have to say that Astralis might take the crown for this one. I don't think it's probably as comparable to some of these holos, though, so I'll leave it right before VP. Probably stick it right behind North at this point. Let's see, when it comes to VP, I still prefer the North logo over this one, so I'll leave it at that. Navi, not as good as some of these. Of course, the foil effect still does look pretty good, I would have to say. Um, so it's probably better than some of these other stickers in general, but at the same time, it's still that OG Navi logo, which I'm not entirely a fan of. So I'll leave that one there. Mousy Sports, Polyfollow, red pattern, just right below Astralis. Maybe just ahead of Godsent. And yeah, probably should stick it there. G2. Foil effect is nice. It's a bit more on the wider side. You could definitely pop this on some white skins. Maybe like a whiteout. Get some decent texture out of the skin if you really want to, I guess. When it comes to G2 though, better than Navi. Maybe not as applicable as Gambit is. So for that, I'll probably just leave it right behind it. So yeah, Hellraisers. Hellraisers, I like it. It's good. I'll stick it pretty high because of that. I think its foil is really applicable for sure. I like the texturing it has because of the outlines, so I'll leave it ahead of a few of those. I think it's probably better than its Kato 14 paper counterpart. Maybe even better than, actually no, maybe not as good as SK Holo though. I do have to respect the holo effect that it has. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. Fnatic, no follow pattern for this one. So for Fnatic, I'll probably just leave it ahead of Navi. So yeah, right over there. Not too much going on for that one. Optic and flip side for this one though. Its foil effect is really nice. It's still really saturated. So I would probably have to rank it decently high. In terms of the foil effect for sure. I think it's definitely better than Kato 15's. Could be comparable to some of these holos, I would have to say. I mean, just looking at optics at this point, it's really textured. I think it's really nice. Maybe not as good as the holo effects from Cologne, so I'll leave it at that. And while I'm at it, I might as well bring up Flipside as well. Probably just leave it behind it. Once again, they're essentially very similar stickers. You use the same foil effect, same colors. So I'll leave it at that one. Phase Clan, I'll probably leave it, honestly, ahead of Hellraisers at this point. Um, When it comes to phases, it really makes those OG colors really stand out, I would have to say. Better than some of these Kato 15 ones. Better than the Holo for Navi, though. Maybe not, though. So I'll leave it there. And our last one for Atlanta, Team Liquid, and their foil. For this one, once again, it's respectable, for sure. Honestly, that negative spacing, when with the foil effect, might actually make it a bit harder to see. Also, leave it ahead of a good chunk of these for sure. Because I think it's a wee bit better than maybe like a Astralis for sure. But better than some of these other ones, I probably wouldn't think so. So yeah, I'll leave that one there for Atlanta 2017. So yeah, this is what the tier list would look like with Atlanta 2017 implemented. Once again, you can pause to see how it is. I might move things around for how it is. I noticed that some of the Kato 15 foils might be a little bit out of place. And yeah. Now we gotta move on to what I think is the halfway mark for all of this with the Krakow 2017 series now. Alright, so Krakow 2017, this is where things start to take a bit of a vary when it comes to some of the patterns. I remember on the first recording, the holo effects were honestly sick for this one. The border, though, honestly, I found a bit weird. Starting us off, though, with Big Clan, the first major that we see this team show up, I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to Big Clan, I honestly don't like their logo whatsoever. Like, I feel it's creative, it's a really nice logo, but once again, when it comes to being a CS skin, sorry, a sticker logo though, I don't think it really works all too well, is the thing. So, to start us off, I would honestly rank this fairly low. I think it's more comparable to Cologne 2015 in a way for some of these. better in some cases. I would assume so. But at the same time, when it comes to Big Clan, at this case, there's essentially no color. There is very minimal um filling, I guess, when it comes to the sticker. Honestly, there's not really much to work with whatsoever. For now, though, I'll probably place it around here. I prefer the Kato 15s because it's a Kato 15 nonetheless. But of course, Big Clan, it doesn't really have much going for it to begin with, for at least this major anyways. So now, moving on to Gambit. Um, Massive star for this one, a tad bit better, I would say, in this case. Um, Maybe better than a good chunk of the Cologne 2015 solely because it's a bit red. Um, Honestly, when it comes to Krakow's border, I'm not really too much of a fan of it. I think it takes up a whole lot of space. If it was behind it rather than around it towards the bottom, maybe it could be a little bit better, but when it comes to this one, I'll probably just leave it right there. North, once again, I do like North's logo. I think it's pretty clean. When it comes to Krakow, though, maybe I'll put it a little bit behind Gambit this time around since Gambit takes up a whole lot of space. If you want to go for just a red craft, it would go well. I know Krakow paper stickers are a little bit cheap at the moment as well, so it might work out a bit better. When it comes to North, it might not work too well this time around since their logo is a bit darker. So I'll probably just leave it right behind it in this case, and probably leave it ahead of others. Penta, they returned in this major. Honestly, I would have to put it behind Big Clan. I think Big Clan has a better logo. Penta, I don't really see it too better. I think the Kato 15 version was a little bit better than Penta, so probably leave it there. Vega Squadron. Honestly, I like Vega Squadron's logo. Really nice. That's a blue sticker for sure. I have to put it probably ahead of Gambit. At this point, maybe not ahead of some of these other ones though. Maybe ahead of a few clones. I do like how it stands out. It's a bit saturated. You could work a whole lot more with Vega's sticker compared to others, I would have to say. Still, it's also a little bit cheap as well. Maybe I'll put it ahead of some of these. Maybe I'll move Gambit a little bit up as well to start balancing a little bit. While I'm at it, I might as well move some of these colognes down a rank or two. Um, and yeah, that might be pretty good for now. Astralis, once again, returning over to Krakow. This time around, I can't really say too much about Astralis. I mean, comparing it to Gambit, for example, their logo is a bit toned down. I would honestly put it right behind Gambit for that reason. And yeah, I'll probably just leave it right over there. I'm gonna move Gambit a little bit higher. Maybe I'll move Astralis too, right before all the Cologne stickers, and I'll leave it there. Base Clan, once again, they're still using this really nice, varied colored version of their logo. Comparing it to Vega Squadron, though, I think it might be a little bit better since the logo is a bit bigger this time around. I'll probably have to place it, move Vega Squadron up. I think it looks better than a good chunk of these. Maybe some of these emojis as well. Base Clan, I'll probably move up over here. Yeah, I think that might be pretty good. Uh, hmm. For now, I'll probably just leave phase there. Yeah. G2, once again, still using the white logo. Is a bit more comparable to like Big, Penta, and such. Because of the border, their G2 logo is a bit smaller this time around as well. So essentially, I would probably have to compare it to these. I probably wouldn't even put it in C minus. At this point, there's really not really much you could do with it unless if you're specifically a G2 fan. I still think Kato 15s at this point is probably a little bit better as well. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it right over there. While I'm at it, I might as well move up Big Squadron a little bit more. Navi's Navi. We can probably start the pattern with this one. I don't think it's as good as some of these. When it comes to Krakow's Navi and Cologne 2015, I'm thinking the Krakow version might be better in this case, solely based off of the look of the border, because essentially everything else is exactly the same as before. So I'll probably leave it right ahead. I don't think it's still that good though. Fnatic, they bring back the text for whatever reason they decide to. I'll probably leave it ahead of Navi, but I probably won't put it in C minus solely because I just don't like it. SK, I'll probably put it ahead of Penta. I think I prefer SK's logo a tad bit more over Penta's. That's just personal preference. Essentially, these two are pretty much the exact same in a way. I honestly prefer Cologne 2016's over it because at least the background has a bit more detail, while Krakow is a bit more solid in its colors and features. So yeah. Cloud9, honestly, hunky little logo this time around. Comparing it to like Vega Squadron though, I would probably go with Cloud9 over Vega Squadron because you could see in the icons, Cloud9 this time around kind of overlaps a little bit when it comes to their logo compared to Vega Squadron. Clean logo, looking good. Over FaZe Clan, maybe not though. So I'll probably just stick it ahead of some of these, maybe. Just leave it right over here next to FaZe. And yeah, I'll probably leave it as is. I'll probably move up some of these Colognes up, FaZe up. Yeah, I'll leave it right there. Immortals, the first, and I think it's the only major that they attend. Honestly, a really nice logo, unique color. Um, I think it looks pretty good for sure. Um, Definitely a higher tier kind of sticker, I would say, especially in the early stages with the papers and such. I'd probably leave it next to Vega Squadron. When it comes to comparing it to Vega Squadron, though, I think I would kind of prefer Vega Squadron's look over Immortals in this case, and that's just mainly personal preference. VP, um, probably leave it next to Fnatic and Navi, same as always, because there's not really too much going on for it. This time around, I think there are better VP stickers to work with. Might be better than its Cologne version of it. Maybe not its MLG, I would have to say. Um, but yeah, that's essentially all I really have to see going for it. Um, could be better since it's solid colors, I would have to say actually. So I might just put it just right ahead of it for that reason. While I'm at it, I might as well move some of these foils down a little bit as well, just to balance things out a tad bit more. But yeah. Mouse esports, once again, no text, which is really nice. When it comes to Mouse's logo, once again, it goes back to this kind of lightish red color. This time around, though, I would honestly have to say I kind of prefer the Krakow sticker for Mouse over Astralis. Comparing it to Gambit, though, Gambit might be a bigger pick because it's a whole lot more red and it's a whole lot more larger. So I'll probably just leave it as is right over there. Flip sides, compared to Atlanta anyways, there isn't as much background to work with. So I had to say it's probably better than like Cologne, but at the same time, I don't think it has too much to work with in terms of being a green sticker this time around. I don't think it works with Columbus. I don't think it works with Cologne. Probably just leave it in front of a good chunk of these. Um, I'll leave it right over there. All right, and now we're going to be moving on to the Holos for this major. So Big Clan Holo, not exactly much going on for the Holos for the Grays. There is a little bit of texturing, but and there is a good holo effects that I think is going on for the PGL logo and the stars. Issue is I think when it comes to the holo effect on Big Clan, it's really subtle to a point where it doesn't really show or pop up too much. When it comes to Big Clan's logo as well, because of how thin it is, the holo effect doesn't really affect much of the logo whatsoever. So in this point, I would probably place it just behind North, and I probably wouldn't put it much where else because comparing the Hollow anyways to its paper counterpart, it's barely even more pricier whatsoever, and I just don't see the point of it. And similarly, the same goes for the Penta Hollow as well. Once again, the logo might be bit bigger, so the holo effect is a bit more visible, but once again, it's still thin nonetheless, so the holo effect is not as visible comparably. So I'll probably leave Penta right behind Big Clan at this point. And yeah, Astralis. When it comes to Astralis's holo effect, this is where I'm starting to see a whole lot more variation in the holo effects this time around for Krakow, which I would honestly praise. Um, Uses the similar color scheme from the Hellraiser's holo effect, and this time around, the Astralis logo has a really nice pixelated effect. Honestly, if they made Astralis's logo a bit bigger, I feel like this could have been a really goated sticker. But nonetheless, though, it's still respectable, I would have to say. So I would probably place it decently high. Maybe I'll place it towards, I wouldn't say it's high enough to be compared to like Columbus and Cologne, but I still respect the effect because of how saturated it is nonetheless. Probably place it right ahead of some of these. Probably ahead of this one. I think this is Navi paper, so I'll probably put it even in C plus tier. Would I prefer Astralis paper over this one? I would honestly kind of prefer the Krakow over this. When it comes to the Krakow version of this sticker, I feel that you get a whole lot more out of this one for a very similar price, I think. So I'll probably put it ahead of this one. Comparing it to Cologne Holo, I'll probably put it ahead. Um, I mean, the closest thing I could find to really compare it is these yellow colognes, which honestly I think might be a bit worse. I'll probably put ahead of NIP from Dreamhack. In fact, I'm gonna de-rank Dreamhack a little bit because I think yellow offers a bit more from those colognes. I'll probably place it right behind Gambit foil, I would have to say. I think the foil still offers a little bit. I think it looks better than the base ones for these. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Gambit. So this time around, compared to Astralis and their pixelated holo effect, it uses a very similar color scheme. I think it's the same color scheme, but it has this crystal effect to it. Whether or not it's better, though, I'm not so sure. When it comes to comparing it to Astralis in this case, I'm just going to be comparing it based off of the logo. The logo's chunkier. I think it might be better than Gambit's foil from Atlanta anyways. So I'll probably leave it probably in front of most of the foils. Comparing it to Cologne, I think honestly this one might be a better holo effect, so I might leave it way in front. I do want to make room as well because I know that there is some really good holo effects for this major, so I'll probably just leave it. Perhaps in front of MLG and IP, maybe not in front of TL, so I'll leave Gambit right over there. Fnatic, when it comes to Fnatic's holo effect this time around, once again, this time it has this vertical kind of stripy look to it. Really decent orange holo effect. While the stars are using a very similar Hellraiser's type color to it. When it comes to Fnatic though, I don't think it's as good as Gambit or Astralis in this case. I do think it is better than the grays that we've been working with so far. So I would probably leave this. I think it's really comparable to the yellows, so I'll probably put it just right behind the high tier yellows, maybe a little bit above the low tier yellows for Cologne. There is still a good chunk of value you can get out of this one, even though it might not be as expensive or as old as some of the others. I mean, the Fnatic with the text, though, does devalue it, in my personal opinion, anyways. So I'll probably just leave it right over there. Alright, SK, once again, we can treat it as if it is the same one as G2, Big Clan, and Penta. There are different holo effects, but at the same time, I feel that none of it will end up mattering because of just how thin and how little there you really get for the sticker. And the price shows as well. It's pretty cheap in comparison to some of the other stickers, so I'll probably leave that one as is. G2, more or less the same story when it comes to it. G2, on the other hand, comparison, does have like some pretty nice stars going on for it, but at the same time, the stars doesn't really affect the actual logo itself. But solely because that there is a bit more logo in G2, I'll probably just still leave it ahead, even though the holo effect is pretty bad on in comparison to all the other gray Krakows. So yeah. Moving on to Virtus Pro. In the orange parts of the logo, it uses a very similar effect to the stripes that Fnatic had, but I think it uses the same color scheme as the Hellraiser's Holo from Katowice 2014. So I'll probably rank it decently high. I think Fnatic might be better though in this case because it offers a whole lot more color for it. There is some decent texture in the bear. But at the same time, I feel like if you're going to be getting a holo from Krakow, you should probably go for something like Fnatic. So I'll leave it right behind it in this case. Navi. All right. So when it comes to Navis, decent yellow holo effect. I think it uses a very similar holo effect as the Fnatic does, but with a yellow color scheme instead. And it uses pixelation, just like Astralis's. In comparison though, I'll probably leave it right below. I respect the holo effect, but at the same time, the holo effect only affects the yellow bits of the Navi logo, and not really much else of it either. So with that, I probably wouldn't rank it all too high in comparison to those either. Vega Squadron. So Vega Squadron has, I think it looks really nice. It has a blue-purple holo effect to it. There's a whole lot of texturing when it comes to the patterns that go on in the background of the logo and such. I still respect the logo a whole lot, so I would probably have to put it relatively high. In comparison, I'd probably put it ahead of Fnatic. Um, I would probably put it maybe ahead of TL as well. I feel like the saturation for this holo effect might be more valued compared to TL. Once again, if the logo was a bit bigger, everything would have been maybe a good chunk better. At the same time, it probably isn't, so probably not. Probably put it ahead of the Kato 14s. And yeah, I'll leave that as it is. Moving on to mouse. For Krakow, uses a what I'm going to call an oil spill holo effect. Not really pinkish this time. It's more orange, kind of orange, kind of red holo effects to it. I would have to say. Pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. The logo still fills up a good chunk of that sticker, so I have to respect it. Comparison to Gambit logo though, Gambit might have more value compared to it. I think anyways that because of how large the logo is, it might factor in to being better than Astralis, but probably not as good as Gambit, so I'll probably just leave it right behind it in this case. Flip side. Flip side, it uses a just kind of square-ish pattern, I would have to say. Once again, not too much going on in factors of it being a green holo, so I would probably not rank it as high as like some of the Atlanta stickers. Probably ahead of its paper Atlanta, I guess, because it's still a holo nonetheless, but probably not too high compared to some of these other ones for that reason. So probably move it within. I don't want to put it ahead of Vega Squadron. I think Vega Squadron's holo effects is a bit more detailed, so I'll probably leave it behind it. I'll probably leave it in relative condition near Gambit and Mouse. Just add a bit of variation to it. It is nice, I guess. It is saturated to some extent. As a green sticker, though, I would rather get like a Atlanta paper than I probably would get this. I mean, of course, it's also really expensive for another part. Or when I say really, it's like $20, but I still think Atlanta might offer a whole lot more value when it comes to being a sticker if you're hunting for greens. If you're hunting for like a Krakow holo collection, then sure, I guess it's a decent sticker nonetheless. And yeah, you can go get it, but I probably not get too high. North. North's Hollow effect this time around is really unique. It has a kind of polka dot, really nice, really saturated kind of hollow effects. I think honestly, the hollow effects might actually be better than Vega this time around. I would probably put it ahead of Kato foils over here. I'd probably put it ahead of the Cologne hollows. Even some of the higher tier reds from Cologne. Probably put it ahead of Godsent for Atlanta. I'd probably put it even ahead the hollow effect for its Atlanta version as well. Maybe not as good as the reds. When it comes to North, it's really saturated. The polka dot is a hollow effect we've never really seen before in stickers. The sticker and logo itself is large, so you get a whole lot of value for it as well. And yeah, I'll probably just leave it. Probably leave it in front of the Holos. I do like the saturation that it has going for it. In fact, I'll probably leave it right in front of G2, maybe not in front of Astralis at this point. So yeah, I'll leave that over there. Immortals. So Immortals uses a very similar kind of pixelated effect as Navi and Astralis does. The coloring for it really ocean blue, I would have to say. I think it's really comparable to North and Vega. Once again, the logo is kind of chunky, so then you do get a decent amount of value for the sticker. I'll probably put it ahead of North, I guess. I do prefer the color gradient that it has in comparison to North, so I'll probably just leave it right in front of even maybe Sprite Color Envy. Maybe ahead of Fnatic as well. The saturation is really nice, I'd have to say. Probably had a 30 max foil. Probably move 30 max foil a bit lower. Yeah, I'll leave that as is. Moving on, FaZe Clan Holo. Okay. So FaZe Clan's Holo this time around uses a kind of, it's hard to describe in it, but I'm going to have a visualizer either way somewhere on the screen so you can see. Once again, it's saturated. Compared to Atlanta and its version of its Holo, I think it does its job better because it kind of articulates the colors that the FaZe logo has this time around. I'd have to rank it pretty high. I'd rank it above the Gambit, honestly, for it. Once again, it's really saturated. The Holo effects is still good nonetheless. Um, hmm, probably near Vegas Squad. I think Vegas Squad does a better job at being sticker though. That's the thing. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it ahead of some of the Katos and leave that as it is. And for our last Holo, Cloud9. So Cloud9's Holo effect uses a very similar one to the flip side one. It uses, I think, the same kind of ocean color scheme as Immortals does. In this case, though, I think Immortals might take the crown for being the better blue Holo over all the other ones. I do still want to put Cloud9 next to it because it is still a pretty good blue Holo effect nonetheless. Balancing though, I might have to move both of these up a little bit more. Because of how saturated they are, I might move North a little bit higher as well. Just to respect it a little bit more. Um, hmm. Might move in front of TL, might move in front of Atlanta Liquids. Whether or not it competes with MLG though, that I'll have to see myself. So yeah, I'll probably leave it behind Atlanta, sorry, not Atlanta, Columbus Cloud9 relatively. I think the Holo effect is probably not as good, it's not as creative in comparison. Probably leave it in front of the foils though for Atlanta greens. Probably put in front of the hulls as well. North, I might need to respect it a little bit more. I'll probably put it behind Team Liquid. I think the color schemes are really similar, but I think Team Liquid might offer a bit more value in terms of its sticker in comparison to North, so I'll probably just leave that one as it is. Yeah, I think I'm pretty satisfied with that. Might move up some of the other holos as well. So like Gambit, for example, I might move up because of how saturated it is. I might move it up in front of the Katos over here. I might move Vega Squadron up to maybe towards the top of B minus. I think it's definitely better than a good lot of these. I think FaZe Clan should also move up Gambit. I might move to just ahead of these Columbus Reds. Um, maybe next to the Atlanta version. Atlanta might offer a bit more to it. I'll probably move Vegas Squadron to B minus. Ahead of G2 for Atlanta, maybe not the rest. And yeah, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I'll leave that one as is. All right, so now the foils for Krakow. So foils this time around, more or less very similar to the rest of the foils. Only real notable thing is that there is this kind of stitching texture you could really see inside of the PGL background border that it has going on for it. Aside from that, it just has a really metallic look to it. It's another foil. Probably just stick it right in front of the papers like we usually do. In this case, anyways, I'll probably stick it good chunk ahead, I would have to say. Maybe even in C tier with some of these. It's really big. It offers a lot, I would have to say. Probably better than Astralis from Cologne 2016. Maybe better than Astralis from Columbus. Actually, maybe not though, because Gambit not really a metal kind of looking logo, so I probably wouldn't put it as higher. Anyways, Big Clan foil. I mean, once again, the white might match a little bit better with the metallic backgrounds. I mean, that's if you're putting it on very metallic skins as well. I don't think it ranks as high as some people might think. I'll probably put it honestly behind some of the Cologne 2015 ones because of that. Probably better than some of these um other foils. So like Fnatic, for example, that this one might rank definitely a bit higher. You got a whole lot more logo for it. Probably better than Cologne. Might not be better than Columbus, though, so I'll leave it right behind his Columbus counterpart. Penta will probably follow a pattern for this one, so behind Big Clan. While I'm at it, I might as well take SK, put it in the same order relatively, because when it comes to these foils, you still don't necessarily get much offered. I mean, G2, for example, because of how much outline it has going on for it, it might look a bit more textured. But like, essentially, that is it. And you're not really gonna get all too much for it. So like Astralis, move it up a bit. Comparing it to Gambit, I think Gambit does it better. Comparing it to its Cologne counterpart, I think Cologne does it a little bit better. So I'll probably just leave it right over there. Navi. Once again, honestly, I think the MLG does its foil a little bit better than Navi this time around. It looks a bit flat, I guess. Not too much going on for its outlining, so I would have to put it right below it. I think it does better than its Cologne 2016 counterpart because it just has a bit more of the logo inside of it. So yeah, I'll leave it there. FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, I'll probably leave it relatively high. The outlining around the logo looks pretty chunky. So that might be pretty good. I wouldn't put it higher than some of the holos though. So for now, I'll probably stick it. I don't think it's as good as its Atlanta foil either. So I'll probably put it around C plus area. Probably behind Astralis Hollow, I would have to say. Um, maybe in front of Navi foil. Yeah, I think that would be a fair choice. Yeah, I'll leave it right there for now. North foil. Let's see. This one, of course, when it comes to North's foil this time around, I mean, it's pretty much more or less the same it's always been. It's a bit darker. Um, I think it works a little bit better with the border, but that's just personal preference. But in comparison to face clan, I'll probably rank it a bit lower. As a sticker, I feel the foil doesn't do as good of a job as some of the others. Comparing it to like its other North foil, for example, I wouldn't really put it any higher. In fact, I think its paper from Atlanta might even do better. So I'll probably just leave it probably right behind the Hellraiser's Cologne. I think it might be actually not. I think Hellraisers from Kato 15 might do a little bit better. Even Envy might do better. Yeah, I'll probably just leave it right. Or actually no. Some of these others I don't really agree with. I'll leave it here for now though. Virtus Pro. Once again, we can follow pattern. In this case, I'll probably leave it in front of wherever we have Navi at. I don't think it ranks all too high. I think the foil does a better job than Cologne. Kato 15 might be a better sticker though, so I might not rank it higher than that. Maybe a little bit higher than just Fox, but I don't really see too much value inside of this one this time around. Vega Squadron. Vega Squadron looking pretty decent. I would have to say that the way the foiling works with the line work, I think is pretty cool. It looks pretty cool. I'd have to say, in comparison to Gambit, though Gambit might offer a little bit more, but it is a blue, and I do prefer its logo over Gambit, so I'll probably put it just a tad bit ahead of it. Maybe a little bit after the grays from Kato 15, so I'll leave it there. Mousy Sports. Well, once again, takes on that kind of pinkish little color to it. The line work for this one isn't bad, I would have to say, but at the same time, I feel it isn't anything special. Head of Astralises from Cologne and Krakow, maybe not as good as Gambit. Leave it right over there. Alright. Immortals. It's a decent foil, I'd have to say. This time around, line work is alright. It's visible, I would have to say, but in comparison to these other ones, probably behind Vega, honestly. The outlining kind of makes the logo a bit more thinner than it really is, and like that's pretty much it that it has going for it. So I'll leave that one there. Flipside foil, just another flipside foil in this case. In comparison to Cologne, I'd probably leave it behind it, honestly. It's green, but then it's mainly solid green, so it would only work with a certain pair of skins. Might not. I think Optic might be a little bit better than it. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, comparison to these, I feel like these ones might be a little bit better. Um, I'll de-rank complexity a little bit more. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. And our last one for Krakow, of course, the Cloud9 foil. Once again, it looks decent. Alright, nothing too special going on for the foils this time around. I do prefer the line work that Vega Squadron has going for it. For this major, I might put it right under it. In comparison to Immortals, I think because of how large the Cloud9 logo is for the sticker, it takes up more space. It might give it more value. Vega Squadron might move up to ahead of these. Same as C9 and others. Yeah, I think that might be pretty good for where it's at for Krakow. And I think I'll probably leave this for part 1 of this weird little series thing. Um, because after this one, this is essentially the halfway point done. And I think we only have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 tourneys left out of the 19 of the stickers. And I believe after this one, starting in Boston, that's where they take on 24 teams. And then of course they have 100 Thieves and Tyloo for that tourney as well. Which adds a little bit more as well. So essentially, at this point, this is what the list looks like. Some of these I might move around. Once again, the Cologne's still a little bit unbalanced. Some of the Katos I might have to move down as well. It does feel weird putting like some Kato stickers from 2014 in like C tiers though, because they are pretty decent. They are borderless. But at the same time, knowing the stickers like in Stockholm, Antwerp, and like Paris and such that we're gonna be ranking, that S and A tier slots are gonna be filled up really soon as well, of how it is. But yeah, essentially, this is a few hours of work going into this tier list so far. Um, and yeah, that's pretty much going to be it for part one. I'll see you in a few hours. All right, welcome back, lads and lasses, to part two. Start us off. It's essentially going to get rough. So we just finished Atlanta, and pretty much all the majors prior to that. Now we need to start off on Boston all the way to Paris, which is going to be quite a bit since this is the first major that they introduced 24 teams to line up for the tourney, and Boston I know has a few extra teams because of the controversy back then. So for now, start us off, we're gonna procrastinate that just a little bit. Because I was just looking at this list here, and I'm starting to realize it's even more unbalanced than before than ever. So first of all, I'm gonna make a few changes. I'm gonna bring down both Mouse and Navi Holo before. I'm gonna move up Optic and Flip Side. I'm gonna rearrange so Luminosity is ahead. Flip Side, I'm also gonna move ahead. One thing I'm starting to notice with the Dreamhack Holos is that it's not as good as I thought. They're saturated and it's nice. Issue is, the Holo effects doesn't really actually impact the actual stickers themselves. So with that, I'm actually going to move up a whole load of these. For that main reason, in fact. I might bring Fate. Actually, no. I think G2 is actually better looking than FaZe Clan at this point. I think Cloud9, and Counter Logic are some really nice stickers. I think G2 looks a little bit better though. These two are more or less the same. I'll keep these two a bit down low for the most part. Let's see what else is there. Might bring down the Kato 14 papers a little bit more. Let's see. When it comes to some of these Kato 14s, I might honestly move some of these up as well. So like Hellraisers, I might move up. It has the unique color, a nice background. LGB, maybe not. I don't really see it as creative as the Hellraisers, even though they do use very similar patterns and such. I might move Mouse Hollow down. Might move Navi Hollow down. Might move Mouse down a tick more. Because looking at the Mouse Hollow anyways, it doesn't actually affect the logo itself. And I feel like these other ones might be better for that reason. I might move Navi in front of some of these hollows over here. I might move Mouse in front. Actually, I might move Mouse in front of the Cologne ones as well. Let's see, what else is there? These Katos over here I know are a little bit unbalanced. I should probably move these a little bit lower as well. I mean, from the looks of it though, it seems to be alright for the most part. I mean, Dignitas I might keep up here. Vox might be good to stay up there as well. I know these Katos are really unbalanced, especially towards the lower C tier areas. So like MLG, I might not keep Nip there. Reason Might move that down as well a little bit. We'll have to see. This area is definitely unbalanced as hell. I know with Berlin and London coming in, I know those aren't too popular, or at least they aren't popular for me. One thing I'm also noticing is that envy. I don't know why that's as high as it is. Might move that lower just a little bit. G2, I think that they're pretty decent around this tier, so I'll probably keep them up. I do like how Liquid looks around this time. I think they do a better job at the blue than Flipside does. What else is there? Is like Fnatic's better. I might move Vex down a bit because there is a whole lot of red competition. I think the other reds might do it well, even though it is Cluj-Napoca. Virtus Pro, I'll move it down a tier because I don't think they execute the coloring too well, even though it's an orange theme. Essentially what we're doing right now is we're just making a bit of room for all the other ones, just a little bit. I think Team Wolf might do better, and like Fnatic might do a little better. I'll move Navi, Bravado, and Escape Gaming down a tier. I'll keep the foil up there for now. Um, C9 for Dreamhack isn't that bad. In fact, I think I'll probably move Immunity and E-Beetle. So before that, I might move E-Beetle in front of it. I think the neutral colors might work better for E-Beetle anyways. E-Beetle foil, I think that's better than E-Beetle. Non-foil, I think I might derank it to so it's below Navi. This is E-Beetle's paper as well, so I might move them down to D tier. Because I have to start representing these based off of like actual thoughts that I have for them. TSM, NIP, I'll move these below. These Dreamhacks aren't bad. That's the thing. I know they aren't that bad. Like, just because they don't have a theme, I don't think that they deserve to be in D tier. Realistically, I'll probably just move up all of these so that they're up here. I think Cloud9 is better than Fnatic now. Maybe actually I think they do better than VP as well. So I'll stick it right over there. These are papers. I'll bring these down to D tier. I don't think they do all too well themselves. The grays also move to D tier for Krakow because I think the foils do a better job of being just a sticker for him. So I'll leave him over there. The gray Katos, I think they look good, better than a majority of them. I'll probably move them up higher. Because the gray matching with these team sticker colors, I don't think really matches too well. This at least sticks with a theme of some sort, and the foils still remain up here. So I think it might be a decent spot to leave it at. E-Beetle, still not a fan of it, so I think that's fair for the most part. Nip, I might move this down a bit. Let's see. Navi from Cologne, I'll leave it there. Some of these clones, I'll move them down a tad bit. I think Krakow look better as a sticker, so I might move them up a bit. Hmm. It's not that good though, that's the thing. Probably do it so, because are there any foils here? There's Cologne foils, but aside from that, most of these are just papers for the most part. I'm not too much of a fan of Kingwin. XMG, I'm honestly not liking the look of it, so I might derank it just a little bit more. Let's see what else is there. The rest of these, I think I could stick by a tad bit. Maybe I'll move that behind Cologne. Actually, no, Virtus Pro can stay up there, and Titan. That maybe in front of Mouse, in front of Kingwin, but maybe not flip sides by the looks of things. What else is there? Copenhagen Wolves. Okay. I think 2016 Gambit looks a bit better. Some of these foils might be better crafts, so I'll give it that. This Kato 14, I guess, can stay here for the most part. Gambit 2016, that looks like the foil version of it, right? Yeah, that's paper, so almost I think it's better than Navi. Better than Fnatic, maybe not better than SK. Was that SK paper? That is SK paper. Maybe better than SK paper, yeah. It is a foil after all. Compared to complexity from 2014, it might have a little bit more color, so I'll give him that. Let's see what else is there. Probably move tie in front of VP. Navi for Kettle 14, still not entirely a fan of. Might move it behind a good chunk of these. I think some of these are a little bit better in terms of quality itself. The Holos for the Great Krakows, though, those I'm kind of reconsidering as well. For the most part, um, hmm, might move them around just a little bit because realistically they are really crappy Holos in my opinion. But at the same time, the team logo, or not the team logo, the tourney logo for PGL does add a wee bit of color, so it might do just a little bit better. It might. XFG, I'm gonna drop behind Not by Power. Not really liking it too much. Might drop it down by Krakow. Actually, might drop it behind all of these. Actually, in fact, honestly, I don't have a feeling this XMG. I might drop it down to even right in front of Escape Gaming right there. I don't know. It just looks a little bit different than me. But like Planet, he can stay. They're pretty decent for the most part. All DLC, I guess, could stay. It still looks decent, but it doesn't look as good as some of these colognes, though. I feel like these colognes might be a little bit better. So I might move VP up. I might move Envy up. I know Phase I'll probably move up. Um, yeah, I'll just stick with that. Grieve for it for the most part. What else is there? It's looking good though. Looking good. Some of them I might not agree with entirely, but for now, I think it's a good chunk. That's fairly organized for the most part. Wow, that Titan logo is massive in it. Okay. One thing I also wanted to move down is the Kato 15 foils and papers, because I am aware of the fact that some of these stickers deserve a whole lot more attention, like this Titan, for example. Um, it's clean and all, but looking at it longer, I do feel more and more like the Cologne 2015 Titan paper might actually deserve to be ahead of it in a way, even though Cologne isn't as popular. At the same time, though, it is a Kato 15. I do have to give it that. Hmm. Okay, well, looking at the Kato 15 for Titan in-game, it just has an outline. It still is popular, but I feel like the blue that the background has for Titan might be a wee bit better. I mean, I know Luminosity might be a bit better for sure. Might be better than LGB as well. Definitely Counter Logic, I would say. Flip sides, I want to move it in front. That Counter Logic text isn't really doing it much for me. These Atlantis could stay though. I know they're pretty decent. Let's see, what else am I looking at here? Titan, I'll move it behind Cologne Titan. Um, I'll leave it there for now. I should probably start spreading out the B minuses up into B tiers. I know these are pretty good for sure. For example, FaZe Clan Holo. Might move this one up to B. I might do the same for Gambit, but at the same time, the Gambit from Atlanta might be just enough to be that much better. in comparison. I mean, of course, I'll have to take a look at it just a little bit, just to see, just to compare. Because, like, when it comes to Gambit or Atlanta, it's a little bit more pinkish, while the Gambit for Krakow is a whole lot more saturated in color. Craftability wise, honestly, this one is a little bit more hotter. I think the holo effect for Krakow for the reds is definitely better than the red holo effect for Atlanta, but at the same time, the border, man, it's really not doing it for me. Hmm. I'll probably leave it there. I'll move these two kettles down. Alright, so now I need to rearrange these foils a little bit. I think flip side might be a better foil. Um, hmm. I think I should probably rearrange these a little bit more. I'm thinking LGB might be a better red than mouse. Um, LDLC ain't that bad. It has good craft options. Maybe better than mouse. And maybe I'll move mouse down a peg or two. I'll move these two up though. I know these two are pretty decent for the most part. Um, better than I would say the kettle paper for sure. Let's see the next comparable kettle paper for 14. Or is it Clan Mystic? I think no Fox and Virtus Pro. I'd probably move these to the same tier. Probably move it round. Better than Hellraiser paper for Kato 15. I don't think it's any better than some of these Kato 15, so I'll leave that one there. LDLC, LGB, Hellraisers, I'll probably leave them in this tier. I feel like this one makes quite a bit of sense for where it's placed at. Flip sides, Hollow, probably better than the foil version for Columbus. So I'll probably move it to right around, right around here. I think makes a bit of sense. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Let's see. Once again, Mouse Esports for Krakow. It does have a nice holo effect. I will give it that. I think it's better than its Atlanta version, which might do it enough to make it up into higher tiers. Or at least higher ranking in this case. So yeah, for now, I'll leave that one there. I have to figure out how to rearrange these foils, so there's other teams and stickers more incorporated into it. Um, hmm. For now, though, this might be good. Yeah, I'll leave it as is. So now, with that, we move on into the Boston 2018 stickers. Alright. So, I think if I stand corrected, this tourney was supposed to have 24 teams, but instead has about... was that? Almost... I think... three... hold on. Well, I might as well count them out. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 17, 20, let's see, 23, 25 teams. Jesus. So whole lot of teams, and just by looking at these over here, it's pretty good, honestly. Of course, this was one of the options I was considering when starting a collection of stickers. Of course, most of the logos I think look good. I mean, that's essentially what you want to look for when it comes to collecting these stickers. So yeah, let's get started then. So Quantum Blitzer Fire, bit of a mid sticker, especially comparing it to the next one being Renegades. But at the same time, this time around it isn't as bad. The logo I don't think is as bad. I think maybe Valve might have messed up the value of the sticker just by making the background a kind of brownish yellow. I feel like it could have more potential. Like comparing it, for example, TSM from Cologne. I think it does better. I think it does better than like Navi and Cologne, most Colognes. When it comes to Boston's background, I think it isn't bad at all. I think it's pretty decent for the most part. So I might rank this one decently high, not too high though. I think it could definitely deserve to be within C minus tier. I mean, a whole lot of these I do feel like do. Um, when it comes to Quantum though, I don't think it's better than Krakow Holos. So I might honestly just leave it at the bottom over here. And yeah, I'm fairly satisfied by that. Alright, next up, Renegades. This one makes sense to have a yellow background. Once again, I still prefer the Renegades logo over, I guess, Quantum in this case. If it was a red background as well, that would have been cool as hell. But I guess they just adopted that brown kind of theme, sort of. Um, it's not bad at all. There's no Renegades text or anything like that. I respect the logo. But once again, it has a sort of brown background, which might not be too good, especially on crafts and collecting and such. You want to have those like saturated colors to look at and such. So yeah, I'll leave it right there. All right, moving on to Gambit. Once again, same logo. This is where they actually take on the red background for the most part. Like for example, we could compare it to Krakow. This is where some of the flaws show, where it's pretty big, yeah. But comparing it to Krakow, though, Krakow is a little bit larger for it. But then the background is a bit better. In this case, so I would honestly say that the Boston version for Gambit would honestly be better in this case. In fact, I would probably move it to ahead of the Cologne Gambit as well. So I would probably leave it maybe right around Base Clan for Krakow. I think it's a fair spot for the most part because that's foil. That's foil. I don't want to move it ahead of any of the foils. I think it's at a decent spot for the most part. So yeah, I'll leave that one right over there. Misfits. Okay, so Misfits more or less the same story. Going for this one compared to Gambit and some of these other ones. When it comes to Misfits, though, I think it actually takes on an actual browner color as a sticker to apply. I honestly think Quantum and Renegades might be a better sticker to apply compared to Misfits, so I'll probably just keep Misfits there. Um, until we figure out more spots where we can move things, because one thing I know is certain is that if I move these gray hollows from Krakow over down to D plus, it would definitely make way for room to move up some of these Boston up. But at the same time, I do have to remember that when it comes to these Boston foils, hollows, and papers, that there are a whole lot more options and such. All right, continuing forward, G2. This time around, they incorporate the French flag colors into their logo this time around. Depending on who you are, either adds value, decreases value. For me, I think it adds a touch bit of color. I think it looks pretty decent in a way. I like it a little bit. Maybe if the background for E-League was also maybe a bit like red and blue, might have been a little bit on the cooler side. I think it's probably better than Misfits. Um, Probably better than Quantum, I would probably say. It's very simple. It is G2. I think Kenny S was still on the roster around this time. It's fairly clean for the most part. Would I put it in front of Renegades though? Probably not actually. It is a touch colorful, but at the same time it's still a very plain, very simple kind of logo. So I might just keep it on the down low towards here for now. Big Clan, okay, Big Clan. We know Big Clan goes. Probably last for this one, at least Misfits has a little bit of color. Once again, they're using the same version of their logo where it uses a load of negative space. So essentially, you really don't get much for the sticker, especially when you're trying to apply it on stuff like that. So I'll probably keep it. And actually, I might just move it to D+. And I might move it around with some of these foils. I mean, like comparing it to Krakow, it might be a bit better because of the background, but essentially that's all it really has going for it this time around. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Vega Squadron, returning once again. Respectable blue logo, I would have to say. Comparing it to the other Vega Squadron from Krakow, once again, we have to compare what is essentially the backgrounds to each other. I think the one from Boston is a bit better, has a bit more applicability. I like the colors of the background as well. It matches really well. It doesn't blend too well with anything, so I definitely think it places higher. Maybe not as high enough to beat Cloud9 from Krakow, but I do feel like it definitely deserves a whole lot of respect as a paper sticker for sure. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. Navi, okay. Navi, I'm honestly thinking not as good as Renegades this time around. I mean, maybe in the Holo variant, it might be a little bit better. But once again, Navi's Navi. They've been in every single major so far, so not really much going on for it this time around. It's a yellow sticker, but if I want to apply a yellow sticker, like Navi onto a gun, I would probably just get Atlanta at this point. It's probably better in this case. Um, hmm. I mean, comparing it to the other Navis though, like Columbus and such, I think the value might be a little bit better for Columbus considering how much larger their logo is in here. So if you're going for just the Navi logo, it might be better to go for these major stickers instead. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Space Soldiers, first major, might be, might be the only major that they attend. Once again, it's a yellow sticker. I do like their logo in comparison to Navi, probably a touch bit better. Um, Probably move it ahead. It's definitely respectable to some degree, I would say. The background matches really well. Um, Not really too much going on for it in its paper form, but I bet that this would look pretty good in its holo form. But of course, we're not focused on that just yet. Probably better than Gambit paper. I'd probably move Gambit paper down a touch as well, especially considering you have all of these red stickers I think are a little bit better. Space Savers probably does better than SK, probably better than a whole lot. The logo is large. It matches the same size as MLG does, which I think might give it a few bonus points as well. So I'll move that one up quite a bit. Once again, it really isn't bad for being a yellow sticker whatsoever. Um, let's see. Is that Navi Krakow foil or paper? I think that's its foil form. Because where is Navi paper on this list? Oh yeah, it's in D plus here, so probably not as good as foil for yellow sticker, but I feel like it's definitely on a respectable level for its design. So I'll leave it there for now. North, going for the white version of the logo compared to the darker blue version that they had going last time. Once again, I still like the look of their logo for Boston anyways. Um, I think the light blue goes pretty well with the white. Comparing it to some of the other ones, I think it's a bit better. And a bit more applicable than probably Renegades, since Renegades is technically really color specific to what you could apply it to. Comparing it to Space Soldiers though, I think Space Soldiers might be a better sticker to apply since the logo itself for North doesn't really have that blue. But nonetheless, I'll probably rank it relatively high, probably above most though. So I'll leave it between G2 from Cologne and probably above Fnatic from MLG. Speaking of Fnatic, once again, we got Fnatic. We'll probably do pattern for this one. I think it might be more applicable than Renegades, even though they still are rocking this Fnatic logo text. No real changes going on here. It's Fnatic, just like Navi and VP. They've pretty much attended most majors. Speaking of VP, we'll probably just leave this one right in front. Once again, Furtus Pro, nice little logo. Can't go wrong with the iconic polar bear and the orange. Might move it ahead of some of these. I feel that could be a bit more better than a good chunk of these papers for sure. Better than all these papers, so I wouldn't really say so. So like flip side, I might move up a little bit since it's a foil. Penguin, maybe I'll move up and just do that. Maybe in front of that. There you go. All right, Flash Gaming. Honestly, this logo, respectable for sure, I would have to say. When it comes to Flash Gaming, I'm surprised how cheap it is. It's really nice because it's, I would consider it very similar to Power, but a bit more complex. When it comes to Flash Gaming, the logo incorporates that blue really nicely. I feel like it's not as overcomplicated like that's logo, for example. I feel like it is a Counter-Strike sticker kind of logo to it. You got the saber-toothed tiger here. It looks fierce. The background matches really well. I honestly think that this is on a level that's probably higher than Vega Squadron, if anything. So that one, I might just stick this one way higher to a degree because of just how much respect I have for this logo. Maybe even higher, honestly. I mean, of course, we'll have to see how this goes. I do like the Boston logos a whole lot. I really shouldn't be putting these papers down in the C minus tiers, honestly. I feel that it's probably a whole lot better. Honestly, so like Vega Squadron, I might move C9 above Gambit. Vega, I'm thinking about moving it ahead of C9 from Cologne. Thinking about moving it higher than Team Liquid from Columbus. Moving Team Liquid a little bit down, just a bit. Um, hmm. Honestly, I think this deserves to be a C tier paper. Honestly, it's really nice. Um, and like I think that the logo could go well with a load of crafts. Even collecting it, I feel like is pretty good. One of the reasons why I was even considering collecting Boston stickers in the first place. I think it's really comparable to even like, I don't know, like IBP and some of these logos. Probably in front of the Power for Cologne, I think. Probably move this behind. Probably in front. Now, of course, the higher I get, the more riskier it also gets because I'm essentially comparing these to foils from other majors, which I don't want to do because it also has its own holos and foils. So I'll probably not rank it all too high now. While I'm at it, I'm gonna move complexity down just a little bit. All right, SK. Okay, it's SK. We know how this thing goes so far. In this case, probably worse than big. I think it's oversimplified. FaZe Clan. I feel like I don't know. When I look at the FaZe Clan logo for this time, it feels like a Mandela effect, sort of, because like I look at it, it just doesn't look the same as all the other FaZe Clan logos. It's massive. It's a little bit thinner as well. I mean, of course, side by side comparison, you can see that there is a little bit of a difference that you could tell. But yeah, I didn't even realize this sticker existed, even though I did know that they were in the grand finals. Um, Looking at it though, probably a better sticker than Gambit, especially if you're going to buy this for the history from the Boston Major. So I definitely hold a lot of respect for it. Um, Better than most Columbus papers, I would say. Um, I would probably move these down a little bit. Better than Envy from Columbus. I move this up a bit. Probably move these down a little bit as well. FaZe Clan, I feel like that this paper is definitely respectable to a degree as well. Probably move it in front of complexity, and we're going to move complexity down a little bit more as well. Let's see, Astralis, one of the few majors that they didn't exactly win while they were on their streak. I think the Astralis logo this time looking pretty fresh in comparison to the Krakow version of it. So I'll probably stick it close to the other reds. Comparing this one to MLG, I'm honestly thinking that MLG might take the crown for this one because of the darker background. It's a bit more easier to see it. So I'll stick it a little bit close to it, maybe right next to it in this case, and I'll leave it right over there. Mousy Sports, they ditched the text once again. So compared to Krakow, One thing I did forget to mention is that when it comes to Krakow stickers, they had this like silver outline around every single logo, which I found kind of weird. This time around, they don't exactly have it, so I'll leave it in front of maybe even the Gambit. Maybe not IPP though. I do prefer colors from IPP over this one. That's it. That Kingwin paper. How's Kingwin paper doing right bull in front of the Kingwin full? That is weird. Okay, I'm gonna move this down a wee bit as well. Don't know why. I was just chilling over there. So yeah, probably leave that one there. C9, okay. Cloud9 this time around, once again, if we're comparing it to Krakow and their sticker logo, it is massive. It takes up a load of space. If I could figure out how to format this a bit better, you can definitely tell it's a massive logo this time around. Like if I compare it to even the full version, I think it's a bit larger than it as well, as you can see. So I'll probably leave it really high, close to Flash Gaming, but probably not higher. I think Flash Gaming has a bit more character to it than C9 does at this point. It's probably around right next to it, I think. Well, I'm gonna derank these a little bit. There you go. Yeah, probably just leave it right over there. But yeah, C9's massive. It's the holo and the foils, though, that I'm looking forward to grading, though. Envy, once again, another major that we see Envious attend. For the most part, it is more or less the same thing. I mean, comparing it to Columbus, Columbus might be a better pick because of the darker background that matches a whole lot better with the logo itself. Even comparing it to its Cologne version, Cologne might do it a wee bit better. I mean, of course, I'll probably do it in front of Cologne, mainly because the background's better. Might in fact do it in front of Katowice 2015. I think the logo version here is a bit better as well. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it right at that. Team Liquids, once again, using that negative spacing that I don't necessarily like all too much. When it comes to TL, whatchamacallit, once again, it's like a bit lighter blue this time around. Comparing it to like North, for example, I might put it just a little bit behind North. I think it blends in a little too well with its background, or at least from the inspect, I think it does. So I might just leave it behind it. But at the same time, comparing it to stuff like Cologne, for example, I think Cologne might do it a little bit better. Um, because when it comes to Cologne, it has the bigger background around the logo, so it's a bit easier to tell where it is. Comparing it to Columbus, the background is the logo itself is a bit brighter, so at least you're able to see it. It's also a little bit bigger. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it right behind North. Might as well rank up North a little bit more as well while I'm at it. And yeah, I'll leave those there. Flip sides, once again, seeing nice flip side logo. Comparing it to Krakow, of course, it is a little bit smaller, you could tell. I do prefer the saturated green in the Boston border this time around. So I'll probably put it maybe in comparison to MLG. In my opinion, I think it does a bit of a better job at MLG in Columbus because of how bright the background is. So yeah, I think I might put it a little bit higher as well. Maybe higher than VP from Krakow. Let's see, that's the foil VP from Krakow as well. I mean, I think I could live with that decision for the most part. I know these are pretty decent stickers. I probably wouldn't put it against the foils for Krakow as well, though. So yeah, leave it at that. First major, we see Sprout out of the two that they perform in. Um, I think it's a nice logo, but as a CS major logo, I think it should be a bit thicker. I do like the colors that they have compared to Optic and Flipside. I really want to compare it to it, but at the same time, I feel that because of its thinness, I don't think it'll be as valued. Probably keep it below Flipside for the most part. Um, but yeah, I'll probably just leave it as is right next to it until further notice. Tyloo. First major we see Tyloo in, and honestly, I am a pretty big fan of their logo. I think out of the red logos we've seen so far, I think this one is one of the coolest ones. I do prefer the modern version with the actual words inside of it. I don't know why. Maybe it's because that was the first one I actually saw Tyloo in. Honestly, I think it's comparable to whatchamacallit, the logo for Flash Gaming. For sure. It does feel like something. I feel like this one's taking a whole lot of space while not putting too much detail inside of that missing space for this one. I still like it a whole lot though. So honestly, I'll probably put it just right behind Flash Gaming at this point. And essentially these are the two, big blue and big red logos we'll see for this major. Yeah. Avangar. First, maybe not the first. Wait, weren't they in Krakow? I could have sworn that they were in Krakow. Might have accidentally missed some. Or I could just be tripping. Probably that, honestly. So, Avangar. Honestly, not bad red logo whatsoever. I'm not complaining about it. I like how the white accents off of the deep red for this one. I think it is a little bit too simple, though. I think colors might be better than mouse. I think in general it might be better than mouse. Putting it on the ranking though, I might put it ahead of a whole lot. Might put it ahead of Gambit as well. Ahead of Astralis even. I mean, looking at the background, it is pretty much the same as Astralis, so it's more or less comparing Astralis to Avangar at this point. I think Avangar might take the crown for this one. It's like, if Complexity rebranded, this is what I could have imagined them rebranding to. So I'll probably put it ahead of Complexity in this case. Maybe not up to phase level though. So I'll leave it just in front of these Holos and foils right over here. 100 Thieves. Respectable logo, for sure. Out of the entire franchise, I think this is the peak version of their logo, honestly. I like this one a whole lot. It's very simple in a way. It takes the text and it incorporates a whole load of personality to it. I just think that as a CS sticker logo though, it's pretty dog water, really thin. If I were to imagine holo effects being applied to it, it's probably not that good. So, I do want to rank it decently high though. I feel like it's better than Avangar, better than FaZe Clan though. That's the real question. As a paper sticker, and the fact that it is fairly rare, I'll probably just leave it in front for that reason. And aside from that, that's essentially all the reasons I really have to get that sticker. So I'll leave it at that. And essentially that is all of our papers. So now we move on to the Holos for Boston. So starting us off with Renegades. When it comes to the Holos, they take on a very similar role to whatchamacallit, Krakow. I think the holo effects are fairly unique. So not for Renegade, so a holo effect matches the deeper red parts of it with the Hellraiser's color scheme and that square-like holo effect going on with it. Honestly, respectable holo, I would have to say. Looking at the pricing for it at the time of recording, which is December 30th, um, honestly, it looks pretty cheap. I respect it for sure. Although I think the modern Renegades halls for like Stockholm and such might be a better choice if you're going for crafts. Collecting though, I definitely respect this one for sure. So I'll probably move this one fairly high. I think it deserves to be in at least C tier, possibly. Um Probably ahead of Vox Hollow, I'd say. Vox Hollow probably D rank a little bit. Probably ahead of some of these papers, I feel. It's very comparable to how I compared it to Krakow, for sure. So I'm more or less just looking for where these Krakow halls are. So there's Astralis right over here. What else is there? Probably just move it up here. So once again, I can't put it too high now. I can put it higher than a good chunk of these papers. But of course, I can't overestimate it too much because, once again, its logo is fairly smaller compared to some of these other majors. So for now, I'll probably just stick it between LDLC and the Atlanta phase paper, and we'll see how it goes from here. Aside from that, Big Clan. Okay, so Big Clan takes on a very similar role, like how it did in Krakow. The holo effect is kind of minimal for this one, taking on a very grayish, mild RGB type of holo, I would say. I think it probably deserves to be in a very similar tier as the Krakow does. Um, Personally, I think it's better. I think the background does a better job at being a holo compared to the Krakow versions. Um, for example, if I were to compare it with some of the Kato 15 foils, honestly, I'm thinking to myself I might probably want the Kato 15 foils over a big clan. So I'll probably just leave it at that. Misfits, Misfits Hollow, I feel is like a really worse version of Renegades. It uses a very similar hollow coloring scheme, but it only affects the mask for the rabbit and Misfits text. So for this one, I'll probably rank it not as high. I'll probably put it. Hmm, I'll probably stick it. Where'd I put the Renegades again? I put the Renegades over here. It's a hollow, I respect it, but honestly, like Renegade's flow from Cologne might be a little bit better than this one, honestly, because of how mild the hollow effect is. Um, yeah, I might just leave it there. G2 hollow. So G2's hollow, I'm not gonna lie, goes kind of hard. It uses the polka dot hollow effect from North from Krakow and incorporates that really nice lava red and that watery blue kinds to it. The issue I have with it is that the white doesn't really get much attention either, which kind of messes with the whole thing. I mean, in comparison to Misfits, for example, I think it does a better job of being a hollow compared to Misfits. At the same time, the neutral colors doesn't really do it too well either. So I might just leave it in front of these Cologne 14 hollows and probably just let it be, as it is right over there. Quantum now. Quantum, really nice hollow effect. It takes up a whole load of, actually it takes up the entire sticker, and it uses a very similar fire effect, like, whatchamacallit, the Hellraisers does in 2014. Really nice stuff going on for it. I like the color scheme. It uses multiple hollow effects for it. Definitely places higher in my tier list, I would say. Comparing it to Renegades, I think it does a better job for sure. And I might even put it higher than the weaker yellow colognes. In fact, honestly, I might put it ahead of a good chunk of these foils. Maybe not the Astralis Krakow, though. I think there's some more respectable stickers compared to that one. And moving on to the Navi Hollow. Very similarly to Krakow, it only really affects the yellow bits of the Navi logo. Not really too much of a fan of it, I would have to say. In comparison, I would say it's probably a little bit better than Misfits, but maybe not as good as G2's. I think G2's, actually no, I think it's better than G2's. G2's only really affects the tips. But I think Kato, I would have to say so, yeah. And I'll leave it right at that. Space Soldiers. So, Space Soldiers, once again, I would say respectable sticker for its type. I like the hollowing texture that it has. I like the hollow colors that it has. Once again, I thought that this would be a nice hollow, and of course it managed to do that and pull off that role as being a yellow hollow pretty well. I would say for yellow crafts, this would go really well with some certain skins. Compared it to some of the other ones, probably have to say that this definitely ranks higher than Renegades. Better than Quantum, maybe just a touch. So I'll probably put it ahead of the Astralis right over there. But at the same time, comparing it to the Navi from Krakow, though, it might actually do a better job than it. So honestly, I might move Quantum up a little bit to ahead of Cologne's and Krakow's. I'll take Space Soldiers, move it ahead to top of C plus. Um, maybe even B minus, and we'll have to see how it works out from there. All right, North. So North's Holo effect, once again, I think it uses the G2 Holo effect from, I think it was Krakow. Not really much going for it. Honestly, this is one of the weaker North stickers I've seen this time around. Probably rank it below Misfits, actually. Probably below some of these Cologne Holos. And probably weaker than some of these foils, I would have to say. It's alright, but I don't think it really satisfies its job as being a holo color. And it just doesn't have that much color to really work with or does too much. So yeah, I think I'll just leave it there. Sprout, I like what I mentioned earlier because of how skinny the lines are. For the sticker, the holo effect is really mild. It still does its job as a green sticker, I guess. Um, and nonetheless, it is a green holo from Boston, so I would probably rank it a little bit higher, but not really that much higher in these terms, I would have to say. So I would probably put it around the levels of the flip side Kato 15, I would have to say. Let's see. So yeah, I think it's just too weak to actually really compete with all the other ones. So I'll leave it at that. SK, very similar to Big Clan in this case. Um, Comparing Big Clan to SK though, in this case, it really is just a texture of the holo effect that's different. So I'll probably just leave it right behind it at this case. Fnatic. When it comes to Fnatic this time around, has a really nice holo effect. It's very similar to the holo texture for Atlanta, for sure, I would say. Looks very scratchy. It affects the whole logo. Text doesn't get affected for whatever reason. I don't think it necessarily matters all too much. I'll probably rank it decently high, probably above. Actually, I think it's a bit below Navi at this point. It's not. It's a nice orange holo effect, but I think the other orange holos, like other Fnatic ones, might be the better option for crafts and such. So I'll probably just leave it right over there. Vega Squadron holo. So when it comes to Vega's holo, this time around, it this is a really nice holo effect. It's like a twirl that goes on the whole logo. It's like a whirlpool kind of. I think that's honestly a little bit creative coming in from Valve, so I'll probably rank it higher for that reason. I like the blue holo effect. Got nice colors for sure. Where exactly I would put it though, out of a good chunk of these foils. Why would it B tier, honestly? It's very comparable to its Krakow holo effect, but I think it's a little bit better. So I might just put it right in front of these two, right over here. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I think that's pretty good for the most part. Alright, next up, Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, once again, very comparable to Fnatic and Navi's holo effect, like always. This time around, Virtus Pro is the one that has the pixelated holo effect. It uses a more orange version of the Hellraiser's holo color scheme to it. Honestly, I respect the holo a lot. I would say it probably does better than most of these at this point, but I might just keep it at the bottom of C for that purpose, mainly just because it's a VP holo. I mean, of course, these are saturated, so I might actually move these up just a tad bit. Maybe in front of Krakow foil. And maybe in front of a good chunk of these. Yeah. So I'll probably just rearrange these just a little bit. Just to better match these. Probably, I mean, what's the first holo? I think VP might be better than this. I think not even Navi and Fnatic might be a better holo version of these. Um, how far can it exactly go? Honestly, better than Cologne. I think I might have underestimated these stickers just quite a bit. Might D-rank Cologne just a wee bit. Actually, I might move that one back there. Um, hmm. Because the next one is Quantum. I think Quantum does a better job. Probably move it in front of a good chunk of these foils. Like G2, for example. So yeah, move it right over there. Alright, Gambit. So, Gambit, once again, another red sticker in this collection. This one I think is a whole lot more creative compared to the usual Gambit holos because it has like two different textures in a logo, which honestly might rate this one really, really high. It has the stars from the Gambit logo, similar to like how the Vivo Kid Holo has its stars inside of it, and it has like a fiery texture. It has the Hellraiser's flame on it. I'm not gonna lie, this one some might say I'm overestimating it a lot, but honestly, I definitely respect this holo effect to a bigger degree than others. I think this one definitely ranks really high because of how thick the sticker is. You get a whole lot of sticker for your money. Um, I think this thing does better than a whole lot. I think it's actually better than some of the Columbus ones. In fact, dare I say, better than Dreamhack holos. I think this one is honestly A tier. And while I'm at it, honestly, I might move Vega higher as well while I'm at it. I think the Vega holo definitely has a load going for it. Especially compared to these other ones. Maybe not as much as TL holo, but definitely respectable for sure, I would have to say. So yeah, actually no, Gambit though. I'm gonna move this one a bit higher. All right. Flip side. So flip side holo, we're seeing a very similar pixelated pattern to it. It's green. It does its job well as a green holo. So probably going to have to move this one decent chunk high, I would have to say. Comparing it to its other green holos, I think it's better than Krakow at this point. Um, better than Cologne holo, I would say yes. Um, hmm, yeah, I'd probably move it there. I think maybe not as good. Actually, I think it's better than Mouse, but maybe not as good as Navi. So I'll leave it over there. So yeah, you got Envy holo. When it comes to Envy's holo, hmm, I would probably say like this one's pretty cool. It has how would I describe it? It has like those funky glasses, you know, like those like really small round glasses you get. I'll probably put like a JPEG or two on screen while I'm talking about it. But the effect it has, I think it's really sick, honestly. This is definitely a higher tier effect, I would say. It might go pretty decent on some crafts. Now exactly which crafts, I'm not exactly sure. But this one definitely ranks higher in my books anyways. Probably close to Vega Squadron from PGL. Krakow. Aside from that, the hull effects on the actual Boston border is pretty mild. So I'll probably just leave it right over there. So yeah, that's Envy. Moving on, Mousy Sports. This hull effect is kind of interesting, I would have to say. When it comes to Mouse's hollow effects this time around, it takes on, I think, the Hellraiser's fire effect, but it has a nice square rectangular pattern to it. I think it's pretty cool, honestly. As a red hollow, comparing it to the other red hollows, probably not as good as Gambit's, I would have to say. Um, but it's definitely ranking decently high up there. I think it's better than previous mouse hollows. Um, I think it's probably on the level of being better than its Krakow variant. Maybe just by a little bit, though. Better than Face Clan from Krakow? I'm thinking maybe not, though. So I'll probably just leave it right over there. Yeah, leave that as it. Alright, Team Liquid Holo. Alright, so Team Liquid's Holo, not really much color or saturation going on for this one. Has a nice kind of like twirly, I would have to say, holo effect. Maybe like the hair of a horse's mane, I would say. But I mean, even that might be overthinking it by quite a bit. Um, I would have to probably say that TL maybe shouldn't be too high for this holo effect. Maybe I'll put it in line for the Space Soldiers, but I think Space Soldiers might do it a little bit better. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it right next to it. Avangar. So when it comes to Avangar, the holo effect is essentially all in the red bits of it, but it has these really cool stars. Um, it's pretty good, I would have to say. Um, Maybe I'm thinking to myself, hmm, definitely higher tier of a red, but then at the same time, because of how low detailed is it, I wouldn't rank it too high. I think Team Liquid probably did a better job this time around compared to Avangar. Um, yeah, I'll probably just leave it right over there. Alright, FaZe Clan. Once again, their logo tripping me up for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. It uses same fiery color scheme of the Hellraiser's Holo. I do like the texture that they have going on for this Holo. Just takes a bunch of squares, rotates them a little bit, adds a whole lot more depth to it. So essentially we can treat it like it's another red Holo. I think it's better than Avangar at this point. Better than a whole lot of the Krakows. Is it better than the mouse though? I would have to say so, yes. I would say it's probably better than it. Better than its Krakow version of it. Um, Better than a good chunk of the reds from MLG as well. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it right in front of Envy from Cologne. So yeah, I'll leave it right at that. Alright, Flash Gaming. I've been waiting to see this one. This is one of the few times I don't even remember what the Flash Gaming Holo looks like in game, so I'm gonna have to reinspect this one. Oh wow, okay. So the Holo effects only fix the blue part, sadly. But at the same time, I really don't think it's necessary to affect the white parts either. That is a sick Holo. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna just scooch this up a little bit high. I don't want to rank it too high. Creativity wise, it doesn't have too much creativity. I like the Holo effect going on for it, where it centers around the eye of the tiger. I think that's really cool, honestly. Probably better than Envy. Not as good as Gambit, I would say. Um, it's a blue Holo. I respect it a load. Is it at the level of TL blue? Honestly, probably not. I think it's better than Vegas Squadron, though, to some degree. So I might rank up TL a little bit. Might put it in between these foils. Um, hmm. Probably move Mouse Esports from Kato 14 down over here. Alright, Strawless. Strawless is Holo. Nothing too special going on for them this time around. It has bit of a twirly Holo effect going for it. Once again, same red color scheme we've been seeing so far. Compared to the other ones, I think Mouse might do it a bit better, so I'll probably just leave it right behind it. In fact, yeah, I'll probably just leave it there. It's really saturated, it's really nice, but aside from that, that is pretty much going to be it for that one. Alright, Cloud9 Holo. I know this one is a decently popular one. Honestly, personally, I do know some Cloud9 Holos that I would honestly prefer over this one. But at the same time, I'm not going to disregard the fact that this is still, regardless, a really nice holo. I don't know why the background is purple. Um, I do like the texturing a little bit. I wish it was maybe a deeper blue for Cloud9. But aside from that, this is still a really high ranked holo, I would have to say. Um, Probably stick it right around. Maybe I don't want to do this, but I feel like it might be a little bit worse than North at this point. Um, Better than Phase Clan though, I would have to say. I would rather apply this one onto a skin than Phases, I would have to say. So yeah, I'll leave that one out there. Alright. Last two holos. Tyloo. Once again, another red holo. This one really nice. It uses the polka dots from North from Krakow 2017. Uses the fire holo effect. This one I think is honestly really cool. I still don't think it's at the level of Gambit though. I think it's probably better than Phase Cleanse. I think it's probably one of the better holos of this collection, I would have to say. It really looks fiery. You know, it's a fire red dragon. It works really well in my case. Um, Probably stick it in A tier. Maybe ahead of a good chunk of these, honestly. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. And our last holo for Boston, the 100 Thieves holo. So, like what I was talking about earlier, I was also a bit hesitant to rank this one high because, as you can see, holo effects, once again, it only affects the red part, and the red parts are really thin, so you're not going to get too much out of it. I still like the look of the logo, though. I'll probably rank it decently high, not too high, though. Probably along the lines of maybe right below Mouse, maybe, actually no, below Astralis as well. It's pretty good. It's just I wish it just had a whole lot more going for it. But yeah, that's all the holos. Now we gotta move on to all the foils. All right. So for the foils, let's start with the Misfits. So once again, because it's an E-League major, it has this honeycomb background, and honestly, I think the E-League solid bits of the border, it looks really metallic this time around. I think they did a really fantastic job for this major. Um, Even Misfits though, this thing looks sick as hell, man. I would have to say this thing shines, it stands out a whole lot. Um, Now where exactly I would put um Misfits on this one? Probably significantly higher. I definitely respect this one a bit. I think it actually, it's on the line of its holo, I would have to say. Like comparing it to Renegades from Cologne, I would have to say it's better than Renegades from Cologne. But I don't think it's as good as some of the other ones. I'll probably keep it right just in front of G2 and probably won't really move it too much. Quantum. This one's also really nice here. They did a really nice job at making things stand out. I think things look really metallic. Things look pretty isolated. Really nice. Probably move Quantum's foil in a very similar spot to Misfits. I think the foil for this one might be a little bit better. I do prefer the logo a little bit more. I'll probably put it ahead of Splice and probably Vox Hollow for Cologne 2014 at the top of C, C minus. So yeah, that one is Quantum. So now we're gonna work with Renegades. Renegades at this point, I think it looks really nice as well. Probably ahead of the previous two. I'll probably just stick it like where it is right now at the bottom of C, because still I think the other foils probably deserve to be in a really higher spot in comparison. So yeah, I'll leave it right at that. Gambit foil. Let's see. When it comes to Gambit's foil, would probably have to put it once again in a similar spot. I mean, I think this time the Gambit logo looks a little bit plasticky, a little bit waxy. Um, Probably put it higher than Renegades, I would have to say. It's still respectable red sticker. Um, in comparison to their Krakow foil, I think it's better than a good chunk of these. Probably better than most, except for maybe like Phase Clan from LG. I think that one might be a little bit better value since it looks a bit more metallic. Still, that hexagon background does add a whole lot of value to these foils in this collection, so I'll probably leave it there. Space Soldiers. Uh, hmm. Also metallic. Nice. I don't want to say it, but I am going to say it. It's a decent piss yellow. Um, yeah, it's pretty good. Probably. Hmm. I mean, where did I put the other one? So I put regular Space Soldiers over here. It's pretty good. Maybe not as good as Gambit though. So I probably put it uh maybe ahead of Mouse Krakow, I would have to say. I feel that the yellow might be a bit more valuable for sure. This piss yellow, even though it's pretty bad, does look pretty good on certain skins, so I know it's definitely a bit more craftable. Um, and also that logo is still a chonker nonetheless. So I might just leave it as is and leave it right over there. Envy. Okay. Envy for its foil anyways. Once again, it's another foil. I do like how the Boston border looks for this one though. It looks really clean, I would have to say. Um in comparison to Atlanta, I think Atlanta probably does a better job. I'll probably just leave it right next to its Atlanta counterpart. Um mainly for that reason. Still respectable though, but probably not that high though. Alright. Big Clan. Okay, Big Clan. Once again, it's a gray sticker. Not too much going on for it. Probably put it along the lines of just ahead of Fnatic from MLG and Krakow. It's shiny, it has a bit of texture, and you really see that hexagon background, but that is essentially it, and I think the hexagon background actually messes with it quite a bit. Because of that, in fact, I might rank it even lower. Hollow might offer a tad bit more, so I might just leave it right, maybe behind North, I would say, and we could follow suit. I could like pre-fire SK to behind it for more or less the same reason. There's not really much just going on for it. Moving on to Navi. Um, Navi, I guess, could be ranked very similarly to Space Soldiers. It's like a darker piss yellow, if I would have to describe it. Um, it looks metallic. It does look like foil, but at the same time, the Navi's logo does just look really flat for whatever reason. So I probably wouldn't rank it too high. In fact, I think Quantum might even do it better, so I'll probably just put it behind splice paper and just leave it as it is. Let's see. Virtus Pro, foil. Probably follow pattern for this one. It's this time around it does look really nice. Looks metallic really well. In front of Navi, I'd say. In front of Renegades, I would also say. In front of Space Soldiers, though, I probably wouldn't. So I might just leave it probably right in front of Hellraisers from Cologne 2014. And just leave that one as is. Let's see. Mouse takes on that real pink metallic color. How exactly it ranks compared to its previous mouses, I would have to probably say it does better than Krakow. Just a little bit. Aside from that, they're practically very similar, if not identical. So I'll probably leave that one as is. Fnatic, essentially, we're comparing it to previous Fnatics as well. I'd have to say probably better than Navi, but not really much better than anything else. It's just another Fnatic foil, I would have to say. G2 foil. When it comes to G2's foil, it does have some pretty good def, especially when it comes to the fact that it's foil. Probably rank it decently high, but not too high. Not as high as its Holo, I don't think. Maybe a little bit before Misfits. I'll leave it at that one right over there. North. North is alright for the most part. When it comes to Norse foil this time around, um, not too much you can really expect from it. Yeah, that's pretty much all I really have for it. It looks more or less the same. Comparing it to others, I think it's not as good as some of them. I might put it better than Splice, not as good as Quantum. Quantum has a bit more texture for it, and it just has the colors, I guess, going for it. Let's see. Vega. Vega Squadron, I think is a pretty nice foil, I'd have to say. Better than TL from, like, Atlanta? I probably wouldn't say so, so I'll probably just leave it right behind TL. Actually, where'd I put the Krakow foil? That's pretty high in it. Yeah, I'll probably just leave it as is right over there. Astralis foil, we can compare it once again to other Astralis foils. This time around I think it does better than Krakow, I think it does better than Cologne. MLG might do it better, like what I talked about earlier when it comes to its paper counterpart, where its paper doesn't really work too well with its background because of the color contrast. Let's see. Sprout's foil. For the most part, more or less similar patterns. It's green. It's a bit thin. Honestly, I think this foil would actually work pretty well in some crafting cases. I think this one might honestly be better than its hollow version. Not by too much, though. I'll probably leave it just in front of the low tier yellows from Cologne. And yeah, I'll leave that one as it is. Avangard foil. Once again, really flat, I would have to say. Still a red sticker nonetheless, so I think it might do pretty decently. Maybe I'll put it ahead of Mouse from Krakow, but then I don't think it really levels up to the Mouse from Boston. The background is nice. It's a bit more of a deeper red, but aside from that, it doesn't really have too much going for that one. Flipside foil. Better than, I think, its previous foils, I would have to say, but at the same time, when it comes to Flipside's foil this time around, um, I guess it can be compared a little bit to its Atlanta foil. So I might just put this one right around paper-ish. Kind of, I think it might be comparable to its Columbus a little bit. Might be a little bit better, I could say. Yeah, I'll just probably leave it there. Flash Gaming. Alright. Flash Gaming's foil. So this one is really well designed. I think the tiger tooth is a bit more textured this time around. It's really shiny. It looks really metallic. I respect this one a lot. I would have to rank it up pretty high. Probably ahead of a good chunk of these. Better than MLG blues for sure. Better than some of these holos, I would have to say. I think this one is probably on a level of the foils from Cologne. That blue is really nice. Probably not as good as TL's blue, I would have to say. I think its holo might do a little bit of a better job. I mean, but it's foil though. It's foil so well designed, I would have to say. So I'll leave it around A minus. Alright. Nearing the end, we got FaZe Clan. Once again, it follows a very similar role to most of these reds here, where we can see just a big density of just red stickers around here. When it comes to FaZe Clan's foil, I'd have to probably say a little bit flatter this time around. A bit better than Cologne, I would say. Maybe not as good as MLG though. maybe not even as good as Gambit's. I prefer the older version of sorry, not Fanatics, Phase's logo overall. A bit more thicker, it's a bit more red, and this one I just feels a little bit disorienting to me. So C9, okay. Cloud9 is foil. I know it's pretty nice. Once again, it can be compared really similarly to its Krakow version of it. I think this one looks better. The logo, once again, is massive. In fact, I think it's pretty comparable to MLG, and I think it might actually be better than the MLG version, so I'll just leave it right in front of it. Team Liquid's foil. It's alright. You can barely see the eye in Inspect. The blue of the border isn't bad, I would say. Better than some, but not better than most, I would say. Probably I'll leave it in front of maybe Actually, I think Avant-Garde does it a little bit better. Might leave it just in front of Krakow Stralis. Actually, no, I think some of these I might leave it just in front of C9 paper and just leave it as is. And now for our final two, we have Tyloo for their foil. I think this one's pretty nice, honestly. In comparison to most of these reds, I think it does a better job for sure. I think it's red foil. Probably better than a good chunk of the Atlantas, I would have to say. Probably better than Mouse. I would say better than Astralis. Like, it's a really nice deep red. So it has a lot going for it, I would have to say. Don't want to move it too high up where it starts comparing itself to some of the higher tier holos. So I might just leave it maybe at the top of C+. I think that's a fair spot. Alright. And the last one for Boston. This takes a whole lot of time to do. Alright. 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves is foil. Really rare. Honestly, I think it looks pretty nice. I feel that if you put it on a contrasting skin with some other colors, this thing could stand out really well. But once again, it is still pretty thin. I wouldn't put it as high as Tyloo. Probably put it right under Vega Squadron. Maybe even under Astralis. I still respect the logo a whole lot, but at the same time, there's just not as much logo inside of it. So probably just leave it as is right over there. And oh my god, that was about 2 hours of filming right there. I didn't even do more than one take. I don't take more than one take. That's Boston. Alright. Guess we're gonna move on to London now, eh? Alright, so when it comes to London compared to Boston, on the other hand, it's pretty fucking bad, I'm not gonna lie. So, starting us off with Renegades, automatically, what we can compare it to Boston. Personally, I'm not really a fan of the London sticker design compared to Boston. So honestly, I'll probably put these in a lower tier, similar to Cologne. Probably it might compare to foils, honestly. I'm a D-rank Kingwin as well. Maybe Misfits, if it needs to end up leading to that. I mean, I definitely think it's in a worse scenario, but I think Renegades as a logo itself is still better than a good chunk of these stickers, so I'll probably leave it in D+ for now. Moving on, Team Liquid. Honestly, this is one of their worst designs, if not the worst sticker design for London that I've ever seen. I see what they're going for with the flag design. Issue is, it's pretty bad as a flag design. Honestly, I think this one is really colorful and such, but I don't think it actually does it anything good whatsoever. It's a pretty crap sticker, but compared to others, I might derank it below the Dreamhack foils we have here. In some sense, I guess it could be applicable, but at the same time, that's only if you're really rooting for Team Liquid in this era. So maybe even worse than some of these grays, honestly. I might move this one down to possibly a D even. Maybe even a high tier D minus. Um, you can't really work with this sticker. There's a whole lot of colors going on. There's not really much you could really do with it, and you can't even barely see the Team Liquid logo. So I'll leave that one at that. Windstrike. First time we see the Windstrike team in CS. For the most part, logo's alright. I think this might be one of the first, if not the first, logo that's actually dedicated to being this pinkish color, unlike Mousy Sports where it's unintentional. Comparison to some of them, I think it might be better than Misfits. Maybe not Quantum though, and I'll just leave it at that. MIBR, this is the first time we're seeing them. Yeah, this is even worse than Big, so I'll probably D-rank this to even lower than SK, lower than G2, lower than Krakow's, all these Krakows, honestly. Um, Heck, even lower than Cologne 2015, honestly. Um, hmm. At the same time, you got these papers, so I might drop it as far. Honestly, this is pretty bad. I think it might be even worse than Team Liquid, if anything. Like London, there's not a lot going for it, especially in my BR. There is no color whatsoever with the sticker. So, heck, even some of the clones might. Heck, it's really hard to work with unless if you're a dedicated fan of MIBR. They haven't really done much with their logo over the years. So, in a way, I think it might be. I don't want to do it, but I feel like I might end up doing it either way. But I'm a D rank Team Liquids, heck, even lower than Titan. MIBR might be the one of the first unironic F minuses in this tier list. So yeah, I might just leave it at that, unless if something worse comes along, which may or may not be showing up anytime soon. Shaw's, on the other hand, isn't as bad. Maybe, like for example, compared to Krakow, I think it might be just a tad bit better when it comes to its looks. I mean, looking at the sticker, it doesn't have that silver outline that it usually does. For the most part, the colors in the border for the London sticker isn't that bad either. I think probably better than Krakow. Maybe better than Krakow Mouse. I don't think it's as better than Gambit Krakow, so I'll probably leave it there. Big Clan, once again, it's pretty bad. I think it's better than Krakow Big Clan though, so I might just leave it in front of it. I probably don't think of it any different than some of the other ones either. North. North, North, it's following really similar patterns as the Boston version. It's following the white line, with the border being blue. Issue is, I think this border, or at least this version of it, is really ugly as hell. Um, Probably worse than Renegades. I think there's a whole lot less color that it offers. Um, I think it's better than some of the Cologne 2015s, I'm not gonna lie. I think the sticker might offer some really subtle color to it that is probably a bit better in its subtlety than Cologne. Maybe not better than the Grey Katos though, so I'll leave that one at that. Third time we see Vega Squadron. Once again, really nice sticker this time around. In case for whatever reason you can't afford any from like Boston or Krakow, I guess this could be a good option. Definitely better than Renegades. I'd say better than Renegades from Boston, mainly because it's a blue sticker. So it has its own privileges. Maybe it's comparable to Liquids. In Boston, maybe even higher, honestly. Probably better than Liquid in Cologne. Highest I might rank it though is probably next to Krakow Cloud9. I think the Krakow Cloud might have a bit more to offer. Although it is clean though for London. I have to give them that. The blue border works well with it. The gray matches the colors of what I'm gonna assume is a Barracuda. Um I think it might be better than its Krakow version as well because of how much sticker itself is within it. So yeah, I'll leave Vega at that. Navi, we already know what we're doing with Navi. Compared to Krakow, I think it's a little bit better since the background's a bit more seamless. And yeah, that's pretty much going to be it. Tyloo. So when it comes to Tyloo, this is where they actually introduced the name of the brand inside of the logo, and I think this is the peak version for the Tyloo logo right here. So off the bat, I definitely think it's better than most Reds because if you look at the Tyloo sticker, this thing fills up the entire border really well. It's probably better than Mouse from Columbus, probably better than FaZe Clan even from Boston. Better than 100 Thieves, I would say. Um, Honestly, this one might be better than its Boston version as well. So I might just want to stick this one ahead of some of these foils. I don't want to put it too high though. Because of course we still have the foils, we still have the holos. Although this year the holos might be not as cool as what we saw from Boston. Alright, Gambit. This version of Gambit, I think, is maybe a tad bit better than Krakow, but aside from that, not really much else. Let's see, Rogue. This is the first major we see Rogan. Similarly to Vega, the blue looks pretty nice. It matches well with its border, kind of. I think Vega does it a little bit better, though. Off the bat, though, I feel like this could definitely rank a little bit higher than some of these other ones. I might put it very comparable to Team Liquid's from Boston. Um, the border ain't too bad in this case, though, so I might just stick it right in front of Team Liquid from Columbus. I think it's a little bit better than Krakow Vega. So yeah, I'll leave Rogue at that. Space Soldiers, second major we see them. Right off the bat, we could directly compare it to its Boston version of the sticker. Looking at it in game though, I feel that when it comes to Space Soldiers, its paper version could either be better or worse depending on who you are. Because the thing is, when it comes to Space Soldiers, instead of being the piss yellow that Boston was, Space Soldiers it instead has this rainbow background, which I find kind of interesting. Whether or not it actually gives it an upper hand compared to the Boston version, honestly, I'm thinking it kind of doesn't because at least the Boston version follows a theme of some sort. In fact, I might put it even lower than North. Probably not lower than Columbus though, so I'll leave it at that. NIP, once again, NIP doing NIP things. I think this is definitely a better version than most. Comparing it directly to Columbus, honestly, I think Columbus might be a little bit better. The brown is a whole lot less visible because of how dark the background is. At least for Columbus, it was so dark that it made it pop out in a way. For this one, I think it probably is just right below it in this case. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it at that. So now let's take a look at Fnatic. So Fnatic for this major, it's alright. Once again, they still had the text, which I find to be not as good of a decision compared to normal. So probably, I mean, looking at it compared to Boston though, the logo is slightly bigger, but I think Fnatic's background might be better. Probably better than Krakow though. When it comes to Team Spirit, this is the first major that they come. Honestly, I really like this version of their logo. Like when it comes to Team Spirit's logo this time around, I think this thing is sick. So this is the first actual light green logo that we see, except for maybe Flipside or Optic in one of the majors. Applicability though, it might be very specific to certain guns. So I mean, this is hard to compare. It is their first major. Their logo is a bit more complex compared to most other stickers, but I definitely think it's probably in the mid area for the C minus tier. Probably ahead of Team Liquid from Cologne. I feel that it has a bit more detail. Comparing it to Rogue, on the other hand, I think Rogue might be a little bit better in this case because it's a whole lot more simple. Um, as good as the Team Spirit logo is, I don't think there's enough green to really give it too much of that theme to follow to be put onto skins. It might look good on a few scopes for some green ops like a containment breach, but aside from that, I wouldn't rank it too high, especially since it's at its paper stage. Alright, moving on to G2. When it comes to G2 this time around, they decided to go for this gray theme instead of the usual white. Now, whether or not, what I think anyways, I think it looks a little bit better as a logo. Like, the eye is kind of flashing this time around. It has that nice red look to it. Issue is, I think it blends in way too well with the background, which makes it a little too seamless in a way. Like, comparing it to Krakow, I think it's still better, but looking at G2 compared to, like, Boston, for example, I think Boston might be the better version of this one. So I'll probably put it below Windstrike, maybe? Actually, not. I might just put it um below Renegades for this tier. Yeah, I think that might be a good decision. Hellraisers, of course. So we know how Hellraisers go. A little bit of bias going into it. Off the bat, just from what I can see, I'd probably put it ahead of Dreamhack. Um, for, for London anyways, they definitely put a whole lot more, I don't know. The border, I think it matches well, especially with the white outline that the Hellraisers logo has. It definitely fills the whole frame pretty well. I think it lines up pretty well as well. Um, Overall, I think it can match the background pretty well. I think it could definitely be a good cheap craft if you're into the Hellraiser stuff. It definitely ranks high for the Reds anyways. So I might put it ahead of Plays Clan for Krakow. I might put it ahead of MLG, Mouse. Honestly, better than Complexity as well. I might just put it, I think, yeah, Phase might be a bit too disorienting. 100 Thieves. It might be more applicable for 100 Thieves, but honestly, I might have to start comparing this one to the likes of maybe Boston Tyloo, if anything. I think color saturation might be a bit more better, it might be more applicable. So, like, say you put onto a candy apple, scrape it a little bit, it might be a good craft, I would say. I think Tyloo might be better at this stage though, so I'll just leave it at there. Let's see, Mouse. Once again, got rid of the text, which is really nice. Looking at the logo itself, there's still follow that same kind of pinkish look to it. From Inspect though, it is a little too seamless for me, so I think it's probably worse than MLG. Probably better than Columbus. Sorry, not Columbus. Cologne, because it doesn't have that text with it. Um, hmm. Speaking of which, I might move Mouse from Boston ahead of this one, and might derank these quite a bit, just so it makes a little bit more sense going into all of this. Probably better than MLG though. So yeah, I'll leave that one right there. I don't know what FaZe Clan did this time around. When it comes to FaZe Clan for this one, they got rid of everything essentially that really meant the most to the logo. I think they used the same shape as the Boston one, but the execution is honestly the worst I've seen so far, because they essentially got rid of all the filling, so it's now just using all that negative space. But essentially it's just an outline. I don't understand why anyone would want to apply this sticker unless if it's maybe on like a red line, which I think about it, I can see a red line craft, but essentially it's just the red lines. I honestly don't like this craft whatsoever. In fact, if anything, I might say like Big Clan might be a better one than this, honestly. Probably, probably not as good as Big Clan. So yeah, I'll probably leave it there. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, though, Virtus Pro is pretty good. So of course, off the bat, we could leave it ahead of One Strike. We could probably put it in comparison to the likes of maybe Gambit. It does fill up the sticker really nice. Fills it up a whole lot. Probably better than NIP, I would probably say. Let's see what else is there. Better than Space Soldiers, I don't think so, but looking at it compared to its clone version, it is definitely better in this case. I mean, MLG. Hmm. Maybe better than MLG in a way. I mean, Cloud9 for this one. Cloud9 for this one. Maybe. I mean, Cloud9 compared to. Let's see. I mean, Cloud9 it's definitely better than Cologne. Not as good as Krakow though. I think compared to Krakow, it's probably not as good. Vega Squadron's probably a little bit better. Maybe even not as good as the Vega Squadron from Krakow. Probably a little bit better than North. Um, I mean, we'll have to see though later down the line. So yeah, that's basically that. Complexity make a return, and they bring the one of the ugliest logos I've ever seen, man. Um, Once again, they essentially recycled the same thing that they had for whatchamacallit, that they had back in 2014 with its Kato stickers. Um, Honestly, I don't really see the craftability in this one. There's a whole lot of red stickers already. There's a whole lot of competition. But at the same time, though, it doesn't really do much to it. It's similar to, like, Avangar, except it's slightly worse. Like, I think there's a sandwich shop that uses the same logo as this. So if you're into that, go for it. But maybe it's better than Gambit from Columbus. Maybe better than Gambit from Cologne as well. Maybe better than Mouse, but I don't think it goes that far. Optic, alright, so Optic, essentially, I think it's the only green sticker in this major, and I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to being in London, I think it might be one of the worst, I think it's the worst executions, because the green background and the border doesn't really align too well with it. I think it's a little too seamless. So it's kind of like the complete opposite. Instead of being too seamless where you can't see the logo, it's you can't see the background in a way. And the background that has the color really isn't going to do anything for it. So in a way, I think being too seamless might be an issue for this one. So off the bat, you can see it's bigger than Cologne, but I still don't think Cologne is any better though. I'm comparing it to Flipside from Columbus and Cologne. I think it's probably not as good either. I'll probably D-rank this below SK, maybe? I think craftability for SK for Atlanta 2017 might be a little bit better. So yeah. Essentially, that is all the papers. That took about 20 minutes to film. Okay. So now, moving on to the Holos. Off the bat, we can say that the Renegades is a little bit better. I mean, the thing about the Holos for this major is that it goes back to that same pattern of having really similar Holos. In this case, for Renegades, I think it uses the same, kind of red, yellow, orange, what I'm going to assume is magenta-ish kind of theme, like the Hellraiser's Fire. Um, One thing I'm noticing is that the Hull effect is a whole lot more spread out for this one, so I might rank this one decently high. So like in comparison to Boston, I might put this one ahead of its Boston counterpart. I might put it ahead of its foil even. Hmm. I mean, even compared to Columbus, I think Columbus Gambit might be a little bit worse than this one. I think this one has a bit more applicability. It's a bit more diverse in its color scheme. Even the border kind of gets in on it a little bit. But yeah, I'll probably just leave Renegades there. Of course, we could always change it later if we need to. Let's see, Wind Strike. So, when it comes to Wind Strike this time around, actually, this is the only time around I think about it. The holo effect is kind of there and not there at the same time. It only affects really the rocket ship part of it. So I don't think it really needs to be this high up in the list. I think it could also remain in the C- tier. Probably better than most since there's not really a whole lot of holos. At the same time, it's probably better than Misfits, better than Renegade's Foil, better than G2, dare I say. Might be a little bit better than a good chunk of these, honestly, but maybe just a few of them though. I don't think the Holo effect really does it all too much this time around, so I might just stick it maybe right ahead of Tyloo from Boston, and between the whatchamacallit, the other one from Boston. So I'll leave it right over there. Fnatic, so once again, it's more or less the same things going on. Fnatic Hollow this time around uses the same kind of orange-yellow hollow effect to it. The background, for some reason, is just consistently this really dim RGB kind of effect to it, which is either really good or really bad, depending on what you're putting it on. Assuming you're going for colored craft still, I honestly think it might be better to get like papers from Atlanta. Um, in this case for Fnatic, probably higher tier, I would say. A little bit better than Windtrick, I'd say. At least it follows a certain theme, I would say. But I don't think it actually matches the level that Renegades has going for it. So I might just leave that there. And while I'm at it, I'm thinking about deranking Windstrike a little bit to be under Tyloo at this point. So yeah, probably leave that there. MIBR. Okay, so once again, MIBR. It's a disappointment of a sticker right here. Not really much going for it. It kind of makes it a bit green in a way for this Hall effect. It kind of makes it kind of blend in with the Hall effect in the background. But once again, this Hall effect is really dim. You don't get much saturation from this, so I probably wouldn't rank it high whatsoever. In fact, I'll probably rank it very closely to how the Krakow's graves were. Actually, no, probably close to Boston. I think Boston has closer to the level of effects that it had. Probably just leave it between the foil grays from Kato 15 and Big and SK. So I'll leave it right over there. Let's see, complexity. All right. So complexity this time around, nothing too much going on for it compared to the others. I mean, you got the fire effects going on for the red part of the sticker. The white part though, that just doesn't get any treatment like MIBR's text does. So this one would honestly not rank too high as a red sticker. Probably. Honestly, I think it might be a little bit worse than the G2 Holo from Boston. I think it's still more applicable than maybe the Renegade's foil, but I don't think it really gets too much use going into it. Yeah, I'll leave that one there. Big Clan follows a similar story to MIBR. Essentially, the Holo effects, I think it uses the same Holo effects from Krakow, so it doesn't really have much going on for it there. Probably better than Boston because it's technically a bit bigger with its logo, so it's a bit more visible. But once again, it's so dim, like there's not really much you can really work with in this case. So I'll probably just leave Big Clan over there. Gambit this time around. Thankfully this logo is really chunky, so you're able to see a whole lot going on for it. I think this one would be a little bit better to put on to some red crafts compared to some others. But aside from that, all I could really do is just compare it to the other Gambit Holos that we have. And if I could find it. For example, comparing it to Krakow, I think it might be more applicable than Krakow because the logo might be the same size, but the bordering might be a little bit more seamless. I don't think it's any better than Atlanta, though. I think Atlanta might have a better effect, even though it is a bit more on the pinkish side of things. So I'll probably leave it there for now. Alright, moving on to NIP. Essentially, there's not really much going on for this one. It's the holo effect for the NIP logo is so subtle you could barely even notice it. So essentially it's just a holographic background with the NIP logo on top of it, so I might just put it a little bit above the actual NIP for this major. Maybe just ahead of Rogue and not really much else, I would say. Space Soldiers, okay. Space Soldiers, holo effects for this one is very similar to the past holos that it had. Of course, it has a nice yellow effect. Still, though, if you want to do a yellow craft, I would probably just get like a Navi Atlanta paper instead, because of how the background is too diverse in its color scheme, I would say. So probably better than Fnatic. Um, maybe no, I don't think it's better than Renegades. All right, Vega Squadron. So Vega Squadron, Vega Squadron this time around. The holo effect is pretty nice. It has that nice blue. It fills it up really well. Um, it's all right though compared to some of the others though. When it comes to Vega Squadron for this major, anyways, I think that it could probably compare with its Krakow counterpart a little bit. So if I could quickly find the Krakow 2017 version of the Holo. I mean, it's decent as a blue sticker, but I wouldn't still rank it that high whatsoever. Um, I mean, if I could find, here it is. It's decent. I think in a way it has a bit more craftability than its whatchamacallit, Krakow counterpart because it's a bit more condensed with its sticker. Um, Still though, I'd probably just leave it as is over there. Oh yeah, and while I'm at it, I might as well. I kind of want to D-rank these greens from the Cologne 2016 because I'm starting to think that they might not be as good as some of these other ones. In fact, I might D-rank them as low as B. So yeah, we'll leave those over there. All right, Rogue Hollow. Once again, this is going to be one of the few blue hollows that we have for this major anyways. And once again, craftability, not really as good this time around. The blue effect on this one is a whole lot closer to the one for Immortals, I would say. Or at least in Inspect it is. So, I mean, it has that going for it. But aside from that, that rainbow background is just not helping any of these teams. Probably I'll stick it ahead of Kato 14s. Maybe in front of SK. Comparing it to Team Liquid, though, honestly, it might be just right under Avangard in this case. Because, like, there's not really too many opportunities you can use to craft it, so I'll just leave them over there. Alright, Navi. So, Navi, I think we would place very closely to Space Soldiers in this case. Once again, it doesn't really have much going for it. Fnatic might be a better craft. Um, it might be large enough where it actually blocks the background enough where it doesn't affect the sticker, so I might just put it in front of Fnatic because of that. But aside from that, it's more or less the same thing. Team Spirit. Honestly, not bad considering the diversity of the actual dragon that they use. I The holo effect for the actual green parts or the scales, I think, really shines a whole lot. But aside from that, it doesn't actually really affect the sticker all too much. So probably better than Fnatic. I honestly don't think it's as better than Navi though. That's the thing. Like when it comes to Navi, it has a bit more color going on for it. But Team Spirit though, maybe not. On the other hand, I would probably leave it to like an NIP holo from 2021 onwards to probably do that light green color if need be. All right. Oh boy. All right. So Team Liquids. All right. So we know how it is for Team Liquid at this point. The holo effect is kind of weird for this one. It only affects the Canadian and the Brazilian flag, kinda. You barely even see the stripes from the U.S. flag get affected. So honestly, I know I have to rank it higher because nonetheless, it is still a holo. It's still probably better than like the gray holos from Krakow. I mean, I don't think it's better than NIP for sure. NIP has a little bit more. I mean, in a way, the Hall effects is definitely better than like Big and MIBR, but at the same time, I don't think it has too much going for it still because of how chaotic this version of the sticker is. So I'll probably just leave it ahead of those, probably still behind the Kato 15s. Alright, G2. Alright. So when it comes to G2 this time around, the gray parts of the sticker on has a bit of this kind of shading, it's kind of cool, I'd say, but at the same time, the holo effect is really subtle. With the only thing that's being really strong is the glowing in the eyes, and like honestly, as a concept, I think that is honestly really cool. Issue it is not applicable, or probably not as applicable as some of these other stickers. It's probably not as good. I'd say maybe better than NIP, since the actual logo is being a bit more visibly affected. But I don't think it's as good as some of the others, so I'll leave it as is. Alright, Astralis. Let's see. So, Astralis, it's very similar to Gambit. We've seen this before. Has the red effect going for it. The border, of course, follows the RGB kind of pattern that London has. So I'll probably stick it really close to Gambit once again. Let's see, where'd I put Gambit? Here it is. So put Gambit right up here. I'll probably put it right below it, probably below Krakow as well. Krakow effect is a little bit bigger. I think it offers a little bit more. And like, yeah, I'll probably just leave London Astralis over there. Virtus Pro. Probably follow pattern for Virtus Pro in this case, so probably ahead of a good majority of these. Ahead of Fnatic, probably ahead of Navi. Let's see. Once again, it's essentially just the orange bits of the logo that's affected, and which I guess might be a good pattern in a way. I don't think it's ahead of Renegades or Space Soldiers, though. I think they do it a little bit better in this case. So I'll leave that one as is. Alright. FaZe Clan. This one I can't really rank too high either. The holo effect in the logo is barely even visible with how thin it is as well. Probably along the likes of Team Liquid's and all the grays for this major. I think Team Liquid has more of a holo effect to it, so I think Team Liquid might be a little bit better. So I'll leave that one over there. Alright. Optic. Once again, I wouldn't really get London stickers, especially Optic in this case, for a green theme. The border and the sticker itself has a bit of that holo effect to it, but once again, really dense. The colors kind of counteract each other a little bit, so I don't think it's as good. I'll maybe put it in front of G2 and NIP, but I don't really think it should be much higher, maybe ahead of these Cologne 2014s. Oh yeah, and probably definitely ahead of its whatchamacallit, its paper counterpart, probably. But I really don't think it ranks all too high in this case. Tyloo. Okay, so when it comes to the dense stickers like Tyloo, it isn't bad, honestly. Like when it comes to Tyloo, the red effect is pretty nice this time around. I mean, it's very similar to Boston in a way, except it is, I would say, a bit better. I think it's a bit more applicable. I mean, I think for Tyloo, it's honestly better than its foil counterpart. I think it's better than Gambit, especially. In this case, you get a whole lot for it. Probably ahead of Mouse, I would say. Let's see. I think it's probably in the B area. Honestly, I'm thinking ahead of 100 Thieves, 100, whatchamacallit, Astralis as well. Uh, hmm. I mean, considering where we placed the other ones, it's just a nice sticker in general, but I don't think it should really place too high. I'll probably just leave it in front of Astralis for now, as is. Alright. So Mouse, once again, they take up this pink theme going into it. Once again, they follow the square pattern that they have for this holo. Not really much going on for it. I mean, this one might be the most fitting kind of craft for this sticker because of how the background has that subtle RGB look to it. So I'll probably keep it decently high. I feel like this could definitely be used for RGB crafts in a way. Maybe ahead of Astralis this time, but maybe not any further. I mean, comparing it to its other mouses, I feel like the Krakow one might do a better job. Um, Atlanta might do a better job. So I'll probably just leave it right behind Astralis for now, as it's. Alright, almost done with the Holos. So, the most expensive one, the Hellraiser's Holo. This one is pretty good. So I mean, whether or not it's better than Tyloo, I think it definitely is at a point where it's pretty contested, I would say. Um, I mean, comparing it directly though, I would probably prefer the Hellraisers because it already defines how they're able to do the logo without the need for the text to look good. Probably better than the mouse. Probably better than Krakow face as well, but it's probably not any better than its Atlanta counterpart or anything like that. And while I'm at it, I might as well derank 3D Max a little bit since it is technically a foil. So I'll leave those over there. Cloud9. Cloud9 once again, they're looking pretty decent for a blue sticker, although I would still prefer to get most of the other ones as a craft. I think it uses the same exact holo effects, kind of, not really, for its holo. Like a light blue, very similar to maybe its Krakow version of things. Um, I'll put it decently high though, just for that. Maybe ahead of Cologne. Maybe ahead some of these Katos, but maybe not too high. Maybe ahead. Actually, no. I think 100 Thieves probably does it a little bit better. So yeah, I'll leave that one right over there. All right. And for our last holo for London, we have North. I don't know why this one is really expensive. It just kind of is. I probably got to research into it to find out. I mean, of course, just going off of looks, though. I mean, North's logo, it does follow the blue holo effects that some of these have. Um, Probably a little bit higher, but compared to its Krakow, though, I don't think it's as good for sure. Um, Not as good as C9 this time around. Maybe not even as good as Flipside, honestly. Hmm. Some of these foils I think might honestly be a little bit better as well. I might compare it to its North. Um, so yeah, I'll probably leave it over there. And wow, that took quite a bit, but that is all the London Hollows as well. Alright, to start us off with the London foils, essentially, when it comes to the London foils this time around, we can expect more or less the same thing for the foils, except this time though, the difference is the background for the foils has its little own, I would call it crystal effects, but it's not the most entirely. Honestly, I think this might enhance the look for things. It doesn't look too waxy, especially for Renegades, which is our first one. Looking pretty good, so not bad at all. I think this is where the background actually complements it quite a bit. So right off the bat, I'll probably place it pretty high. I mean, for example, if we're directly comparing it to the Cologne 2015 version of the Renegades logo, I think that this version might be better. I think it might be better than Complexity Holo. I think it might be maybe not as better than G2 Holo, so I'll probably just leave it there. Alright. Wind Strike, once again, more or less the same thing going on for it. When it comes to Wind Strike's version of their logo this time, bit of def because of the foil texturing, but aside from that, we can expect more or less the same few things. Probably not as good as Renegades, I would say. Maybe even not as good as Misfits Holo? No, I think it might be better than Misfits Holo just by tad bit, I would say. So yeah, I'll leave those right over there. Gambit, we've pretty much seen Gambit so far for most of these. These are papers. Probably move these up a little bit. Let's see, when it comes to Gambit's version of their foil, if you were to directly compare it to Krakow, for example, honestly, in my opinion, I think Krakow might be better in this case. It has a bit more red to it, so I'll probably just leave it right behind it. Still, once again, it's probably better than most, like, Colognes, for example. So yeah, I'll leave that one right over there. It might be okay. It's essentially just the foil form. It's not that good. It probably won't be too good for the most part. Once again, unless if you're a direct fan of MIBR, I don't really see too much value in the sticker. So for now, I'll probably just leave this one. Hmm, maybe an E minus tier. I don't really see too many uses for this one. Um, for the MIBR paper though, I think I was a little bit too harsh for it. I'll probably move it ahead of TSM and Vex. Maybe even Navi and NIP. I think there's still a few uses for like really gray and monotone skins, I guess. MIBR foil, I'll probably do it to F+. Once again, I just don't really see many uses for the skin. I guess we could also cut ahead to, for example, Big Clan. Once again, for Big Clan, not really too much going on this time around. One thing to point out though, the edges has a really subtle RGB kind of lining to it, and like that's essentially it. So I'll probably leave it right around where the other foils are. I think it's probably a little bit better than Krakow. I'll probably put it ahead of Krakow, maybe even ahead of G2 foil for Krakow. Yeah, I think I'm pretty satisfied with that. All right, Fnatic foil. Once again, not too much going on for this one. Probably stick it ahead of Krakow, maybe, since Krakow is pretty large in its shape. But I probably wouldn't put it in front of its MLG. I think MLG has a bit more color to it, a bit more workability. So yeah, I'll probably just leave that one there. Nip, probably follow pattern for this one. So just gotta find all the other ones. There's a Nip foil from Kato. I think it's better than Cologne since it offers a bit more shape, a bit more, just a bit more size, I guess. Better than MLG? I don't think so. Maybe better than Cologne Fnatic foil. So I'll probably leave it over there. Rogue. And when it comes to Rogue, lining's pretty decent. It's alright for the most part. Um, let's see. I probably put it ahead of maybe the two blues from Cologne 2015. Maybe not ahead of Envy Columbus though. I mean, the closest blues we really have to work with is essentially Team Liquids at this point. I mean, the foil's alright for the most part, but comparing it to some of the others, I really wouldn't rank it maybe that high. Maybe like compared to C9. Probably just leave it at that. Alright. Next up, Spirit. Once again, first time we see Spirit's logo. It isn't too bad. I just wish that there was a bit more green inside of this one. Probably stick it near where the other Spirit was, if I could find it. Let's see. There's Spirit Hollow. I don't think it's as good as Spirit Hollow. I think Spirit Hollow still offers a little bit more value when it comes to it. So I guess we could start comparing it directly to others. I think it's better than Nip. I think it's probably better than Fnatic. Maybe not as good as the MLG foil for Envy. So yeah, I think it's a good spot to leave that one at. Alright. Virtus Pro. Familiar pattern here. Maybe I'll stick it in front of, let's see, maybe the Cologne for sure. Maybe not in front of Fnatic this time around. I think the foil, more or less, we're seeing the same patterns. Just a nice foil, not really much to talk about. I mean, essentially, this is how it's always been for these foils. So North, once again, we just look for the closest thing to the foil we have, and then we just judge it based off of that. So like in this case, that is North from Boston. I think Boston looks a bit better. I don't think it's as good as Splice. I think Fnatic Boston might be a little bit better. Heck, even Navi Boston, I think it will. Maybe not as good as One Strike, I would probably say this time around. Mm, I'll leave it right around here. I think that might be a safe spot. Alright. Space Soldiers. Yellow sticker, head of regular Space Soldiers. Move it to probably where the other Space Soldier is. I think this one. The foil, anyways, might be a wee bit worse, I'd say. Probably before Tyloo paper, honestly. Foil's alright, I just don't think it offers all too much value. Maybe even before Mouse and maybe not Astralis though. So yeah, I'll leave those over there. Let's see, we got Vega Squadron foil. The nice foil, I'll let it be. Of course, we can just look for similar foil. So, for example, the Krakow Vega Squadron foil right over here. Probably leave it in front of it, mainly because I think it's just a little bit better. Honestly, I rank this a little bit higher than MLG Columbus Holo. I think it might offer a little bit more than that. Navi, probably follow Navi pattern. Better than Cologne. I mean, better than Krakow for the flow version though. That one I'm not entirely so sure about. I mean, considering the foil triangle effect that it has going on, it could be a little bit better. But once again, when it comes to Navi's foil, it's always really flat for whatever reason, so I'll probably just leave it right in front of, yeah, I'll probably just leave it in front of the Krakow. Alright. Hellraisers. Once again, we know the drill already. There's a Hellraiser's paper. We will put it a few ranks higher than that. When it comes to Hellraiser's foil, once again, I like the look of it. The outline's really nice. I think it blends in pretty well with the backgrounds for this one, so I might just stick it pretty high. I mean, I wouldn't think that this is better than Atlanta, or at least Hellraiser's version of that foil. Probably stick it in front of Astralis from Atlanta, but I don't think it's any better than the other ones, I would have to say. So I think I'll leave that one there. Complexity, I'll probably just match it to the complexity. Let's call it right over here. I think the foil might be better than Kato complexity, probably. I think that the Kato version might be a little bit worse than its London version. Move that down a little bit. Probably better than Cologne foils, I have to say. Probably not as good as Nip, though. So I'll probably just leave that one right over there. Astralis. Follow red pattern, essentially. So then we move Astralis up. It's probably maybe not as good as Mouse from Krakow. I mean, comparing it directly to the Krakow version of its hollow, sorry, not hollow, foil. Not really much going on for it for London, so I might keep it below it in this case. And probably do the same thing for Mouse's foil. Probably, once again, below it. Honestly, it might not be as good as Cologne, even so. Maybe not as good as regular Astralis. I think it blends in a little bit. Face Clan, we're not going to rank this one too high either way. Maybe not even as good as some of these Dreamhacks. I think Cloud9 Dreamhack might be good. Virtus Pro might be good, but maybe not Fnatic though, so I'll leave it just right up there. Tyloo foil. When it comes to Tyloo's foil this time around, it fills it up, so then you don't see that triangle pattern that happens in the background for it, so probably leave this one around the higher tiers. I mean, let's see. We have the Tyloo from Boston. I mean, it really depends on the kind of craft that you're doing. If you're going for Tyloo craft, I would definitely choose this one. If you're going for a red craft that happens to involve Tyloo, on the other hand, probably use the London one in this case. I mean, the red is pretty nice. It's really saturated, I would have to say. Hmm. Maybe even a rank higher, but for now, I'll just leave it in C+. See how it goes. Let's see, TL, not as good. Just D-. There's really no need to think too much about that one. G2's full, honestly, is really nice because the fading that it has towards the bottom of that logo and the way it shines going up, honestly, is really sick, in my opinion. Um, Probably higher than some of these. Is higher than its Holo. Honestly, I kind of think so in a way. So might leave that one just ahead of that. Maybe ahead of some of these Holos, I would have to probably say. Maybe not as good as Diggy Holo though. Probably leave it in front of North. Alright. And Optic. Once again, not too much getting offered from Optic this time around. So when it comes to Optic sticker, not really much you're gonna get for it. I mean, usually when the background screen, it does offer a bit more, but because it's kind of just a logo, you're not gonna get too much for it. Once again, we can directly compare it to the other versions of it. I think it's better than its Cologne counterpart. Not better than its Atlanta paper, honestly. Might stick it just right up here. Actually, no, I think Flipside might be a little bit better. Even Cologne might be a little bit better. Yeah, I'll probably leave it towards the bottom side for that one. Alright, and the last one for London 2018, the Cloud9. So when it comes to Cloud9 this time around, we can expect more or less the same thing. I mean, comparing it directly to its foil counterpart, it's more or less the same thing this time around. I'm noticing a bit of it. What I want to say, I think, is an outline kind of. I think it blends kind of well. Maybe not. Maybe well enough to be better than Krakow, though. I think the sticker's still a little bit small. So I'll probably leave it maybe just a little bit below for now. More will be a little better. So then I'll leave it between the Immortals and the Virtus Pro for now. So that is London 2018. This is what the tier list looks like so far. Alright, so now that we have this going on here, starting to notice a whole lot of patterns when it comes to this kind of stuff. But essentially, that is 2018 in its entirety and before. So now, for next up, we got to move on to Katowice 2019. Let's see how that one ends up going. Alrighty, day 3 for recording this video. Let's talk about some digital colors, eh? So, start us off before we move on to Katowice 2019. I'm going to move these two up. I'm going to move 3D Max down. I think the foil is a little bit overrated in this case. Maybe just a tad bit worse than the 3D Max from Katowice 2014. The rest of these, I think it's a bit more fair, a bit more balanced than before. So I might just leave it there as it is. I might move around some of these papers. Those might be a little bit unbalanced. But for now, I think it's pretty good as is. Alright. Let's get talking about Katowice 2019 stickers. So, Katowice 2019, essentially, it uses a very similar kind of bordering like how Cologne did in 2014. Only difference with this one is that the circular border this time around is kind of playing off of the main colors for the team logos. Honestly, not as bad as some of the others, I would have to say, but still not as good either. And start us off with Ent's paper. First time we see Ents in a major. Honestly, with how round their logo is, it matches the border really well. I'm just not exactly a fan of the colors this time around, so maybe to start us off, I think it's probably better than NIP from Cologne, I would have to say. I think it's really craftable in some cases. When it comes to Ents still, I'm honestly more of a fan of their more modern logo over this one. The text, I feel, might take up a whole lot of space, so then you don't see much of that logo, and I think that might be a recurring issue when it comes to the Katowice 2019 border. Probably move this ahead of London. I think it looks a little tad bit better, but probably not any higher than some of the MLGs, so I'll probably just leave it right over there. Greyhound. Unless if you're an Aussie, there is practically only one reason why we want Greyhound at this kind of major. I'll leave the rest up to you. When it comes to Greyhound's logo, I do like their design. I just wish that there was a bit more color inside of it, just because when you end up going to the stickers, it ends up being a little bit bland, I would have to say. Comparing to Enso, I think probably Greyhound would be better. In this case, it kind of pops out the border a little bit more, so it's a bit more visible. Comparing it to maybe like North from Boston, coloring for North, I would have to say, might be better in the border, which might give it an advantage. The logo itself, I think, might be a little bit better than some of the North stickers that we have, though. For now, I'll probably leave Greyhound right before Space Soldiers in this case, and I'll probably just leave it right as is. Renegades, second Aussie team for this major. Um, Once again, I think Renegades might be a somewhat better logo than a good chunk of these lower tier ones. I'll probably put it ahead of Greyhound. I still think Space Soldiers from London might be a better pick overall compared to Renegades. So I'll probably leave that one over there. Astralis. Once again, another major that they end up winning. Comparing Astralis to some of these, I would say probably better than Krakow. Comparing it to London, honestly better than London as well. Boston though, Boston and MLG for Astralis. I'm honestly thinking Boston might be a little bit better in this case. Once again, there's not really much going on that's different. I think Boston's border might be a little bit better than what Katowice 2019 has this time around. I'm not really too much of a fan of the red circle, especially when it comes to this logo. Unlike ENS or maybe like, I don't know, NIP or something like that, it doesn't really play too well off of it. Still, nonetheless, it isn't as bad as some of the others, but I probably would put it maybe behind Mouse from MLG and just leave that one as is. MIBR. So, second major we see MIBR in. I would say it's technically better than the London version, but at the same time, I'm not really too much of a fan of this version of their logo either. Um, Colorful, I guess. I mean, if it was a bit bigger, I think it could hold a little bit more value. But once again, I don't think it's really as good as some of the others. In fact, I might have to say that Complexity from Kato 14 might be better. Renegades from London might be better. GT I would definitely say is probably better. Probably behind FaZe Clan from London, I'd have to say. At least FaZe has its better defined shape, you know, it's iconic in some cases, so you're able to apply it a bit better. MIBR though, in this case, like, we'd never see this version of the logo pretty much ever again when it comes to CS stickers. Um, Probably not too high. I think it's still probably better than like Bake from Boston and stuff like that. So I'll probably leave it right over there. Navi, once again, they never fail to make it to a major. In this case though, I probably wouldn't rank it too high. Probably follow and start pattern. Comparing it to like Greyhound and Renegades, I think it's probably not as good. I think Ents might even be a better pick overall. Probably put it. Honestly, I'm thinking behind Cologne. Even though the logo is a bit bigger, I think Cologne might be a bit more applicable compared to Katowice. Probably better than its Cologne 2015 version as well, so I'll probably leave it right over there. Alright, Windstrike. Once again, seeing Windstrike's team in this major, uses the same logo for the most part. Not really too much going on for it. I'll probably put it better than Navi. Maybe not as good as Greyhound, even though it offers a bit more color. Probably put it just behind Liquids. Coloring wise, I think it's better than Ents, but honestly, I'm not really too much of a fan of the colors that it has, so I'll probably just stick it right over there. Furia. First time we see Furia come into a major. Their logo, I honestly think it kind of matches pretty well, and I think it lines up a little bit better compared to some of the others. I would say Furia is probably better than Renegades. I think Renegades might offer a little bit more color for the paper version, so I might just leave it in between those two. Furia's logo, I think it's simple, gets the job done. Not really much else needed. I think it's like a very similar design to North when it comes to being a sticker. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. Team Liquid, alright. So Team Liquid, this time around, they're rocking a not as negative space version of the logo. I think it uses, what do I call it? Camo blue pattern. Honestly, I think it's pretty nice. Automatically, probably rank it ahead of Renegades. Probably rank it maybe ahead of Space Soldiers as well. I don't want to rank it too high, but I do like this version of their logo for this major. Um, Comparing it to like Boston, I think it's a bit more filled. So it doesn't use as much negative space. Might be more applicable than its Cologne counterpart. Maybe if the TL logo was a bit bigger on the sticker, I might have appreciated it a little bit more. So I'll probably just leave it in front of Spirit. In front of Rogue though, Rogue might be, I'm going to say, the better option. It's a bigger logo, a whole lot of saturated colors going in for Rogue. So yeah, I'll probably leave that one right over there. NRG, first time we see them, honestly, I think is one of their better versions of the NRG logo. Once again, uses very similar color schemes to Windstrike and maybe Mouse. Honestly, though, I think Windstrike and Mouse is probably better in this case. So probably stick it right around where I have Windstrike. I don't think it's maybe maybe a little bit better than Ants, I would have to say. But I don't really would rank this version of their logo all too high in this case. Yeah, leave that one there. Feel of Vitality. First time we see them inside of a major. When it comes to Vitality, I respect the logo. I like the design. It's simple. It looks good. I think for a yellow sticker, it does its job pretty well. I think it'd be better than Navi at this point. Let's see. Probably better than Renegades, I would have to say, but comparing it to stickers like Team Liquid's, its logo is pretty chunky, so I might just put it a little bit above. Maybe right around ahead of Dignitas from Dreamhack. I think some of these other sticker logos might be a bit better in this case, so I'll leave that one over there. NIP, so like what I was talking about earlier when it comes to Ents, because of how round the shape is for NIP, comparing it to, if I could find it anyways, and the shaping of it matches a bit better. I do wish that this version of the end sticker would be a bit more filled with the logo. For that though, I still think it's a little bit better than Ents. I think NRG might take the crown a little bit higher because it still has a bit of color to it. So yeah, I'll just leave that one right over there. Avangar. This is their redesign for the logo. Honestly, I'm a really big fan for this version of Ents' logo over here. Sorry, not Ents. Avangar's logo. Probably rank it pretty high, I'd say. Honestly, I think the design for Mouse's logo is better, but I think its color might overtake it. So maybe even better than Gambit from Boston. But I don't think it's as good as some of these blue stickers from these other majors, so I'll probably just leave that one right over there. Fnatic, once again, they're still rocking the text somehow. Um, Honestly, I don't think it's as good as Boston. I think Boston might do it a bit better. I think the border matches a bit better in terms of both color and shape with Fnatic's logo. Actually, I think about it. Why is the Fnatic one not ahead over here? I should probably move some of these around. So like, I think Cologne, I need to derank quite a bit because some of these Colognes I'm starting to not really agree with in a lot of cases. So might have to rearrange those if the time comes. For now though, I'll probably stick Cologne Fnatic down a little bit for now. Alright, Tyloo. Once again, they're rocking my favorite version of their logo. Surprisingly enough though, the border this time around is a really dark kind of maroon color. I think the Tyloo logo fills it up pretty well though. So for that, I'll probably rank it very similarly to Avangar. In this case, Avangar might be better because it fills up the border a whole lot more. I think it's a bit more colorful than Tyloo's logo this time around. So I'll probably just leave that one over there. Alright. VICI Gaming. Uh, don't want to even try to pronounce this one. Honestly, when it comes to their logo, it's alright. It reminds me of a whole lot of the Dreamhack kind of logos that was going on at that time. It kind of reminds me of Planet Key, where it has that like 3D effect going on for it. Applicability wise, maybe not as good. I mean, comparing it to like some of these other gray logos, I think it might be a little bit better. I think it might be better than like SK, for example, but not really as good as some of these other grays like Greyhound and Furia. So I'll probably just leave it right over here. Vega, once again. Nice looking Vega logo we have for this major. It's another blue sticker. Comparing Vega to the likes of, I'd say Team Liquid, I think this one might be better. The border is a bit more saturated. It fills it up a whole lot better than TL does. Probably rank it higher than this. I'll probably rank it higher than Rogue even. Comparing it to its London version, I think it's honestly better. So I'll stick ahead of there. Probably ahead of C9 from Krakow. In fact, I might just move it as high as maybe around the foils for some of the colognes. Even for paper, there's a whole lot of blue inside of this sticker, so I think it might definitely rank fairly high. Maybe not to the likes of some of these Boston stickers though. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. Cloud9, unlike most of these other stickers, Cloud9, this time around, they have a star at the top to represent their win from the Boston Major. Don't know how they managed to get that one in, but yeah. Nonetheless, we can still treat it as if it's a blue sticker, star or no star. Coloring wise this time around, I think Vega might be a little bit better. I think that even comparing it to Krakow, Krakow offers a whole lot more C9 for it, but I think the blue might be a little bit better than its Krakow counterpart. Even comparing it to its Cologne, which is something we have direct comparison to, I think it's better. I like the fact that it doesn't have the text. Blue is a bit more, well, not, I think it's a bit less concentrated, a bit less solid. So I think it might be pretty good in that sense. Probably better than Conspiracy. Conspiracy is alright. It matches in most cases, but that's essentially it. Um, Vega Squadron from Boston, though. That one might be a touch bit better. I'm a bit contested when it comes to those two. For now, I'm moving ahead, actually. I think it might be just a touch bit better. So yeah, that's C9. G2, taking in a very similar version to Boston's. And they go back to adding in that French flag to the design, the colors now. I think it's honestly pretty nice. You get the mix of that London kind of glowing eye from there, but and like you take a little French flag. But the one thing I do like is that instead of just streaks and lines, it kind of smears a little bit. I think I really like that effect to it. Adds more color than like Boston. I'd say it's probably better than Boston. Better than Vicey, if that's pronounced correctly. Um, better than Greyhound, I would say. Compared to Furia, though, Furia might have the better theme going on for it, but I'll just leave it right in front. Maybe better than Renegades as well. And I'll just leave that one over there. If there's a bit more color, I might rank it higher. Team Spirit. So one thing I was complaining about last time is that there wasn't really much color that it could work with before, but now that the color is incorporated into the ring around the sticker itself, I think it would definitely place a bit higher compared to its London counterpart. So right off the bat, probably place it ahead of it. Let's see, that seems to be the paper version of it, so I'll probably place it. Definitely think it could work decent as a green sticker this time around. But like comparing it to the likes of C9 though, and like Vega, I think Vega and C9 might take the crown higher than Team Spirit would. I mean, I still think it's better than some of these though, so I'll probably leave that one there. I'm gonna move some of these Navi stickers down a little bit. Alright, yeah, I'll leave that one there. FaZe Clan. What? I mean, once again, this time around, I think this version of their logo, in a way, when I look at it, it is kind of the same as the Boston version of it. Um, Honestly, not as good as a red sticker compared to usual, I would have to say. Even compared to like Astralis and Navigar, I think they might do it a little bit better in this case. So probably rank. I mean, comparing it to it's Cologne, I think Cologne might be better. Astralis from Cologne might be better. Maybe not as good as mouse stickers either. I think Vitality might pull it off a little bit better as well. So yeah, I'll probably leave that one there. Hellraisers. I think this is the last major, the Hellraiser. No, it's Berlin. That's the last one they attend. The black bits for it is a bit gray in this one this time around. Of course, I don't really think it impacts much. In this case, probably better than FaZe Clan. I think Avangar might be. Actually, no, I think Hellraiser is a bit better, a bit more detail. Bit more going on for it in general. In this case, of course, just like Hellraiser's logo, as it's been for the past while, is a bit saturated, has a bit going on for it. So probably leave it in front of there. Some of these other reds and blues I probably wouldn't compare it to. Why is this Astralis so high? Huh. I'll move this down a little bit. Probably move this one ahead of some of these. Maybe even ahead of here, I would have to say. That's their Boston counterpart. I'll move these up a bit to just balance it up a little bit. So probably Tyloo up here. Astralis I can maybe move back to behind its Boston counterpart. Hellraisers I'll probably move up to the likes of 100 Thieves paper. 100 Thieves might do a little bit better though, honestly. I think it might match in theme just a touch bit better. Alright, Complexity. Once again, not too much of a fan of their logo because of its curves. I think it might be better for the Katowice 2019 border, so I'll probably stick it right in front of there. Compared to FaZe Clan though, FaZe Clan might do it just a touch bit better, so I'll probably leave it behind G2, behind Renegades, behind Fury, I'd say. And yeah, Greyhound might do it a little bit better as well. Maybe behind Windstrike. Maybe behind Energy and NIP, but I think probably better than Ents because it still holds a little bit of color on it. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. And last one for our papers, Big Clan. Once again, Big Clan, I treat it like it's a gray sticker. There's not really much going on for it compared to the lower tiers. It's a bit more visible this time around. I'll have to give it that. It's probably better than Vicey. Probably maybe a little bit better than Ents, I'd have to say. I think the gray might do a little bit better. In some cases, I'd probably have to say maybe not as good as Complexity. So yeah, probably leave it at that. So that is all the papers for Katowice 2019. Now we got to move on to the Holos. Alright, so when it comes to Katowice's Holos, this time around, I might have misspoken a little bit earlier about these. I might have treated them as if they were very similar, if not the same, to Berlin's, where essentially all the borders are all green. But this time around, though, compared to Cologne 2014 and I guess even Berlin coming up, the holo effect for Katowice 2019 I think is pretty good, in all honesty. And to start us off, Renegades, of course. So very similar to previous majors, when it comes to Renegades Holo, it has that same fiery color effects. Not really much else going on for it. One thing I do want to point out though is that the ring this time around, kind of similar to some of the first few majors, follows kind of a RGB kind of like coloring scheme going for it. Right off the bat though, I think it's a respectable holo, I would have to say. I think it's better than London. I think it's a little bit more saturated. I'd have to say compared to G2, I think it's a little bit better than G2. Has a bit more color. Um, Probably better than Windstrike and some of these others from London as well, I would have to say. I feel that the Holo effects time around goes back to this saturation effect that some of the previous majors had, like Krakow. I think it definitely deserves a whole lot. I mean, directly comparing it to Boston, I honestly think it might be a little bit better. Boston has a more better matching color scheme, but when it comes to the actual Holo effect and the border this time around, I think it might be just a little bit more superior in this case. So I might just leave it at that. Probably, yeah, I'll probably even put it ahead of the lower tier yellows for um Cologne as well. I might move Renegades from Boston up a little bit as well. Yeah, I'll leave those at that. Wind Strike compared to Renegades, I don't think the Holo effect is as strong um this time around. So I mean, comparing it to maybe Wind Strike from London, I'm thinking to myself that the Wind Strike from London might be honestly a little bit worse because once again, the color scheme kind of matches with the logo in the border. It has a really decent saturated holo effect, I would have to say. It uses a square pattern. Um, Honestly, probably a little bit better. Now, compared to some of these other stickers, I would have to probably say better than Fnatic, maybe better than Spirit, maybe better than Navi as well. I mean, I think it's honestly better than a whole lot of these. Maybe not as good as Windstrike. Actually, no. Windstrike probably not as good as Renegades and Space Soldiers from London. But nonetheless, though, it is still a pretty decent holo effect nonetheless. Ents. Alright. So when it comes to Ents' holo effect, um, honestly, it really does touch on a lot of the Ents logo, but the thing is, it feels like, because of how spread out the closed off bits are from the rest of the color bits of the Ents logo, I don't think it's as good as some of the others. Nonetheless, though, it is still fairly saturated. It uses the same effect as the Renegades does this time around. Um, I think it's pretty decent. Probably better than like C9 from Cologne, I would have to say. Probably better. Actually, no. I think it definitely competes with Windstrike in this case. Maybe a touch bit better than I would have to say, I don't know, Fnatic, maybe. Maybe not the Team Spirit, though. Once again, it doesn't really follow the brown colors that the Ents logo has. It just sticks around towards the warmer color side of things. So yeah, I'll leave that one at that. Vitality's Holo, honestly, a little bit disappointing. Because it only really touches on the yellow bits of the Vitality logo, and the white bits are essentially untouched. The outer ring, of course, is still affected nonetheless, but at the same time, though, compared to some of these other holos we're going to be seeing, I don't think it's as higher tier. Maybe I would say it's better than Ents, I would have to say. Um, Maybe better than Navi, but I don't think it ranks all too high, or at least for this major, so I'll leave Vitality over there. MIBR, there's technically more of a Hall effect in MIBR's sticker this time around compared to Vitality, but at the same time I think Vitality's logo might still outmatch it quite a bit. I think Hench might outmatch it as well in this case. Um, Probably leave it right behind. I'd have to say maybe. Maybe just a little bit better than Misfits from Boston. I don't think it's really as good as some of the other holos we'll be seeing this time around, so I'll leave that one there. Alright, next up is Avangar. Once again, it uses the same holo effect that Renegades has as well, except it does fill up a whole lot more of the sticker, so I have to say it definitely ranks a little bit higher than Renegades, wherever I put that. I mean, of course, I have to treat it like it's kind of a red sticker. The border, I wouldn't say it's mainly red. I think it definitely varies a bit in color. Probably better than Fnatic Boston, Navi Boston. Compared to Krakow, I think it might be actually be a little bit better. I think the border matches quite a bit more. I think it might be more applicable, might look better. The logo's a whole lot more chunkier, a bit more bigger. Maybe better than some of these Colognes, I'd have to say. Better than Navi, I'd have to say. Why is Astralis below these? I don't know why. I'm gonna move Astralis up ahead of there. Compared to Quantum, I think it's a better holo than Quantum, so I might move this even higher than that. Compared to Avantgarde before, I like the holo effect that it had. I think it was a bit more unique. I think the border was alright, but at the same time, the saturation that Avantgarde for 2019 has might just be a little bit more superior, so I might just move this ahead of those. Maybe not as good as Space Soldiers, though. So I'll leave that one right over there. NRG. Alright, so NRG this time around. Uh, Once again, the white bits of the logo, similar to Vitality, doesn't really necessarily get affected too much. Compared to Vitality, though, I don't think it's as good. So I think it's maybe not as good as Ents even in this case. Um, Probably not as better than some of these London holos. So I'll probably leave that one just right behind those. Let's see, Greyhound. Greyhound's holo effect this time around. Um, for the most part, it's pretty mild, I'd have to say. Bit of a bluish tint, but at the same time, I feel like it's a whole lot more milder compared to the norm anyways. Compared to Energy, I think it might be a bit more applicable. But once again, I think the dimness might be comparable to London's holo effect. I don't think it's as good in some cases though. Maybe better than Fnatic, but I'll just leave that one there. Complexity, once again, the white bit doesn't get affected. It uses the same red holo effect, so I can't necessarily put it all too high, especially comparing it to some of these reds. Maybe Ents is a little bit better. Greyhound is better. Even Energy, I would have to say, is a better holo effect. Heck, maybe even MLG Gambit might be a little bit better, I'd have to say. But I think a color from the border might just save it from being below that. So I'll leave that one there. Big Clan, once again, because it is Big Clan, the holo effects not necessarily being affected too much. This one is really mild, I'd have to say. Um, I don't think this one places high for these reasons here. Uh, Probably better than some of the lower tier Cologne 2014 holos. I don't think it's as good as some of the others though, so I'll leave that one there. Astralis, once again, it's a red holo. Like Avantgarde, Avantgarde might be a little bit better, so I'll probably just stick it right behind Avantgarde at this point. Probably, where is Avantgarde? No, it's somewhere around here. Here it is. Not as good for sure. Might stick it maybe just a touch bit in front of Quantum, maybe. I know Quantum from Boston is pretty good. It has a very similar holo effect. Maybe below, honestly. Because I think Quantum's shape with Boston might match a bit better than Astralis and the circle border that Katowice has. So I'll probably just leave that one over here. I think it's still a bit more applicable than Krakow stickers though. FaZe Clan, once again, it's a FaZe Clan thing. I don't like the fact that they went for a black border um, around the FaZe Clan logo this time around. Nonetheless, though, it is still, I would say, a respectable red holo effect. I mean, comparing it to Astralis might actually take the crown for this one. Better than some Krakows, I'd have to say, but maybe not as good as Astralis, so I'll just stick it right behind. Navi. When it comes to Navi's holo effect for this one, I would probably stick it really close to Vitality. Once again, it feels kind of copy and pasted at this point when it comes to Navi's holo effects. I think when it comes to Navi, their holo effect is alright for the most part. It still affects just the yellow bits of the logo, not really much else. Vitality might be more applicable. I think, I mean, it's a bit more yellow than its London counterpart, so I'll probably leave it right in front of it. Hellraisers this time around. Okay. Once again, when it comes to Hellraisers as a holo, it is just like all the other ones, really saturated. And you could tell that it looks very similar to its Kato 14 counterpart in terms of the color scheme for its holo effects. Personally, I'll probably leave it in front of Avangar. I do like the detail a tad bit more. Probably ahead of the higher tier red colognes. Might move some of these down a little bit as well while I'm at it. Might move Space, might move Avangar, TL, Old Avangar, Rogue ahead of a few. I do want to start moving these ahead of these colognes, I'd have to say. Um, Probably Old Avangar as well. This one might have accidentally got moved. I think this one was behind that. I'll correct it if it's wrong. There you go. Probably just rearrange those just a tad bit. Fnatic. Once again, when it comes to Fnatic's holo effects this time around, more or less the same as what we've been seeing for the past majors. It's just really comparing it to just the other ones. Might think it's better than its Krakow counterpart. I might think it's maybe not as good as its Boston counterpart. I do like its Boston holo a little bit. So of course looking for its Boston counterpart, probably just stick it a little bit behind it. Maybe not even as good as the Atlanta foil, I'd have to say. Maybe not as good as Phase Atlanta foil. Better than Navi though. I think Navi foil. Actually, no, Navi foil is still Atlanta nonetheless. I think it's probably a little bit worse than those. Probably better than Sprout foil. So I'll leave that one over there. Nip for this one. It kind of reminds me of MLG in a way. Kind of mild, I'd have to say. The brown doesn't look too bad this time around compared to previous brown holo effects, I'd have to say. Um, Probably stick this one decently high. I think it might be better than like complexity, but like maybe not as good as like energy in some cases. Maybe not even as good as Vega foil. Uh, Actually, wait a minute. Is that Vega foil or is that Vega paper? That, yeah, that's Vega foil. Honestly, I might move Vega foil ahead of energy, so let's take that one there. G2's holo effects. Yeah, this one goes pretty hard, I'm not gonna lie. I just, once again, I wish there was a bit more of that blue and red on the sticker, because once again, the white essentially is untouched. Nonetheless, this holo effect, I would definitely say goes pretty hard. Um, Probably ahead of most, probably ahead of like complexity, nip. I think a little bit ahead of energy and greyhounds. Ahead of Ents. Ahead of Navi even, I'd have to say, but maybe not as good as like Vitality. Actually not, maybe better than Vitality. Maybe not some of the rest, I would have to say. So I'll leave that one there. Vega Squadron. Once again, Vega Squadron's holo effect goes really nice, especially with the blue shiny background that it has for this one. Probably stick this one decently high among some other blue holos, I'd have to say. Probably right around where some of the high tier reds are. I think it might be better from liquids. I think it might be higher tier than Hellraisers there, I say, but I'm thinking Hellraisers might be a little bit better. Once again, the square holo effect it has on it does affect just about everything on the sticker, but I think it also adds a little bit of a tint that makes it a little bit blurry. Well, not blurry, but less visible, if anything. That is Space Soldiers, maybe not as good as Hellraisers though. Alright. Team Liquids. So similar to Vega Squadron, it's another blue holo. I like the holo effect that it has for the camo bits of its sticker logo. Definitely better than most TL holos that we've seen so far. I think it's probably better than its Boston holo effects, I'd have to say. Um Better than Boston. I don't think it's as good as Vega Squadron though. Um, Avangard might be a little bit better as well. Once again, it doesn't really touch on the white bits of the Team Liquid logo. Doesn't really convert much, so I think I'll probably just leave it that high for now. Call it a day. Let's see. Oh yeah. Apparently, Um, when it comes to VC gaming, there's a whole lot of pronunciations for that one. Um, Honestly, all of them seem to work. If I still manage to get it wrong, and if casters say something else, probably leave that in the comment section for how it's pronounced. Once again, I'm probably not going to be looking at the sticker ever again, hopefully. I'm not really too much of a fan of it myself. The holo effect only really touches on like one singular side of this sticker, and it doesn't really do much to it. I think it's around the level of Greyhound, but Greyhound might be better in this case. So if I find Greyhound right over here, might stick it below Energy and Nip and Complexity, I would say. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. I think it's alright for holo effect. But once again, it's pretty mild. So I'll leave that one there. Team Spirit for holo really embraces this light green. All of the dragon, all of the logo is affected by that light green, and I think this one definitely puts it higher tier. Once again, if you were to use it for a green sticker specifically, maybe not, I'd have to say, but nonetheless, it does do a decent job at being that light green sticker, I'd have to say. Definitely better than like Optic from Cologne, or most Optic stickers, I'd have to say. Maybe better than Team Liquid's at this point, but maybe not as good as some of the others, mainly because of just the colors. So yeah, I'll leave Spirit over there. Cloud9 Holo. Okay, so Cloud9's Holo for this major. I think it uses the same pattern as it did for London. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, of course, I'm going to be editing this as well, so I'll probably show both of them side by sides. Probably compare it directly to its London Holo, if I can find it. Um, Definitely places a little bit higher in its tiers. Here, here it is. So comparing this one, it is blue, but I think it's a bit more milder compared to some of the other blue holos that we've seen so far. I think this one compared to London, it's a bit smaller than London. I think London might be a touch bit better. I think even Vega might be a little bit better, so I might just put it under Avangar as well. Might stick Hellraisers a little bit higher now I think about it. Probably right around under Boston foil for C9. Probably move Vega right around there as well. Yeah, I'll probably leave those over there. Hailu Holo. Second to last Holo for this major. So far, the lineup for Holos honestly isn't bad whatsoever. When it comes to Tyloo, the red really affects it really well. Once again, it uses the same red effects that we've been seeing for pretty much most of these other stickers. The holo effect's kind of mild on the ring. I'd say it's definitely a higher tier one. Better than Avantgarde though, I probably wouldn't say so. Maybe better than Liquid and Team Spirit, but I don't think it's any better than Avantgarde. I think you get a little bit more for Avantgarde. So I think I'll leave that one there. Oh, and the star of the show. This thing was heavily invested in back in that day. Team Furia this time around. I don't know what Valve was smoking while they were doing this, but they were smoking the right thing. So, Furia's look, they take all the white bits of it and they just put it on. I think this RGB Hall effect is even stronger than some of the Kato 14 ones. I'll put some of them side by side here because I know I'm gonna have to look at this, but this is truly a Nyanka type of holo right here. Honestly, it isn't bad whatsoever. I still wish though that I probably ahead at most. This is a crazy holo effect. I just wish that maybe the ring, or maybe instead of the outline, the actual Furia Panther was more affected by the holo effect. Nonetheless, though, this thing kind of goes pretty hard. I can see why people invest in it, but at the same time, though, um, maybe some of the others would have been a better investment. The RGB effect goes crazy, but I just don't think that there's really much going on within the actual like logo of Furia than just the other stuff. So I'll leave that one there. Still respectable holo, I would have to say. And with that, we now move on to the foils. Alright, so when it comes to Katowice 2019's foils this time around, More or less, once again, it's another foil. We've seen how this ends up going for most of these majors. It does follow a very similar pattern to London 2018 because of how it uses like this triangle pattern. Um, like inside of the sticker. I mean, this time around we'll see it in the ring border. But aside from that, we can essentially treat it like it's another one. We can go by this one fairly fast. Because once again, we're seeing a bunch of returning teams, a lot of returning stickers. Boston's probably better than Kato. Kato's still, I think, highly regarded. MIBR is not this good. This time around, I'll probably compare it to its Holo. When it comes to MIBR's foil, though, maybe better than like some of the Krakows from previous majors. Once again, though, not too much stuff going on here. For the most part, it's a pretty flat logo. NRG, probably better than I would say a good chunk of these. I think Energy's not as good as Renegade, so I'll probably put it really close to some of the Windstrike Holos at this point. I mean, at this point, it's a pink foil. Not really much going on for it. Maybe I'll stick it before Splice, after Fnatic from Boston. Vitality, a yellow sticker. It's a yellow foil. Decent texturing, I would have to say. Head of Renegades, not really ahead of much else, I would have to say. Now, whether or not its foil is better than its holo, I'm thinking probably the holo is better, so I'll probably just stick it in front of some of these Kato 15s, I would have to say. But once again, I don't really think of it too highly. Avangar, once again, it's a red foil. Nothing too hard going on for this one. Comparing it to like old Gambit and like some of the Astraluses and Mouses, I would probably say it's definitely ranking higher up relatively. The red border for Avangar, I think, is definitely doing it a little bit more compared to some of the others. Probably ahead of Krakow Gambit, but maybe ahead of Astralis. Some of these, but I wouldn't rank it all too high. Furia. So unlike the Holo, this one doesn't really go as hard, I would have to say. So probably stick this one. Probably under Renegades, I'd have to say. Probably under Energy. Doesn't really have that much color going on for it. So probably stick it around there. Maybe not as good as MIBR Holo, I'd have to say. Maybe not even as good as Renegades from Cologne 2015, I'd have to say. So I'll probably stick this one really closely to North. Maybe North might be better, I would have to say. So I'll leave that one right over there. Moving on to Navi, probably rank it less than Vitality, probably less than Furia as well. I'll leave this one maybe near some of these other ones. I mean, maybe it's a little bit better than London, maybe not MLG. I'll leave that one at that. At Nip. When it comes to Nip's foil, once again, we've seen how this goes essentially. It's going to be the same thing for the most part. Honestly, I'm thinking Kato 15 might be a wee bit better, but at the same time, I do like how it matches the Kato 19 pattern, so I'll probably just leave it directly in front of it, maybe in front of the Colognes as well. Leave that one there. Team Liquid's foil. I do like the texturing that it has for the camo background in the emblem. Probably rank this one decently high, maybe above MLG foil, I'd have to say. Definitely ahead of Renegades, maybe even Viva Vitality. Ahead of some of these paper Katos. Maybe not C9s though, so I'll leave that one there. Fnatic, I'll compare it to probably Krakow. I think it's better than Krakow. Better than probably London, maybe not MLG. Astralis, probably compared directly to the Astralis foils. Maybe better than Krakow, and that will probably be it. Big clan to another big clan. It still articulates a bit better compared to some of the previous ones. I'd have to probably leave this one relatively high. I don't want to leave it too high. I think Furia might be a little bit better. Spirit foil from London might be a bit better. Shoot, this one might be a little bit low now I think about it. maybe around levels of, I'd have to say, shoot, this is hard. Maybe a little bit above Team Liquid from Kato 19 as a paper. It still is full, so I do have to rank it a little bit higher. G2's Kato foil. Once again, not too much going on for G2's foil. I mean, of course, the red and blue does look pretty good, I would have to say. Inside of this foil, it does have some decent texturing. The red still kind of shines a little bit because of that. Better than some, not really better than all. I don't think it's much better than liquids, I would have to say. Maybe a little bit better than Vitality, but not too much. Vega Squadron. Honestly, the blue for this one really shines a whole lot, I have to say. I'll probably definitely rank this decently high. Maybe along the lines of Cloud9 foils in some of the previous majors. Not too high, though, I'd have to say. Maybe around the likes of Luminosity foil from MLG. Maybe better than C9 from MLG. Maybe not as good as the Holos. So I'll leave that one there. Hellraisers probably follows more or less the same pattern. The red looks nice. It has a whole lot of texture because of the line work in the Hellraisers logo. Probably leave this one in just relative distance to its London counterpart, I'd have to say. Overall, though, I think it might be a touch bit better than its London counterpart, so I'll leave that one a touch bit ahead. Maybe ahead of, I'd have to say, a good chunk of these Katos. Maybe not. It's Kato 14 paper. Actually, maybe just ahead of it. Maybe not too high, though, I'd have to say. FaZe Clan, once again, not really too much of a fan of how they did FaZe Clan this time around. Probably leave it relatively low, I'd have to say. Maybe ahead of Mouse from London, Strollers from London, and Krakow, but maybe not any higher than I had to say. VC Gaming, probably not too high, not above Fury, I'd say. Not above NIP, not even maybe not above Big Clan this time around. I mean, when it comes to VC's foil, I think it's a little bit on the flatter side, even though it has a bit of texture. It's probably not that high. Let's see. Sandwich Shop Complexity, probably stick this one. And relative likings to Furia, I'd say. A little bit of color, but not too much. The red background kind of helps it out a little bit, but I wouldn't say all too much. So yeah, I might just leave that one there. Tyloo. Tyloo this time around for its sticker. Once again, black background. Honestly, I'm not really too much of a fan of it. I just would rather have Tyloo be a red sticker in this case. So I'll probably leave this one maybe ahead of FaZe Clan. I would say maybe not as good as Hellraisers. Probably might stick this one. Maybe not even in C+ tier, honestly. Might move this one ahead a good chunk of these, I would have to say, but of course, relative to some of the other foils, though, better than TL, I would honestly say. Good chunk of these, I think, it's a little bit better. Maybe not all of them, though. Highest I would put it would probably be maybe ahead of Renegade's Holo. So I might just leave that one at that. Alright. And for our last sticker for Katowice 2019, C9, we could treat it just like its other C9 foil counterparts. I think this one's definitely on the higher side. Looking at C9's foil this time around. Once again, it's just like any others. I think it has a whole lot of relativity compared to, I think, was it its London foil counterpart? It does have some pretty nice edges around it. Maybe better than MLG, CLG. Maybe not Luminosity, though. So I think I'll probably leave that one over there. And essentially, this is our list with Katowice 2019 implemented. So get a good look at that one over there. Some of these I might move around now that I look at it. But we'll have to see. Next up though, Berlin 2019. Alright. Let's talk about some Berlin stickers. So, Berlin, essentially one of the least popular backgrounds, in this case for these most CS of the stickers. Starting off with Team Liquid though, compared to Kato, I'm honestly thinking that the Team Liquid version from Kato might be a bit better. I think the border as well might be a little bit better as well. Honestly, I'm not gonna rank this one all too high now. This time around, Team Liquid's a bit more neutral on this color scheme, maybe better than VC, I would probably say. Um I mean, when it comes to this one, they have a golden bit of outline around the edge, but once again, when it comes to Berlin's backgrounds, it doesn't really do much when it comes to color, so I probably wouldn't rank it all too high. Furia. For some reason, the outer bits of the Furia logo now are a bit metallic, a bit gray, compared to before, which was just a plain white. Kind of blends in a little bit, especially in CS2. Probably worse than Team Liquid at this point, I'd probably say. Now how worse? Probably along the lines of pretty bad, I would say. Maybe I'll drop it to below some of these, I would probably say. Yeah, I might just leave that one there. Vitality, once again, returning to the Berlin Major. I think this one a bit better than Team Liquid. I think it fills it up a little bit better. Maybe better than Kato Navi, Cologne Navi, and some of these other Kato 19s. Possibly better than some of the MLGs, but I'm a bit hesitant, so for now, I'm going to keep it just below it for now. Alright, Greyhounds, once again. Sticker logo itself, not really a good reason for me to really keep this one all too high, I'd say. Probably keep it maybe ahead of VC, I'd probably say. Maybe I'll derank VC a little bit as well while I'm at it too. Here, Furia might follow suit just a little bit ahead of it. Greyhound, although their logo is bigger than Liquid this time around, I probably wouldn't put them ahead of Liquid. I think Liquid might be just a tad bit better in this case. So yeah, I'll keep that one there. Forest, first time we see Forest going to a major. I know they have two different versions of their logo for most of the CS stickers. This version of it, I think it's a little bit too much for me. It is a red sticker, so it does get the points, but like even comparing it to these lower tier Krakow reds, I'm honestly thinking probably better than Complexity, some of these Krakows. But like comparing it to Astralis, I think Astralis might be better. In fact, I'm honestly thinking maybe just below these Krakows. So yeah, I'll leave that one there. I might rebalance some of these Berlin stickers just a tad bit as well. Let's see, I might move upside down a little bit. Alright, Renegades. Once again, Renegades showing up inside of a major. I appreciate the logo. It's pretty good. It's pretty packed with a bit of color. Maybe not as good as Vitality, I'd probably say. Probably better than some of these Colognes. Maybe not entirely all of them, I'd probably say. Probably leave it right around there. I think that's pretty fair. NRG, this is a worse version of the logo. There's no color. Not really too much going on for it. I don't really think it works that well at all when it comes to being a CS sticker. So I'll probably rank it pretty low, even lower than Furia. Probably lower than Vicia at this point. Honestly, the energy, I think it's in line for some of the really low tier grays. In fact, if anything, I could probably even compare it to like MIBR, for example. There's not really much going on for this one, so I probably wouldn't rank it all too high for that reason. Let's see, Seaman Gaming. Probably rank this one pretty high. It's really colorful. both red and blue, which is sort of a first unless if you really consider FaZe Clan from 2017 as one of those. But aside from that, I think it's pretty decent for the most part. Probably better than a good chunk of these, I would probably say. Um, maybe better than Furia. I think Complexity is a little bit better. I mean, just looking at the paper version of this one, it does offer a bit more color compared to most, even comparing it to like G2 paper. I think it might be just a tad bit better for these reasons. But maybe not better than some of these lower tier holos, I'd say. Crazy. Going to be one of the competing red stickers for this major. I think it's probably a better craft than fours. It does fill up their the Berlin background pretty well. Maybe better than Krakow's, but I wouldn't really rank it all too high. I'm honestly thinking that these are one of the logos where it's a bit too simple for me. Ents, once again, we see the return of Ents in this one. Comparing it to Katowice, bordering for Katowice I don't think is as good. Honestly, I'm thinking about moving this one higher, even though it does technically fit Katowice a bit better. But the color saturation and the size, I think, might end up making it up. That ends up making it better in this case. Avangar, we can probably compare it to Avangar from Katowice. Just looking at Avangar for this major, kind of blends in with the background a bit. It could be an issue for some. I'd probably say it's an issue for me, so I'd probably rank it below Tyler, below FaZe, and maybe not. Actually, probably then old Avangar, I'd have to probably say. Still though, I respect the logo. It's pretty good, so I'll keep it decently high for that reason. Astralis, I think older Astralis probably did better. Like, maybe not London though. I think when it comes to Astralis in Berlin, um, colors might be a bit better. It does kind of match the star letter star that's on the top. So I might give it that, but at the same time, there's not really too much. Maybe better than London, I have to probably say. The background is also red itself, just a tad bit, so it does match. But I probably wouldn't rank it all too high for that reason. Well, I'm gonna move these down a little bit as well. Alright, complexity. So this is when I think they got bought out. So they switched their logo over to the modern version of it. Comparing it to previous versions, even like the 2014 and the 2018 version of it. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking that the 2018 version might be a little bit better. I mean, of course, I know in the future, the complexity that we have nowadays is more or less the same, but I do respect to the look of the holos that ends up coming from it. But just judging by its base paper version, we could essentially compare it just like it's everything else. Probably better. Actually, no, maybe not better than Bussy. I'm probably thinking maybe along the lines, maybe not along the lines of energy, but at the same time, I'm thinking it's not really as applicable as like say G2 from London. I think that one was a respectable sticker for sure. Probably move these up a bit. I think this one's definitely a bit of a lower tier. Maybe probably under the Krakow grays for now. I'll probably leave it at. I think that might be a fair one. So yeah, I think I might just leave that one there. Move these up a bit. Alright, Dream Eaters, first and only major I think we end up seeing this team. When it comes to their logo, I think it's very similar to that in a way. I think it's a little bit over complex for me. When it comes to Dream Eater's logo, once again, you could consider it to be a red logo. I mean, inspect it kind of looks a bit orange. Not really too fan of the colors that they use here. Alongside the overcomplication, I think it's very comparable to fours. I think it's worse in this case. So I probably put it maybe ahead of that. I think the black color for the Berlin background might be a tad bit better. Maybe Freer might do it better. Might be better than Vici. So probably leave it there. Berlin Navi, honestly, I'm not really too much of a fan of Berlin Navi. Maybe ahead of Krakow, maybe not ahead of London, and that's essentially all I got. MIBR this time around is looking a bit better, I would have to say, but at the same time, not really still looking all too good in general. This time around, they decided to incorporate the Brazilian flag into their logo. I mean, you could consider it a green sticker. I mean, I probably would in this case. Um, but once again, this is very specific to a certain amount of crafts. I think it might be better than like Liquid's version of their mix-up flag, probably. Once again, though, I don't think it's as applicable. Um, Definitely green, so I would probably have to rank it decently high for that. Probably comparing to its Katowice version. I'm honestly thinking that um, this might be a little bit worse than the Katowice version, so I'll probably just leave it here, right under it. I still respect it, but maybe not as good. Um, Tyloo, this time around, comparing it directly to its Katowice counterpart, it is a bit larger in its size, I'd have to say. The red definitely fills up a whole lot more of that Berlin logo. So I might definitely compare it to the likes of its London version of it. Um, Probably I would say that the London version is better because it doesn't have the star letter on the top. So I'll probably just leave that one there. North, I'll probably rank this one below its London counterpart. It has less color in its border. Leave it at that. G2, I'll probably compare this one to its Krakow. Wait, was it Krakow, I think? Um, Might not be, no. It's not its Krakow counterpart, but decided to tone down the red and blue, as you can see, compared to its Kato 19 version of it. So I'll probably rank it lower for that reason. How low necessarily, though? I don't want to underestimate it, but at the same time, comparing it to likes of, like, for example, the Face It 2018 one, I think that one might be a little bit better, just enough to qualify it in some higher areas, because once again, not too much color. I would probably consider it just like a white and gray one. Um, Probably bottom C minus for now. We'll see how it goes for there. I mean, like its Boston version over here, definitely a bit better, I would have to say. So I'll leave it there. Ints, not really too much a fan of it. Maybe better than Complexity. Um, Maybe better than Krakow's. That's all I really have to say about it. And once again, more or less the same thing. NIP, this is the only version of the NIP sticker that doesn't include the brown. And I remember seeing it at first. I honestly preferred it at one point over the brown ones. But at the same time, looking at this compared to the Berlin background, though, this I feel might be a bit less applicable. In fact, I might be comparing it to the likes of like Big Clan and such. And I think it probably does better than maybe not even most of these, I would have to say. Um, Probably along the lines of ints. And when it comes to NMP, as a team, I probably keep them above ints, leave it at it is. FaZe Clan, once again, we got essentially the same FaZe Clan logo they had from Kato 19. When it comes to the Berlin version of this one, maybe not really too much going on for it. I'd probably leave it maybe behind its Kato version and behind some of these holos as well, I'd probably say. So yeah, I'd probably just leave that one over there. I don't know why, but Mouse Esports decided to bring back the text for whatever reason. I don't think it's as good as its Krakow version. I think it might be a better applicable logo than its Force. Leave that one as is. And the last one for Berlin, I think this one's the most expensive one. Hellraisers. Uh, Once again, there's a whole lot of competition in the red stickers. I'm honestly surprised that Hellraisers is the one that's the most expensive, but at the same time it is kind of believable, mainly because of how there really isn't that many too good stickers this time around. I mean, like FaZe Clan, they're here, except I'm not really too much of a fan. I'm guessing not really many people are also too many fans for Hellraisers. I think this is actually the last major that Hellraisers actually attend in this case, so probably rank it higher than Avangar. probably rank it, I mean, in comparison to its Katowice counterpart. It's a bit larger. I think the shape for the Hellraiser's logo might actually be more fitting in this case. I mean, I could also directly compare it to its London version, probably better, just a tad bit. And yeah, I'll probably just leave that one right over there. All right. So now, moving on to the holos, like what I've mentioned previously, for some of these holos, they're really cheap, and they're cheap for a reason. Essentially, the holo effects are really dim, and essentially they're fairly similar, if not the same. Let's start off with probably one of the worst ones, um, NRG's holo. I mean, not really much going on for this one. It's just the green border going on. You could barely see the holo effect in the actual NRG logo. And once again, I'm not really too much of a fan of the NRG logo this time around. In fact, I think even comparing it to some of the Cluj-Napocas might be a little bit of an offense. So yeah, I'll probably leave that one relatively low for the most part. It might be better than like, I don't, it might be our foil and like some of these Cluj, but maybe not as much in this case. Fours, one of the holos that I do know actually has a holo effect. Pretty saturated. I still think that the Force logo itself is a bit packed. A little too much. But nonetheless, though, its holo effect I would say is respectable. So I would probably keep the sticker fairly high. Probably in this case, I keep it around some of the London Reds, maybe. Probably better than Windstrike. Probably better than some of these other Londons. Maybe comparable to Renegades, and Renegades might take the crown for it, I'd have to say. Actually, no, I think it might be a little bit better than that. Just a tad bit, but at the same time, we'll have to do that in a rebalance towards the end of all of this. So I'll leave that one there. Greyhound for their holo. Once again, similarly to Energy, not really much going on for it, I can really say. Honestly, looking at it in-game, barely any difference from its paper counterpart. Probably leave it just ahead of it. Maybe ahead of maybe some of the Colognes, I'd have to say. But once again, it's not really too desired, I would have to say. Maybe not ahead of Renegade's paper. I think that one still might offer a bit more color to it. Leave that one there. Ints, once again, it's a gray. Not really much going on for this one. Might just leave this one maybe even in the same tier because of how similar these are. Probably behind MIBR paper, I would have to say. I mean, when it comes to ints, it's a gray sticker, black and white, not really much going on for it. Renegades, just gonna try to speed things up a little bit. I still want to inspect these before I put these in because I do miss a few details and I am aware of that. I want to be at least a little as much accurate as I can be when it comes to this, but at the same time with how many stickers there are that needs to be compared, it does make things a whole lot more complex, I'd have to say. Renegades in this case, probably ahead of fours, I would have to say. I mean, we could directly compare it to its London counterpart and fours. I think it does a better job than some of these. Probably leave it at the top of C for now. I mean, looking at the C tier stickers we have here, I'm starting to see some that I probably don't agree with a whole lot. I think some in C minus might be a little bit better. For now, I think that's a good spot. Dream meters. I think it's a bit worse than fours by a good chunk. So might just leave this one around the C minus tier, I have to say. In comparison, there's not really as much red it has to work with. I think it's really comparable to Misfits and Boston with how little Hall effect there is. I'll probably leave it right under it though. Let's see. And solo. When it comes to and it's hollow this time around. Decent hollow effect, maybe not as good as fours or like renegades. I'd probably put it maybe on top of dream meters, but not too high. Maybe behind renegade's foil in this case, so I'll leave that one as is. Let's see. All right, Seaman Gaming. So when it comes to Seaman's Gaming, or wait, I might have been pronouncing this wrong the whole time. I'll say Simon for now, here on out. I'll put corrections if I need to. Once again, red hull effect only affects the red part for whatever reason, not really the blue part. Probably better than Ents, I would say. Um, Still, once again, I wouldn't really put it all too high now. So maybe just better than NRG. Actually, not probably worse than NRG foil. Leave that one as is. Liquids this time around. I can barely see the hollow effect actually affect the sticker. So I'll probably put this along the lines of where its paper is just a little bit higher. So I'll probably put it in front of maybe nip, but there really isn't much going there. Vitality for their hollow. It's very mild. I could barely even tell that there is a hollow effect there. The only thing you could go off of is the green border, if you were to have to tell. Probably ahead of some of these colognes, but I don't think it's really that good. And essentially, we're going to be seeing this pattern here on out for comparing these to some of these other stickers. So, like, for example, North. Once again, not really any hollow effects going on for North. Maybe just a tad bit better, but not really, I'd have to say. Complexity, more or less the same story. We'll probably just leave it wherever we have complexity at right now. So probably just leave this along the lines of, it's not up here, isn't it? Okay. Alright. Okay, it's in D plus tier, so I'll probably just leave it. Maybe in front of some of these, maybe in front of Nip. Speaking of Nip, when it comes to this one, I really do have to treat it like it's kind of big clan. Not really much going on that can really affect the logo. I don't really see anything going on for the logo. It's just a tad bit more rare. Probably leave complexity ahead since it's a bit thicker, so you can barely even tell the difference when it comes to these. So yeah, I'll leave that one at that. Crazy hollow. Um, so a whole lot of red inside of the sticker in general. So when it comes to its hollow effect, essentially all of it gets affected. Definitely more of a higher tier, but once again, I think the logo is a bit too plain to be ranked a little too high. In fact, I might think that it is probably just above like NRG, but I don't think it's any better than some of the others, maybe like Splice, I'd have to say, in Quantum Foil. That's not Quantum Foil, that's Quantum Paper, yeah. Probably not too high, so I'll leave that one there. Astralis, more or less the same pattern. It is Astralis after all, so I'll probably leave it close to where I have the Berlin Astralis sticker at. Let's see if I could find it, that is. Let's see, so there's Avangar. So I might just put this one just pretty close to Crazy, probably just right next to it. I'm going to assume that wherever I left my Berlin Astralis, so here it is. It's just still in the same tier. So I'll leave that one there. My BR, really not much going on for this one. The Hull effect for the logo isn't really affecting the text all too much, so I might just leave this one maybe ahead of the MIBR Holos for London. Once again, very mild, not much you could really see going on. Navi. Navi, more or less the same story, just a touch of yellow. Not too much going on for this one. I'll probably compare it to even some of the foils. The Holo effect is very mild. Not much going on, and essentially this is pretty much how it's going to go. Phase Clan, just leave it in front of the Phase Clan, I have to say. I think I left Phase Clan somewhere around here. Probably. towards maybe around here might be pretty good. I mean, yeah, I'll probably just leave it there for now. Actually, no, when it comes, I might put it next to these reds. Leave that one as is. Beria, not much going on for Beria for this major, so not really much to say for this one. I'll leave this one just above where the regular Feria is. Once again, though, still not really much going on. Probably right around here, I feel like makes a bit of sense. And I'm probably ahead of these Berlins and Colognes. Not as good as Greyhound, though. I think Greyhound might do this one a bit better. G2. Once again, because of the reduced striping on it, the red effect for G2's Holo is kind of minimal for this one. Probably leave it right above Greyhound Holo, I'd say, but not too high. Probably like before Renegade's paper. Let's see, Mouse. We'll probably follow the pattern for this one. Keep things simple. I think Face Clan's probably better in this case. Probably before these though. So yeah, I like those there. Avangar, I rank this one ever so slightly higher than all of these. I think it's a bit more respectable. Probably ahead of Renegades though, and maybe this Krakow. Let's see, Tyloo. One of the better red holos for this major. Once again, essentially the only real holo effect you can really see in this major is the reds. Even in some of the stickers that uses orange, you can still see that red holo effect kind of. Tyloo's, I definitely think it's really comparable to even its other red counterparts. So like for example with Stralis and Phase, I'll probably leave it right above it, I'd say. I mean, looking at where these other Tyloo's are, I think it might be definitely along the lines of pretty goods. Once again, that green border is kind of annoying me though, so I might de-rank it just a tad bit behind some of these. And I'll leave that one there. And our last holo for Berlin, the Hellraisers one. Once again, most expensive one. Oh, I mean, all these holos have been cheap so far. I think it's the foils that hold the most value. Once again, it uses that same red holo effect that has been going on. In this case, I'm honestly thinking that this is very similar to the looks of the Tyloo for this one. Maybe I'll leave it right before its London counterpart. Maybe ahead of some of these for Berlin. And essentially, that is going to be all of the holos.